H.P. Lovecraft, a Bibliography, compiled by Joseph Payne Brennan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. H.P. Lovecraft, a Bibliography, compiled by Joseph Payne Brennan. Yale University Library. Bibliopress. 1104 Vermont Avenue, Northwest. Washington 5, D.C. Revised edition. Copyright 1952. Joseph Payne Brennan. The Shunned House. Ethel, Massachusetts, 1928. Boards labels uncut. O.P. August Derleth. Not a published book, 6 or 7 copies handbound by R.H. Barlow in 1936 and sent to friends, some stapled in paper covers, a certain number of uncut, unbound but folded sheets available. Following is an extract from the copyright notice pasted to the unbound sheets. Though the sheets of this story were printed and marked for copyright in 1928, the story was neither bound nor circulated at that time. A few copies were bound, put under copyright, and circulated by R.H. Barlow in 1936, but the first wide publication of the story was in the magazine Weird Tales in the following year. The story was originally set up and printed by the late W. Paul Cook, publisher of The Recluse. Further criticism of poetry. Press of George G. Fetter Company, Louisville, 1932. 13 pages. Original printing. The Cats of Ulthar, Dragonfly Press, Cassia, Florida, 1935. 10 pages original printing. Christmas 1935. 40 copies printed. Looking Backward, C.W. Smith, Haverhill, Massachusetts, 1935. 36 pages original printing. The Shadow over Innsmouth, Visionary Press, Everett, Pennsylvania, 1936. 158 pages original printing. Illustrations by Frank Utapel. The only work of the author's which was published in book form during his lifetime. The notes and commonplace book employed by the late H.P. Lovecraft, including his suggestions for story writing, analyses of the weird story, and list of certain basic underlying horrors, etc., designed to stimulate the imagination. Feudal Press, Lakeport, California, 1938. 45 pages original printing. A rich mine of spectral inspiration for the aspiring weird writer, only 75 copies printed. The Outsider and Others, collected by August Derleth and Donald Wandre. Arkham House, Sauk City, Wisconsin, 1939. 553 pages. A highly prized collector's item, contains 36 of Lovecraft's best short stories, sketches, and short novels, plus his fine essay, Supernatural Horror in Literature. The stories, etc. Dagon, Polaris, Celiphaze, Hypnos, The Cats of Ulthar, The Strange High House in the Mist, The Statement of Randolph Carter, The Silver Key, Through the Gates of the Silver Key, The Outsider, The Music of Eric Zahn, The Rats in the Walls, Cool Air, He, The Horror at Red Hook, The Temple, Arthur German, The Picture in the House, The Festival, The Terrible Old Man, The Tomb, The Shunned House, In the Vault, Pickman's Model, The Haunter of the Dark, The Dreams in the Witch House, The Thing on the Doorstep, The Nameless City, The Lurking Fear, The Call of Cthulhu, The Color Out of Space, The Dunwich Horror, The Whisperer in Darkness, The Shadow over Innsmouth, The Shadow Out of Time, At the Mountains of Madness. Beyond the Wall of Sleep, collected by August Derleth and Donald Wandre. Arkham House, 1943, 458 pages. Another scarce collector's item. Contains autobiographical notes, the commonplace book, history and chronology of the Necronomicon, 2 complete novels, The Dream Quest of the Unknown Kadath, and The Case of Charles Dexter Ward. the long serial story Herbert West Reanimator, 15 prose poems, sketches, and short stories, 9 collaborations and/or revisions, 65 poems including the 36 sonnets comprising Fungi from Yuggoth, The Cthulhu Mythology, a glossary by Francis T. Laney, an appreciation of H.P. Lovecraft by W. Paul Cook. The most notable short pieces include Nyarlathotep, The White Ship, Beyond the Wall of Sleep, The Hound, The Evil Clergyman. The collaborations and revisions: The Crawling Chaos, The Green Meadow, The Curse of Yig, The Horror in the Museum, Out of the Eons, The Mound, The Diary of Alonzo Typer, The Challenge from Beyond, In the Walls of Eryx, The Weird Shadow over Innsmouth and Other Stories of the Supernatural. Bartholomew House, New York, 1944, 190 pages. The Shadow over Innsmouth, The Festival, He, The Outsider, and The Whisperer in Darkness. Marginalia, Arkham House, 1944, 377 pages, illustrated. 16 miscellaneous essays, sketches, and early stories, a ghost-written story and 3 revisions, plus biographical memoirs, appreciations, and memorial verses by various authors. Among the essays and early stories, notes on the writing of weird fiction, some notes on interplanetary fiction, Lord Dunsany and his work, heritage or modernish, common sense in art forms, The Beast in the Cave, The Thing in the Moonlight. The ghost-written story, Imprisoned with the Pharaohs, as by Houdini. The revisions, Medusa's Coil, Winged Death, The Man of Stone. The memoirs, His Own Most Fantastic Creation by Winfield Townley Scott, Some Random Memories of H.P.L. by Frank Belknap Long, H.P. Lovecraft An Appreciation by T.O. Mabbitt, The Wind That Is in the Grass, a memoir of H.P. Lovecraft in Florida by R.H. Barlow, Lovecraft in Science by Kenneth Sterling, Lovecraft as a Formative Influence by August Derleth, The Dweller in Darkness by Donald Wandrei. Supernatural Horror in Literature, with an introduction by August Derleth. Ben Abramson, New York, 1945, 106 pages. Lovecraft's famous essay on weird writing, The Background and Evolution of the Horror Tale. A must for anyone seriously interested in the genre, the only indexed version. The Best Supernatural Stories of H.P. Lovecraft. The World Publishing Company. Cleveland, 1945, 307 pages. Edited and with an introductory note about Lovecraft by August Derleth. Contains 14 of Lovecraft's most popular stories. In the Vault, Pickman's Model, The Rats in the Walls, The Outsider, The Color Out of Space, The Music of Eric Zahn, The Haunter of the Dark, The Picture in the House, The Call of Cthulhu, The Dunwich Horror, Cool Air, The Whisperer in Darkness, The Terrible Old Man, The Thing on the Doorstep. The Dunwich Horror, Bartholomew House, New York, 1945, 186 pages. The Dunwich Horror, The Shadow Out of Time, and The Thing on the Doorstep. The Dunwich Horror and Other Weird Tales, Armed Services Editions, 1945, with an introduction by August Derleth. The Lurker at the Threshold by H.P. Lovecraft and August Derleth. Arkham House, 1945, 196 pages. A short Cthulhu Mythos novel left unfinished by Lovecraft at the time of his death, carefully edited and completed by August Derleth. El que acecha en el umbral by H.P. Lovecraft y August Derleth. Editorial Molino, Buenos Aires, 1946. Translated by Delia Picares. The Lurker at the Threshold by H.P. Lovecraft and August Derleth. Museum Press, London, 1948. The Lurking Fear and Other Stories Avon Book Company, New York, 1948, 223 pages. The title story and 10 others. Something About Cats and Other Pieces, collected by August Derleth, Arkham House, 1949, 306 pages illustrated. A supplement to Marginalia. 5 essays, 3 brief articles which appeared in the conservative Lovecraft's Little Magazine, 6 revisions, notes for The Shadow over Innsmouth, At the Mountains of Madness, and The Shadow Out of Time, 13 verses, 6 memorial articles about Lovecraft, and 2 poems in tribute. The revisions: The Invisible Monster by Sonia H. Green, 4 O'Clock by Sonia H. Green, The Horror in the Burying Ground by Hazel Heald, The Last Test by Adolphe de Castro, Satan's Servants by Robert Bloch. The memorial articles: A Memoir of Lovecraft by Reinhard Kleiner, Howard Phillips Lovecraft by Samuel Loveman, Lovecraft as I Knew Him by Sonia H. Davis, Lovecraft's former wife, Addenda to HPL, a Memoir by August Derleth, Lovecraft's Sensitivity, Lovecraft's Conservative, The Man Who Was Lovecraft by E. Hoffman Price, A Literary Copernicus by Fritz Leiber Jr. The poems: Providence, Two Gentlemen Meet at Midnight by August Derleth, HPL by Vincent Starrett. The Haunter of the Dark and Other Tales of Terror. Victor Gollancz Limited, London, 1951. Introduction by August Derleth. The Case of Charles Dexter Ward. Victor Gollancz Limited, London, 1952. At the Mountains of Madness. Victor Gollancz Limited, London, 1952 or 1953. Includes also The Shadow Out of Time. Fungi from Yugoth. Arkham House, 1952. Lovecraft's Collected Poems. Anthologies. You'll Need a Nightlight, selected by Christine Campbell Thompson, Selwyn and Blunt Limited, London, 1927. The Horror at Red Hook. By Daylight Only, selected by Christine Campbell Thompson, Selwyn and Blunt Limited, London, 1928. Pickman's Model. Switch on the Light, selected by Christine Campbell Thompson, Selwyn and Blunt Limited, London, 1928. The Rats in the Walls. Not at Night, edited and with an introduction by Herbert Asbury, Macy Macius, The Vanguard Press, New York, 1928. The Horror at Red Hook. Beware After Dark, selected and with an introduction by T. Everett Hare, The Macaulay Company, New York, 1929. The Call of Cthulhu. Creeps by Night, selected by Dashiell Hammett, The John Day Company, New York, 1931. The music of Eric Zahn. The Other Worlds, subsequently reprinted as 25 Modern Tales of Mystery and Imagination. Edited and with an introduction by Phil Stong, Wilfred Funk Incorporated, New York, 1941. In the Vault. Great Tales of Terror and the Supernatural, edited by Herbert A. Wise and Phyllis Fraser, Random House, New York, 1944. The Rats in the Walls and the Dunwich Horror. Sleep No More, edited and with a foreword by August Derleth, Farrar and Reinhardt, New York, 1944. The Rats in the Walls, also a revision, The Horror in the Burying Ground by Hazel Heald. Sleep No More, edited and with a foreword by August Derleth, Armed Services Editions, 1944. Portable Novels of Science, edited by Donald A. Wollheim, The Viking Press, New York, 1945. The Shadow Out of Time. Who Knocks, edited and with a foreword by August Derleth, Farrar and Reinhardt, New York, 1945. The Shunned House. And The Darkness Falls, edited by Boris Karloff, World Publishing Company, Cleveland, 1946. The Thing on the Doorstep. Avon Ghost Reader, edited by Herbert Williams. Avon Publishing Company, New York, 1946. The Dunwich Horror. The Complete Murder Sampler, edited by James Nelson. The Crime Club, Doubleday and Company, New York, 1946. The Outsider. Terror at Night, edited by Herbert Williams. Avon Publishing Company, New York, 1947. The Haunter of the Dark. Tales of the Undead, collected by Eleanor Blaisdell. Crowell, New York, 1947. The Tomb. The Night Side, Masterpieces of the Strange and Terrible, edited and with a foreword by August Derleth. Reinhardt and Company, New York, 1947. The Color Out of Space. The Sleeping and the Dead, edited by August Derleth. Pellegrini and Cudahy, New York, 1947. The Dreams in the Witch House. Dark of the Moon, Poems of Fantasy and the Macabre, edited by August Derleth. Arkham House, 1947. Contains the 36 sonnets comprising fungi from Yuggoth, plus the long poem, Psychopompos, and 2 short poems, The Messenger and The Ancient Track. Strange Ports of Call, edited by August Derleth. Pellegrini and Cudahy, New York, 1948. At the Mountains of Madness. The Other Side of the Moon, edited by August Derleth. Pellegrini and Cudahy, New York, 1949. Beyond the Wall of Sleep. Unseen Wings, an anthology of poetry. Compiled by Stanton A. Koblenz. Beechhurst Press, New York, 1949. Continuity and a Memory. In the Grip of Terror, edited by Groff Conklin. Permabook, Doubleday and Company, New York, 1951. In the Vault. Night's Yawning Peal, edited by August Derleth. Pellegrini and Cudahy, New York, 1952. An Arkham House book. The Case of Charles Dexter Ward. Stories by H.P. Lovecraft, which appeared in Weird Tales. Dagon, October 1923. The Picture in the House, January 1924. The Hound, February 1924. The Rats in the Walls, March 1924. Arthur German, The White Ape, April 1924. Hypnos, May 1924. Imprisoned with the Pharaohs, as by Houdini, May, June, July 1924. The Festival, January 1925. The Statement of Randolph Carter, February 1925. The Music of Eric Zahn, May 1925. The Unnameable, July 1925. The Temple, September 1925. The Tomb, January 1926. The Cats of Ulthar, February 1926. The Outsider, April 1926. The Lurking Fear, June 1926. The Moonbog, June 1926. The Terrible Old Man, August 1926. He, September 1926. The Horror at Red Hook, January 1927. The White Ship, March 1927. Pickman's Model, October 1927. The Call of Cthulhu, February 1928. The Silver Key, January 1929. The Dunwich Horror, April 1929. The Whisperer in Darkness, August 1931. The Strange High House in the Mist, October 1931. In the Vault, April 1932. The Dreams in the Witch House, July 1933. Through the Gates of the Silver Key, July 1934, with E. Hoffman Price. The Haunter of the Dark, December 1936. The Thing on the Doorstep, January 1937. Psychopompos, September 1937. The Shunned House, October 1937. Polaris, December 1937. From Beyond, February 1938. Beyond the Wall of Sleep, March 1938. The Doom That Came to Sarnath, June 1938. Footnote. Reprinted from another magazine. See following list. End footnote. The Tree, August 1938. The Other Gods, October 1938. The Nameless City, November 1938. The Quest of Iranon, March 1939. The Evil Clergyman, April 1939. Cellophase, June-July 1939. Cool Air, September 1939. In the Walls of Eryx, October 1939, with Kenneth Sterling. The Case of Charles Dexter Ward, May through July 1941, abridged version. The Shadow over Innsmouth, January 1942. Herbert West Reanimator, March, July, September, November 1942, September and November of 1943. Except in a few instances where stories were reprinted from another magazine, these are all original publication dates. Lovecraft's stories have been and continue to be reprinted in Weird Tales, Famous Fantastic Mysteries, and other magazines. Reprinted from another magazine, see following list. Herbert West Reanimator, 6-part serial, Homebrew, 1922. The Lurking Fear, Homebrew, January, February, March, and April of 1923. The Color Out of Space, Amazing Stories, September 1927. Cool Air, Tales of Magic and Mystery, March 1928. Cellophase, Marvel Tales, May 1934. The Doom That Came to Sarnath, Marvel Tales, March and April of 1935. At the Mountains of Madness, Astounding Stories, February, March, and April of 1936. The Shadow Out of Time, Astounding Stories, June 1936. The Dream Quest of Unknown Kadath, The Arkham Sampler, 1948. Books about Lovecraft. H.P.L., A Memoir, by August Derleth. Ben Abramson, New York, 1945, 122 pages. An excellent introduction to Lovecraft both as man and artist. The book's appendix includes some early Lovecraft work, notably The Cats of Ulthar and The Festival. The volume also contains a detailed Lovecraft bibliography complete to 1945. In Memoriam, Howard Phillips Lovecraft, Recollections, Appreciations, Estimates, by W. Paul Cook. Driftwind Press, North Montpelier, Vermont, 1941, 75 pages. An edition of 94 copies net. Lovecraft and Benefit Street, by Dorothy Charlotte Walter, North Montpelier, Vermont, 1943, 14 pages. Reprinted from The Ghost for spring of 1943 by W. Paul Cook at the Driftwood Press, North Montpelier, Vermont, USA. Howard Phillips Lovecraft, A Self-Portrait, by James Warren Thomas. Thesis, A.M., Brown University, 1950, unpublished. Rhode Island on Lovecraft, edited by Donald M. Grant and Thomas P. Hadley. Grant Hadley, Providence, 1945, 26 pages. 5 essays on Lovecraft by residents of Providence. Lovecraft's Conservative. The Conservative, an amateur magazine published by Lovecraft, achieved 13 issues, appearing at irregular intervals from April 1915 to July 1923. The Conservative was intended primarily for circulation among members of the United Amateur Press Association. Number 1, April 1915. Number 2, July 1915. Number 3, October 1915. Number 4, January 1916. Volume 2, Number 1, April 1916. Volume 2, Number 2, July 1916. Volume 2, Number 3, October 1916. Volume 2, Number 4, January 1917. Volume 3, Number 1, July 1917. Volume 4, Number 1, July 1918. Volume 5, Number 1, July 1919. Number 12, March 1923. Number 13, July 1923. Pseudonyms used by Lovecraft: Humphrey Littlewhite, Ward Phillips, Richard Raleigh, Edgar Softly, Augustus T. Swift, Louis Theobald, Jr., Albert Frederick Willie. In preparation. Selected Letters, Arkham House, 1950 blank. What Dreams May Come, edited by August Derleth. Pellegrini and Cudahy, New York, 1953. From Beyond. Amateur and Little magazines in which Lovecraft published: The Acolyte, The American Amateur, The Brooklynite, The Californian, Causerie, The Coyote, The Credential, The Fantasy Fan, L'Alouette, The National Amateur, The Oracle, Owashtanong, Pegasus, The Phantograph, The Philosopher, Pinecones, Planeteer, The Rainbow, The Recluse, Scat, Science Fantasy Correspondent, Stars, Tesseract, The Tryout, The United Amateur, The United Cooperative, The Vagrant, The Voice from the Mountain. Not a complete list. Many of these are analyzed in an article entitled Lovecraft's Amateur Press Works by George T. Wetzel, which appeared in Destiny, Summer-Fall 1951, an amateur magazine published by Malcolm Willits, 11848 S.E. Powell Boulevard, Portland 15, Oregon. Note: this bibliography is a direct outgrowth of my earlier, private printed, select bibliography of H.P. Lovecraft. It contains most of the information which was not included in that original checklist. A complete list of the short stories, all the anthologies, additional titles, and other pertinent items of interest. Also, many of the annotations which appeared in the earlier checklist have herein been revised and enlarged. I am immensely indebted to August Derleth for his enthusiastic and wholehearted assistance. He has supplied me with much vital information which it would have been virtually impossible for me to obtain unaided. While busy with his own work, he took time out to read the original manuscript of the bibliography and to point out important corrections and additions. Also, I wish to extend wholehearted thanks to Miss MaryAnn Brown, in charge, Special Collections, Brown University Library, for her kindness in listing and describing various Lovecraft items at Brown which are under her care. Without her generous contributions of both patience and time, most of these items would probably have remained inaccessible to me. I am solely responsible, however, for any errors which may come to light. J.P.B. End of H.P. Lovecraft, A Bibliography, by Joseph Payne Brennan.
Excerpts from Key and Guide to Native Trees, Shrubs, and Woody Vines of Dallas County. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Key and Guide to Native Trees, Shrubs, and Woody Vines of Dallas County by Norma Stillwell. Guide to Native Woody Plants of Dallas County. Pine Family. 201. Red Cedar. Juniperus virginiana Linnaeus. Abundant tree of medium height. Habitat, all soils, especially limestone hills in southwestern part of county. Leaves, small, thick, scale-like or like short needles. Bark, thin, reddish-brown, shreddy, inner layers yellowish-brown. Twigs, of young shoots bear the sharper pointed leaves. Flowers, dioecious in February or March. Staminate, minute, numerous, rusty. Pistillate, purplish, inconspicuous. Fruit, light blue, spherical, a 1/4 inch diameter. Wood, reddish at heart, sapwood light, used for cedar chests, rustic work, and fence posts. For the last, inferior only to bodark, as it is very lasting in contact with the soil. 202. Mountain Cedar, Juniperus mexicana, Sprungel. Rare tree, except at Camp Wisdom and vicinity. Habitat, dry uplands, this about its eastern limit, but abundant westward. Leaves, similar to red cedar. Inner bark, darker brown than on red cedar. Fruit, larger and darker than red cedar, purplish. Wood, light brown, hard and close-grained but weak, used for fuel, fence posts, poles, and landscape planning. Palm Family. 203. Dwarf palmetto, sable, minor, pursoon. Low shrub of the river bottom, rare. Leaves 15 to 20 inches long, spreading, band-shaped, from an underground stem. Browsed by cattle and mostly destroyed when Bodark Island was cleared for cultivation. Flowers, whitish, small, from a slightly branched central stalk. Fruit, black, spherical, smooth, dry, about a 1/4 inch across. Lily Family. 204. Greenbrier, Smilax bona nox Linnaeus. Abundant vine, locally called stretchberry, sawbriar, catbriar. Habitat, woodlands and thickets, becoming especially obnoxious in heavily pastured woodlands. Leaves, 1½ inch to 4½ inches long, a 1/2 inch to 3 inches wide, alternate, oval, or somewhat heart-shaped, margins entire, smooth, thick, shining, many remaining green and some mottled with brown in winter. All primary veins running lengthwise of leaf. Stems, long, evergreen, often very prickly, climbing by tendrils. Flowers, small, inconspicuous, yellowish or greenish, dioecious, in umbels, 6 petals. Fruit, black, shining, or covered with a bloom, round or nearly so, size of small peas. This vine's greatest virtue seems to be that it offers food and shelter to the birds. 205. Yucca, beargrass, Spanish dagger, yucca species. More than one species in the county, abundant in meadows and along roadsides. Leaves, grass-like but large, thick and tough, in rosettes, often with white threads on margins, sharp-pointed. Woody stem, very short in our species. Flowers, greenish-white or creamy, many along a central stalk, 2 or 3 feet tall. Each cupped flower about an inch or 2 long, fertilized by a small white moth which lays its egg inside. Fruit, a short, thick, cylindrical pod containing layers of flat black seeds. Willow family. 206. Willow, Salix nigra marsh. The black willow is probably the only native species growing in the county. The weeping willow, Salix babylonica, has not been observed growing in the county except where planted. Willows grow close to water or in low ground, are very common, and grow very rapidly where they have an abundant supply of water. Very valuable in checking soil erosion as their roots help to hold the soil in place. Leaves, simple, alternate, 3 to 6 inches long, 1/8 inch to 3/4 inch wide, acuminate with fine incurved serrations. Bark, rough, shaggy on old trees, usually light brown. Twigs, conspicuously yellowish, orange in winter, smooth or glossy, very slender. Flowers, in catkins, yellowish, dioecious. Fruit, cottony covered seeds. Wood, soft, light, weak, used for a special charcoal in manufacturing gunpowder, some species for artificial limbs. 207. Cottonwood, Populus deltoides, variety Virginiana, Sudworth. Common large tree, also called Carolina poplar. Habitat, prefers lowlands and stream banks, although will grow in dry soil. Leaves, simple, alternate, 3 to 5 inches each way, commonly glossy on both sides, broad and straight across at the base, coarsely toothed or crenate, stems flattened. Bark, thick, light gray, deeply furrowed on trunks to smooth and yellowish green on branches. Twigs, stout, greenish yellow to pale gray, smooth. Lenticels large, pale, lengthwise. Buds large. Scales very sticky, resinous. Flowers, staminate, are red catkins. Pistillate, greenish yellow, dioecious. Fruit, cottony covered seeds. Wood, soft, lightweight, warps easily, but cheap because of rapid growth of tree. New methods of rapid kiln drying have lessened warping. Walnut family. 208. Black walnut, Juglans nigra lineus, tree, common in rich bottomlands. Leaves, alternate, pinnately compound, 1 to 2 feet long, 15 to 23 leaflets, each about 3 inches long, tapering and toothed, with a characteristic odor when crushed. Bark, thick, dark, rough. Twigs have dark chambered pith shown by splitting lengthwise through center. Flowers, greenish, male in catkins, female inconspicuous, both kinds on the same tree. Fruit, green to black husk, does not split, round. Shell rough, very hard, dark, nut rich and sweet. Wood, hard, strong, rich brown color, very valuable for gunstocks, furniture, etc. 209. Pecan, Caria pecan, Engler and Grebner. Abundant, the state tree. Habitat: rich bottomlands preferred. Leaves: similar to black walnut, but average fewer leaflets, 9 to 17. Twigs: do not have dark chambered pith. Bark: somewhat variable in appearance, but generally lighter in color than walnut, and not as flaky as soapberry, both of which it resembles. Fruit: very valuable crop in Texas. Many cultivated varieties tending toward larger size of nuts and thinner shell. Wood: not valuable, hard, but brittle and not strong. 210. Bitter pecan, Caria texana, Schnabel. Rare tree of low woodlands. The nuts are four-angled and the seeds bitter. Wood tough and strong. 211. Hickory, Caria bucklei, Durand. Uncommon in this county. Observed in sandy woods. Leaves: pinnately compound, of 5 to 9 leaflets. The terminal 4 to 6 inches long, 2 to 2 1/4 inches wide, twice as large as the lowest, obovate and tapering at each end. Bark: dark, rough, close. Fruit: resembles pecan but broader. Shell thick, somewhat wrinkled, light in color. Seed sweet. Wood: hard, brittle, little used except for fuel. Beech family. White oak group. Fruit requires 1 year to mature. Leaves without sharp points to lobes, except chinquapin oak leaves. Bark: usually lighter gray than on black or red oaks. 212. Post oak, Quercus stellata, Wong. Most abundant tree of dry, sandy upland woods. Leaves: 3 to 5 inches long, with 5 rounded lobes, wider toward the outer end, like bur oak, but smaller. Dead leaves often cling in winter, especially on young trees. Flowers, as in other oaks, male in catkins, female inconspicuous, both kinds on same tree. Fruit: an oval acorn, 1/2 to 1 inch long, in a rather shallow cup. Bark: rough, with deep grooves. Twigs: very fuzzy when young. Wood: hard, durable in soil, but difficult to season. Used mainly for fuel, fence posts, and cross ties. 213. Scrub oak, or dwarf post oak, probably a variety of Quercus stellata. Habitat: on limestone hills where common. Leaves: similar to post oak, but less than 3 inches long and less deeply lobed. Bark: thin, light gray, with loose scales. Sometimes attains tree size, though usually shrubby and growing in dense thickets, typically not over 20 feet high. 214. Bur oak, or mossy cup oak, Quercus macrocarpa, Michaud. Common large tree of lowlands. Heavy, thick branches make it the sturdiest looking of our oaks. Leaves: 6 to 12 inches long, deeply 5 to 7 lobed, with the lobes rounded and larger toward the tip, upper lobe largest, and wavy margined or shallowly lobed. Acorns: large, 2 inches or more in diameter. The cup usually deep and heavily fringed. Wood: for cabinet making and all sorts of construction, shipbuilding, etc. 215. Swamp chestnut oak, or basket oak, Quercus prinus Linnaeus. Habitat: rich bottomlands, not common. Leaves: obovate, margins deeply wavy or with small, regularly rounded notches, downy beneath, 3 to 8 inches long. Bark: light gray with broad flakes. Acorns: about 1.5 inches long by 1 inch wide, shiny brown with a shallow cup, eaten by cows, cow oak. Wood, used for lumber, veneer, cooperage, wheels, implements, and baskets. 216. Chinkapin oak or chestnut oak, Quercus muhlenbergii Engelmann. Habitat: various, prefers limestone soil, common. Leaves: similar to preceding species, but more sharply notched. Bark: thick, usually silvery gray, large loose scales on surface. Acorns: smaller than preceding, and have very short stems. Branches: typically fewer, larger, and more irregular than preceding. Wood: hard, strong, close-grained, durable, used for cooperage, furniture, crossties, fuel. 217. Water oak, duck oak, or pin oak, Quercus nigra lineus. Habitat: low, sandy land, rare. Leaves: usually about 2.5 inches long and 1.5 wide, narrow toward base, usually broader toward tip. Shallowly lobed toward tip or entire, smooth and dark green above, tardily deciduous. Bark: rather smooth, reddish-brown. Fruit: acorns, usually solitary, very short-stalked, light brown, 1/2 to 2/3 inches long. Wood: heavy, hard, strong, little used except for fuel and cross ties. 218. Blackjack oak, Quercus marilandica Munch. Habitat: dry upland woods, sandy soil, with post oaks where few other trees grow, common. Leaves: 4 to 10 inches long, very wide at tip, narrow toward base, only very shallowly lobed. Dark above, leathery. Dead leaves often clinging to young trees in winter. Bark: rough, dark, broken into small hard flakes. Fruit: an acorn about 3/4 inch long, with a cup enclosing about half the nut, which is yellowish-brown and often striped. Wood: heavy, hard, and strong, but little used except as fuel. 219. Red oak, Quercus species. Several species of red oak are not easily distinguished except by specialists, and the problem is complicated by the fact that many species interbreed readily, thus producing many variations from the typical forms. Probably Quercus schumardii, variety Schnecki, is the most common red oak around Dallas. The leaves are similar in shape to the black oak, but are thinner and lack the prominent rusty hairs in the forks of the veins. Lobes are usually from 5 to 7 and vary greatly as to length and width. The Texas red oak, Quercus texana Buckley, is a closely related smaller tree of dry uplands. The Spanish oak, Quercus rubra lineus, is another red oak of dry uplands. It is easily recognized when the leaves assume one typical form, which is narrow and rounded at the base, with the 3 or more narrow lobes occurring near the tip. For more complete descriptions of these trees, the reader is referred to the latest edition of Sargent's Manual of the Trees of North America. Nettle family. 220. Red or slippery elm, Ulmus fulva Michaud. Habitat: principally in rich soil on low hillsides or stream banks, a common tree. Leaves: doubly toothed, unequal at the base, 3 to 7 inches long, rough on both sides. Twigs: somewhat mucilaginous or slippery when chewed. Buds covered with rusty hairs. Inner bark very mucilaginous, used in medicine. Outer bark grayish-brown with flat ridges. Flowers small, inconspicuous, appearing very early in spring before the leaves. In clusters, each flower on a long drooping stalk. Fruit green-winged seeds, disc-shaped, notched at tip but without incurved tips. Wood close-grained, tough, heavy, hard, used for fence posts, cross ties, implements, ribs for small boats, etc. 221. White or American elm, Ulmus americana Linnaeus. Habitat similar to red elm, less common. Leaves similar except usually rather smooth above and downy below. Veins prominent below and parallel from mid-rib to leaf edge. Twigs brownish and smoother. Buds without rusty hairs, not or very slightly mucilaginous. Cross-section of bark shows alternate layers of brown and white. Surface dark gray with irregular flat-topped ridges. Flowers very short-stalked. Seed wings notched with incurving tips. Wood hard, strong, tough, difficult to split, coarse-grained, used for wheel hubs, saddle trees, floors, boats. 222. Cedar elm, Ulmus crassifolia, Nuttall. Habitat varied, our most abundant elm, resist drought and root rot, hence recommended as a shade tree. Leaves 1 to 2 inches long, usually blunt-tipped. Young twigs, reddish and slightly downy, sometimes have corky wings. Flowers and fruit, in late summer and early autumn. Branches, relatively short and numerous, making dense shade in spite of small size of leaves. Wood, brittle, sometimes used for hubs, furniture, and fencing, mostly for fuel and charcoal. 223. Winged elm, Ulmus alata Michaud. Usually found on low, sandy land, not common. Leaves 1.5 to 3 inches long, pointed at the tip. Twigs, usually with many broad, corky wings, though sometimes absent. Flowers in spring. Wood similar to other elms. 224. Rough-leaved hackberry, Celtis occidentalis, variety crassifolia, gray. Habitat varied, more common on rich soil. Leaves ovate, toothed at least toward the long point, 2 to 4 inches long. Fruit a roundish dark purple berry, ripening in early fall, often clinging to the tree through the winter and forming a popular food for many birds, about 1/4 inch in diameter. Bark of trunk usually conspicuous with its characteristic warty projections. Wood heavy but soft and weak, decays rapidly when exposed, little used except for fuel. The characteristic brown gall on the twigs is almost a mark of recognition in winter, when trees are too small to show the typical warty bark. 225. Southern hackberry, Celtis laevigata, Wildenau. Less common than previous species, distinguished by the smooth margins of the slightly longer and narrower leaves, and by the orange or yellowish color of the fruit. Both trees are widely planted for shade, as they are resistant to root rot. 226. Bodark or Osage orange, Maclura palmifera, Schnabel, also called horse apple, abundant in rich bottomland. Leaves entire, dark green and glossy, oval, pointed at tip, 3 to 5 inches long. The yellowish-brown bark distinguishes it from any other thorny tree, contains tannin, and that of root a yellow dye. Flowers, monoecious, the female in a rounded ball, male in an elongated cluster. Fruit resembles a very rough, large, bright green-orange. Wood, bright orange in color, most durable in contact with the soil, used principally for posts. 227. Red mulberry, Morus rubra Linnaeus, common in rich lowlands, often in the shade of larger trees. Leaves 3 to 5 inches long, or rarely much larger in dense shade. Toothed, ovate, pointed at tip, rounded or heart-shaped at base. On young trees, often mitten-shaped, or deeply and variously lobed, rough above. Flowers, monoecious or dioecious, in drooping catkins, the female shorter. Fruit, red to black, resembles blackberry, ripens through May, very attractive to many birds, especially the migrating thrushes. Bark, thin, dark, grayish-brown, breaking into long scales. Twigs, slender, somewhat zigzag with milky juice. Wood, light, soft, weak, used for fence posts, cooperage, and boat building. Birthwort family. 228. Woolly pipe vine, Aristolochia tomentosa Sims, or Dutchman's pipe. Habitat, low, rich woods, not abundant. Leaves, large, round, heart-shaped, downy, soft, margins entire. Stems, slender, very high climbing. Flowers, tube, U-curved like a Dutchman's pipe, with lobes turned back. Small, yellowish, inconspicuous flowers, not to be confused with the leather flower, Viorna, which is also sometimes called pipevine. Viorna has 4 thick, leathery, purplish petals, shaped like the bowl of a pipe. Fruit, many flat, black, shiny, pie-shaped seeds, packed in a 6-angled, cylindrical seed case, about 1 to 2 inches in diameter and 2 to 3 inches long. A closely related cultivated vine is often planted where a dense screen is desired. Moonseed family. 229. Carolina moonseed, Cocculus carolinus Linnaeus, de Candolle, also called wild sarsaparilla or coral vine. Habitat, hedgerows and thickets, edges of woods, a common vine. Leaves, variable, oval to slightly heart-shaped, usually blunt or rounded at the tip, usually about 2 or 3 inches long. Stems, slender, green, and somewhat fuzzy when young. Flowers, dioecious, small, greenish, 6-parted. Fruits, size of small peas, soft, scarlet, one-seeded, in small, dense clusters, very decorative in winter and excellent bird attraction. 230. Canada moonseed, Menispermum canadense, Linnaeus. Very rare vine of low woods. Stems, 6 to 12 feet long. Leaves, 3 to 7 angled or shallowly lobed, broader than long. 4 inches or much more. Flowers, small, white, 6 to 8 petals, 12 to 24 stamens. Fruit, black with a bloom, resembling small grapes. Seed spirally curved. Plane tree family, 231. Sycamore or buttonwood. Platanus occidentalis lineus. A common tree along stream banks and in low woods, often the largest tree in its locality as it grows rapidly. Bark, thin, smooth, greenish-gray, flaking off in large patches and exposing the underbark, which is whitish like that on limbs, especially conspicuous in winter woods. Leaves, 4 to 7 inches long and about as broad, very coarsely toothed, often shallowly 3 or 5 lobed, light green above, paler below. Twigs, slender, rather shiny and zigzag. Bud with a single cap-like scale enclosed by the base of the leaf stalk. Fruit, a compact ball about 1 inch across, remaining on its drooping stem all winter, composed of many seeds, which separate and are blown away in spring. Often planted as street tree because of rapid growth and resistance to drought, but the large leaves and flaking bark cause unsightly litter. Wood, coarse-grained, hard, not strong, heavy, hard to split, used for butcher's blocks, furniture, interior trim, and tobacco boxes. Rose family, 232. Red haw or hawthorn, Crataegus species, probably about 4 species in the county. 3 are easily distinguished by the shapes of the leaves and the size of the fruits. A. Leaves, very woolly when young, broad near base and nearly as broad as long. Doubly toothed and often shallowly lobed, especially susceptible to the cedar rust. Fruit, red, resembling large rose hips, edible, mealy, about 3/4 inch across, ripening in September and falling early. Grows in the vicinity of White Rock Creek and Lake. Leaves and flowers in early April. B. Leaves, usually obovate, tapering at base and somewhat blunt at tip. Darker and smoother than A. Fruit, about 1/2 inch or less across, ripening October or November, clinging late into winter. Flowers and leaves both smaller and appearing later than A. Same region. C. Leaves, deeply and sharply cut. Fruit, 1/4 inch or less across, many in a drooping cluster. River bottoms in southeastern part of county. A 4th species is distinctive for its loose, flaky bark. Wood, tough and hard, but all trees in this region too small to be of commercial importance. 233. Prairie rose, Rosa setigera, Michaud. Rare, climbing or trailing, vine-like shrub of low sandy land. Leaves, compound leaflets, mostly 3 or 5. Stems, green with stout scattered prickles, sometimes 20 feet long, usually much less. Flowers, bright pink, styles united into a column. Fruit, rounded, red in autumn, nearly 1/2 inch in diameter. 234. Pasture rose, Rosa foliolosa, Nuttall. A common, very low shrub. Habitat, meadows, roadsides, open woods, White Rock Lake, etc. Flowers, white or pale pink, solitary, sweet-scented. Stem, 6 to 12 inches tall, reddish, slender, with few prickles. Fruits, red, haw-like in fall and winter. Leaves, pinnately compound, small leaflets, 7 to 11, red in autumn or green and tardily deciduous. 235. Dewberry, Rubus trivialis, abundant trailing shrub of woods, roadsides, thickets, and ditches. Leaves, compound, 3 to 5 leaflets, rose-like, evergreen or nearly so. Stems, green, prickly, usually lying on the ground, several feet long. Flowers, white, 5 petals, like small single roses. Fruit, black, many-seeded, juicy, ripe April to May, popular with birds, boys, and redbugs. 236. Wild black cherry, Prunus serotina, Ehrhart, a rare small tree observed in low sandy woods. Leaves, oval or longer, pointed at tip, finely serrate, dark red glands at base, glossy above, paler below, 2 to 6 inches long. Flowers in grape-like clusters, drooping, white, in late March. Fruit resembling small grapes, bitter but edible. Bark of branches and young trunks, glossy, reddish-brown, marked with white horizontal lines. Finally becomes rough and broken into irregular plates. Wood is second in value only to black walnut, reddish-brown, fine-grained, used for furniture and interiors. Fruit, used to flavor rum, the bark in medicines. 237. Wild plum, Prunus mexicana, Sereno, Watson. Common tree in woodlands, especially in low, rich ground. Leaves, oval, finely toothed, 2 to 3 inches long, downy or smooth, but not shiny. Flowers, white, sweet-scented, in February and March. Fruit, oval, about 1 inch diameter, red with a bloom, makes a delicious tart jelly. Different trees ripen from August into October. Winter, twigs, smooth, dark purplish, the smaller ones often thorny-tipped. Bark, smooth on branches but peeling, finally rough and dark gray. 238. Dwarf plum, Prunus angustifolia, variety, varians, white and hedrick. A shrub, often flowering when 1 or 2 feet high, rarely a very small tree, common on dry hillsides, meadows, and fence rows, often forming thickets. Leaves, slightly narrower than those of the tree plum, smooth or shiny above, often tending to fold together lengthwise. Flowers, small, white, in March. Fruit, about a 1/2 inch in diameter, bright red, ripe in midsummer. Twigs, very glossy and dark reddish purple with sharp thorns. 239. Peach, Prunus persica Linnaeus, Siebold and Zuccherini. An uncommon escape from cultivation, growing readily from seeds along roadsides, etc. These trees usually bear small, hard, flavorless fruit, but may be used as parent stock on which to graft desirable cultivated varieties. Flowers, showy, pink. Pea family. 240. Mesquite, Prosopis glandulosa, Torrey. An abundant small tree with a short trunk and open spreading crown. Habitat: hilly pastures west of the Trinity River. Flowers: tiny yellow in catkins, blooming about May 1st, and often again after summer rains. Pods: 4 to 9 inches long, somewhat constricted between the seeds, containing a sweet pulp as well as 10 to 20 seeds, valuable as food for livestock. Leaves: twice pinnately compound, alternate, 8 to 10 inches long, composed of 1 or 2 pairs of primary divisions, each bearing 12 to 20 leaflets, usually much less than 2 inches long. Twigs have spines, usually in pairs at the leaf axils. Wood: heavy, hard, close-grained, durable in soil, used for fence posts, underpinnings of buildings, and fuel. The roots are large and heavy, giving rise to the saying that West Texans dig for their wood. 241. Redbud, Cercis canadensis Linnaeus. A medium or small tree, common in woodlands. Leaves: heart-shaped or truncate at base, and blunt or slender-pointed at tip, 3 to 5 inches long and wide. Smooth above, margin entire. Twigs: smooth, dark, reddish-brown, slender. Bark: of larger trunks, finely divided into long, narrow plates, the surface separating into thin scales. Flowers: pea-shaped, pink with a red calyx, 1/2 inch long, in clusters close to the branches and sometimes even down on the trunk. Fruit: reddish-brown pods, 2 to 4 inches long, about 1/2 inch wide, flattened, often persistent into winter. Wood: dark brown, hard but weak, not valued commercially. The tree is common in cultivation because of its attractive early blooming flowers. It is easily grown from seed. 242. Redbud, Cercis reniformis Angler. A small tree or tall shrub of limestone ridges southwest of Dallas. Leaves: kidney-shaped, not pointed, generally more glossy above than Cercis canadensis, mountain redbud. 243. Honey locust, Gladitia triacanthos Linnaeus. A very thorny tree, common in a variety of soils. Leaves: some once pinnately compound, and some twice, both kinds on the same tree. Leaflets numerous, 1 to 1.5 inches long and 1/2 inch wide, nearly entire, turning yellow in autumn. Twigs: slender, shining, usually reddish-brown, distinctive for the large pronged thorns which they bear in the second year and retain for many years. Bark: of trunk becoming rough, its broad ridges with thick recurved edges, highly variable as to the number of thorns retained. Flowers: tiny, yellow, in catkins, very sweet-scented. Fruit: flat, reddish-brown pods, 10 to 18 inches long, usually twisted, containing a sweetish pulp between the hard seeds. They are widely scattered by many animals which relish the pulp but fail to digest the seeds. Wood: hard, strong, coarse-grained, durable in the soil, bright red-brown, used for fence posts, wheel hubs, and in construction. This tree is very resistant to drought, but gives scanty shade and causes much litter. 244. Eve's necklace, Sophora affinis, Tory and gray, a small, slender tree becoming almost vine-like when crowded by other trees. Common on stream borders, limestone hills, or prairie ravines. Leaves, pinnately compound of 13 to 19 pointed or blunt leaflets, about 1.5 inch long and 1 inch wide, with entire or slightly wavy margins. Twigs, dull or glossy green, becoming mottled with gray, sometimes zigzag. Bark, thin, gray, finally breaking into many loose, oblong scales. Flowers, 1/2 inch long, white to lavender rose in drooping clusters, pea-shaped. Fruit, dull black pods, 1 to 4 inches long, tightly constricted between the seeds, often clinging to the tree with the flowers of the following spring. Wood, light red with 10 or 12 layers of bright yellow sapwood, heavy, hard, and strong, but too small to be of commercial importance. This little tree is native only to eastern and central Texas and the borders of adjacent states. 245. River locust, Amorpha fruticassa lineus, or false indigo. A tall shrub, fairly common in low, moist ground, more common in sun than shade. Leaves, pinnately compound, of 9 to 25 leaflets, oblong or elliptical, 1/2 to 1.5 inches long, gland dotted. Flowers, in dense erect clusters, each floret consisting of one dark purple petal wrapped around the 10 gold-tipped stamens and the style. Fruit, pods about 1/4 inch long, heavily dotted with amber-colored glands. Rue family, 246. Prickly ash, Xanthoxylum clava herculis, Linnaeus, also called tear blanket or toothache tree, a rather small tree common in rich lowlands, of its largest size on the rich interval lands of the streams flowing into the Trinity River. Leaves, pinnately compound of 3 to 9 pairs of leaflets, usually ovate with acute or acuminate tips, 1 to 2.5 inches long, shiny above, dull beneath, margins crenate, serrate, aromatic and tingling spicy, as are the fruit and bark. Twigs have scattered hooked spines, often black on young shoots. Bark, smooth bluish-gray, conspicuous for its corky, cone-shaped knobs, which are sometimes still tipped with sharp spines. Bark of root is especially stimulating and tonic, used by Negroes for toothache and rheumatism. Flowers, small, white or greenish, in small cymes, opening after the leaves. Fruit, 1/4 inch long and nearly round, pitted capsules split in early autumn to reveal the shiny black seeds, relished by many birds. Wood, lightweight, close-grained, light brown with yellow sapwood, not valued as much as the bark. 247. Wafer ash, Tilia trifoliata, Linnaeus, or hop tree, a rare small tree or shrub of low woodlands. Leaves, pinnately compound, usually composed of 3, rarely 5 leaflets, 2 to 5 inches long, 1 to 3 wide. The terminal generally larger and more tapering toward the base than the others. Margins entire or finely serrate, dark and shiny above, gland dotted beneath. Twigs, dark, glossy, resembling cherry, winter buds rounded, whitish. Bark, of branches, resembles cherry, dark and shining, but cracks and curls, becoming rough, bitter, tonic. Flowers, greenish-white, compound terminal cymes. In midsummer, disagreeable odor. Fruit, winged seed discs, similar to those of elm, but larger, nearly 1 inch. The drooping clusters conspicuous on winter branches, occasionally used in place of hops in beer brewing. Wood, heavy, hard, and close-grained. Mahogany family, 248, Chinaberry, Mullea azaderica, Linnaeus. A familiar cultivated tree, occasionally escaped from cultivation, a native of China, much planted for shade in the southern states. Sometimes found in remote woods where birds must have dropped the seeds. Leaves, alternate, twice pinnately compound. Dark green above, margins of leaflets often shallowly lobed or wavy. Twigs, thick, upright, dark. Bark, dark, somewhat smooth on branches. Flowers, lavender in large loose clusters on wood of the previous year, scented, in April or May. Fruit, opaque, yellow, size of marbles, remaining into winter. Wood, light and brittle, color resembles mahogany, but the grain is much coarser and does not polish well. Quassia family, 248A. Tree of heaven, Chinese sumac, Ailanthus glandulus, Desfontaines. Several sprouts of this tree were observed in Kessler Park woodlands after this booklet had been set in type. The 1 to 3 foot pinnately compound leaves and very stout twigs are ready marks of identification. Flowers, greenish, in large panicles, the staminate ill-scented. Fruit, winged seeds, rusty-colored. Wood, soft and weak. An escape from cultivation, undesirable because of its numerous root-suckers. Cashew family, 249, smooth sumac, Rus glabra Linnaeus. Abundant tall shrub, in woods or fields. Prefers lowlands, but also common in shallow depressions of uplands. Leaves, pinnately compound, 6 to 12 inches long. Leaflets toothed, dark and smooth above, turning bright scarlet in early autumn. Twigs, smooth reddish-brown or with a whitish bloom. Stout. Buds entirely encircled by leaf stem or scar. Juice milky. Flowers, dioecious, staminate in large, loose clusters of small, creamy flowers. Pistillate, clusters more compact, and soon showing tinge of red. Fruit, dark red, fuzzy, acid skins cover each dry seed. Retain color nearly all winter. May be used to make a substitute for lemonade. Wood, too scanty to be of value. Center pithy. 250. Winged or dwarf sumac. Rus coppolina Linnaeus. A tall shrub, or rarely a small tree, abundant on limestone hills and bluffs. Leaves, pinnately compound, 6 to 8 inches long. Leaflets not or remotely serrate on margins. Leafy wings, a long stem between leaflets. Twigs, slightly pubescent, fuzzy. Buds not entirely encircled by leaf scar. Juice watery. Flowers, similar to Rus glabra, but later in August. Fruit, clusters do not retain their bright color as late. Wood, light and soft greenish-brown. 251. Poison ivy, poison oak, Rhus toxicodendron lineus. An abundant, woody, high-climbing vine, often appearing shrubby when young or in the absence of a support. Preferring woodlands, but also in open places. Leaves, compound, of 3 leaflets, 2 to 5 inches long, coarsely toothed or lobed, or more rarely entire. Bark, noticeable for numerous aerial rootlets on large specimens. Branches, extending at right angles from main stem. Flowers, inconspicuous, whitish. Fruit, white, in small, loose clusters. All parts of the plant very poisonous to the touch. The apparent immunity of some persons may be lost at any time, and those who have suffered previous attacks seem more subject to the poison thereafter. 252. Aromatic or ill-scented sumac, Rhus trilobata, and variety aromatica, or skunk bush, a spreading, low to medium shrub, common in dry upland woods. Leaves, compound, of 3 leaflets, teeth or lobes usually rounded, 1/2 to 1½ inches long. Both plants and opinions vary as to whether leaves are aromatic or ill-scented when crushed. Twigs are noticeable in winter for their cone-shaped buds. Flowers, in March, small, yellow. Fruit, small clusters of red stone fruits covered with white hairs, ripe in midsummer, decorative. Holly family. 253. Swamp holly, Ilex decidua, Walter, or possum haw, a common small tree or shrub thriving best in lowlands, but also grows on dry limestone bluffs. Leaves, 1 to 2 inches long, usually blunt at the tip. Margins with small rounded teeth. Twigs, light gray. The short stems often densely covered with fruit scars, resembling tiny cones, alternate on the branches. Bark, pale gray, often mottled, smooth. Flowers, dioecious, white, very inconspicuous. Fruit, round, scarlet, or orange, close to the branches, singly or few together, on wood of the previous year, often remain through winter. Wood, heavy, close-grained, creamy white. This tree suffers from vandals, especially near Christmas, although not evergreen like its spiny-leaved relative, Ilex opaca, which is grown commercially and is also a native of East Texas. Yaupon, Ilex vomitoria, is another native of East Texas, which resembles our swamp holly even more closely, except that its leaves are evergreen and its fruit more pulpy. Staff tree family. 254. Wahoo, or burning bush, Euonymus atropurpureus Jacquin, a medium to tall shrub or small tree of low woodlands, not very common. Leaves opposite, simple, 2 to 5 inches long, tapering at both ends, finely serrate, light green, and often turning pinkish in autumn. Twigs, green with gray stripes, often more or less four-angled. Bark, smoothish, mottled gray. Flowers, small, very dark red, 4-lobed in May. Fruit, crimson, not more than 1 in each lobe of 4-lobed rosy pod hanging from red thread-like stem in winter. Wood, heavy, hard, and close-grained. The climbing bittersweet native of Oklahoma and East Texas is a member of this family. End of Key and Guide to Native Trees, Shrubs and Woody Vines of Dallas County by Norma Stillwell. Recording by wschmidt, November 13th, 2025.
The Hunchback of Notre Dame, Book 3, Chapter 2, A Bird's Eye View of Paris. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Kaitlyn Vanadestine. The Hunchback of Notre Dame by Victor Hugo. Chapter 2, A Bird's Eye View of Paris. We have just attempted to restore, for the reader's benefit, that admirable church of Notre Dame de Paris. We have briefly pointed out the greater part of the beauties which it possessed in the 15th century, and which it lacks today. But we have omitted the principal thing, the view of Paris, which was then to be obtained from the summits of its towers. That was in fact when, after having long groped one's way up the dark spiral which perpendicularly pierces the thick wall of the belfries, one emerged, at last abruptly, upon one of the lofty platforms inundated with light and air. That was in fact a fine picture which spread out on all sides at once before the eye, a spectacle sui generis, of which those of our readers who have had the good fortune to see a Gothic city entire, complete, homogeneous, a few of which still remain, Nuremberg in Bavaria, and Vittoria in Spain, can readily form an idea, or even smaller specimens, provided that they are well preserved. Viter in Brittany, Nordhausen in Prussia. The Paris of 350 years ago, the Paris of the 15th century, was already a gigantic city. We Parisians generally make a mistake as to the ground which we think that we have gained, since Paris has not increased much over 1/3 since the time of Louis XI. It has certainly lost more in beauty than it has gained in size. Paris had its birth, as the reader knows, in that old island of the city which has the form of a cradle. The strand of that island was its first boundary wall, the Seine its first moat. Paris remained for many centuries in its island state, with two bridges, one on the north, the other on the south, and two bridgeheads, which were at the same time its gates and its fortresses. The Grand Châtelet on the right bank, the Petit Châtelet on the left. Then, from the date of the kings of the first race, Paris, being too cribbed and confined in its island, and unable to return thither, crossed the water. Then, beyond the Grand, beyond the Petit Châtelet, a first circle of walls and towers began to infringe upon the country on the two sides of the Seine. Some vestiges of this ancient enclosure still remain in the last century. Today only the memory of it is left, and here and there a tradition, the Baudet's or Baudoyer Gate, Porta Bagauda. Little by little, the tide of houses, always thrust from the heart of the city outwards, overflows, devours, wears away, and effaces this wall. Philip Augustus makes a new dike for it. He imprisons Paris in a circular chain of great towers, both lofty and solid. For the period of more than a century, the houses press upon each other, accumulate and raise their level in this basin, like water in a reservoir. They begin to deepen, they pile story upon story, they mount upon each other, they gush forth at the top, like all laterally compressed growth, and there is a rivalry as to which shall thrust its head above its neighbors, for the sake of getting a little air. The street glows narrower and deeper, every space is overwhelmed and disappears. The houses finally leap the wall of Philip Augustus and scatter joyfully over the plain, without order and all askew, like runaways. There they plant themselves squarely, cut themselves gardens from the fields, and take their ease. Beginning with 1367, the city spreads to such an extent into the suburbs that a new wall becomes necessary, particularly on the right bank. Charles V. builds it, but a city like Paris is perpetually growing. It is only such cities that become capitals. They are funnels into which all the geographical, political, moral, and intellectual watersheds of a country, all the natural slopes of a people pour. Wells of civilization, so to speak, and also sewers, where commerce, industry, intelligence, population, all that is sap, all that is life, all that is the soul of a nation, filters and amasses unceasingly, drop by drop, century by century. So Charles V.'s wall suffered the fate of that of Philip Augustus. At the end of the 15th century, the Faubourg strides across it, passes beyond it, and runs farther. In the 16th, it seems to retreat visibly, and to bury itself deeper and deeper in the old city, so thick that the new city already became outside of it. Thus, beginning with the 15th century, where our story finds us, Paris had already outgrown the 3 concentric circles of walls which, from the time of Julian the Apostate, existed, so to speak, in germ in the Grand Châtelet and the Petit Châtelet. The mighty city had cracked, in succession, its 4 enclosures of walls, like a child grown too large for his garments of last year. Under Louis XI, this sea of houses was seen to be pierced at intervals by several groups of ruined towers. From the ancient wall, like the summits of hills in an inundation, like archipelagos of the old Paris submerged beneath the new. Since that time, Paris has undergone yet another transformation. Unfortunately for our eyes, but it has passed only one more wall, that of Louis XV, that miserable wall of mud and spittle, worthy of the king who built it, worthy of the poet who sung it. Les murmurant Paris, rend Paris murmurant. In the 15th century, Paris was still divided into 3 wholly distinct and separate towns, each having its own physiognomy, its own specialty, its manners, customs, privileges, and history. The city, the university, the town. The city, which occupied the island, was the most ancient, the smallest, and the mother of the other 2. Crowded in between them like, may we be pardoned the comparison, a little old woman between 2 large and handsome maidens. The university covered the left bank of the Seine, from the Tournelle to the Tour del Nesle, points which correspond in the Paris of today, the one to the wine market, the other to the mint. Its wall included a large part of that plain where Julian had built his hot baths. The hill of Saint Genevieve was enclosed in it. The culminating point of this sweep of walls was the Papal Gate, that is to say, near the present site of the Pantheon. The town, which was the largest of the 3 fragments of Paris, held the right bank. Its quay, broken or interrupted in many places, ran along the Seine. From the Tour de Billy to the Tour de Bois, that is to say, from the place where the granary stands today to the present site of the Tuileries, these 4 points, where the Seine intersected the wall of the capital, the Tournelle and the Tour de Nesle on the right, the Tour de Billy and the Tour de Bois on the left, were called, preeminently, the 4 towers of Paris. The town encroached still more extensively upon the fields than the university. The culminating point of the town wall, that of Charles V., was at the gates of Saint Denis and Saint Martin, whose situation has not been changed. As we have just said, each of these 3 great divisions of Paris was a town, but too special a town to be complete, a city which could not get along without the other 2. Hence 3 entirely distinct aspects. Churches abounded in the city, palaces, in the town and colleges, in the university. Neglecting here the originalities of secondary importance in old Paris and the capricious regulations regarding the public highways, we will say, from a general point of view, taking only masses in the whole group in this chaos of communal jurisdictions, that the island belonged to the bishop, the right bank to the provost of the merchants, the left bank to the rector. Over all ruled the provost of Paris, a royal, not a municipal official. The city had Notre Dame, the town, the Louvre, and the Hôtel de Ville, the university, the Sorbonne. The town had the markets, halls, the city, the hospital, the university, the priau clerks. Offences committed by the scholars on the left bank were tried in the law courts on the island, and were punished on the right bank at Mort Falcon, unless the rector, feeling the university to be strong and the king weak, intervened, for it was the students' privilege to be hanged on their own grounds. The greater part of these privileges, it may be noted in passing, and there were some even better than the above, had been extorted from the kings by revolts and mutinies. It is the course of things from time immemorial. The king only lets go when the people tear away. There is an old charter which puts the matter naively, apropos of fidelity. Civibus fidelitas in regis, quaetamen aliquots seditionibus erupta multa peperit privilegia. In the 15th century, the sign bathed 5 islands within the walls of Paris. Louvieres Island, where there were then trees, and where there is no longer anything but wood. Little Alvacas and Little Notre Dame, both deserted with the exception of one house, both fiefs of the bishop in the 17th century. A single island was formed out of these two, which was built upon and named Little St. Louis. Lastly, the city, and at its point, the little islet of the Cow Tender, which was afterwards engulfed beneath the platform of the Pont Neuf. The city then had 5 bridges, 3 on the right, the Pont Notre Dame, and the Pont au Change of stone, the Pont aux Meuniers of wood, 2 on the left, the Petit Pont of stone, the Pont Saint Michael of wood, all loaded with houses. The university had 6 gates, built by Philip Augustus. There were, beginning with La Tournelle, the Porte Saint Victor, the Porte Bourdelle, the Porte Papel, the Porte Saint Jacques, the Porte Saint Michael, the Porte Saint Germain. The town had 6 gates, built by Charles V. Beginning with the Tour de Billy, they were the Porte Saint Antoine, the Porte du Temple, the Pointe Saint Martin, the Porte Saint Denis, the Porte Montmartre, the Porte Saint Honore. All these gates were strong and also handsome, which does not detract from strength. A large deep moat with a brisk current during the high water of winter bathed the base of the wall round Paris. The Seine furnished the water. At night the gates were shut. The river was barred at both ends of the city with huge iron chains, and Paris slept tranquilly. From a bird's eye view, these 3 burghs, the city, the town, and the university, each presented to the eye an inextricable skein of eccentrically tangled streets. Nevertheless, at first sight, one recognized the fact that these 3 fragments formed but one body. One immediately perceived 3 long parallel streets, unbroken, undisturbed, traversing almost in a straight line all 3 cities, from one end to the other, from north to south, perpendicularly to the Seine, which bound them together, mingled them, and fused them in each other, poured and transfused the people incessantly, from one to the other, and made one out of the 3. The first of these streets ran from the Porte Saint Martin. It was called the Rue Saint Jacques in the university, Rue de la Juiverie in the city, Rue Saint Martin in the town. It crossed the water twice, under the name of the Petit Pont and the Pont Notre Dame. The second, which was called the Rue de la Harpe on the left, Rue de la Barillerie in the island, Rue Saint Denis on the right bank, Pont Saint Michael on one arm of the Seine, Pont au Change on the other, ran from the Porte Saint Michael in the university to the Porte Saint Denis in the town. However, under all these names there were but 2 streets, parent streets, generating streets, the 2 arteries of Paris. All the other veins of the triple city either derived their supply from them or emptied into them. Independently of these 2 principal streets, piercing Paris diametrically in its whole breadth from side to side, common to the entire capital, the city, and the university had also each its own great special street, which ran lengthwise by them, parallel to the sign, cutting as it passed at right angles the two arterial thoroughfares. Thus in the town one descended in a straight line from the Port Saint Antoine to the Port Saint Honore, in the university from the Port Saint Victor to the Port Saint Germain. These two great thoroughfares, intersected by the two first, formed the canvas upon which reposed, knotted and crowded together on every hand, the labyrinthian network of the streets of Paris. In the incomprehensible plan of these streets, one distinguished likewise, on looking attentively, two clusters of great streets, like magnified sheaves of grain, one in the university, the other in the town, which spread out gradually from the bridges to the gates. Some trace of this geometrical plan still exists today. Now, what aspect did this whole present when, as viewed from the summit of the towers of Notre Dame in 1482? That we shall try to describe. For the spectator who arrived panting upon that pinnacle, it was first a dazzling, confusing view of roofs, chimneys, streets, bridges, places, spires, bell towers. Everything struck your eye at once. The carved gable, the pointed roof, the turrets suspended at the angles of the walls, the stone pyramid of the 11th century, the slate obelisks of the 15th, the round, bare tower of the donjon keep, the square and fretted tower of the church, the great and the little, the massive and the aerial. The eye was for a long time wholly lost in this labyrinth, where there was nothing which did not possess its originality, its reason, its genius, its beauty, nothing which did not proceed from art, beginning with the smallest house, with its painted and carved front, with external beams, elliptical door, with projecting stories, to the Royal Louvre, which then had a colonnade of towers. But these are the principal masses which were to be distinguished when the eye began to accustom itself to this tumult of edifices. In the first place, the city, the island of the city, as Saval says, who, in spite of his confused medley, sometimes has such happy turns of expression. The island of the city is made like a great ship, stuck in the mud and run aground in the current, near the center of the sign. We have just explained that, in the 15th century, this ship was anchored to the two banks of the river by 5 bridges. This form of a ship had also struck the heraldic scribes, for it is from that, and not from the siege by the Normans, that the ship which blazons the old shield of Paris comes, according to Favine and Pasquier. For him who understands how to decipher them, armorial bearings are algebra. Armorial bearings have a tongue. The whole history of the second half of the Middle Ages is written in armorial bearings. The first half is in the symbolism of the Roman churches. They are the hieroglyphics of feudalism, succeeding those of theocracy. Thus the city first presented itself to the eye, with its stern to the east and its prow to the west. Turning toward the prow, one had before one an innumerable flock of ancient roofs, over which arched broadly the lead-covered apse of the Sainte-Chapelle, like an elephant's haunches loaded with its tower. Only here this tower was the most audacious, the most open, the most ornamented spire of cabinet-maker's work that ever let the sky peep through its cone of lace. In front of Notre Dame, and very near at hand, 3 streets opened into the cathedral square, a fine square lined with ancient houses. Over the south side of this place it bent the wrinkled and sullen facade of the Hotel Dieu, and its roof, which seemed covered with warts and pustules. Then, on the right and the left, to east and west, within that wall of the city, which was yet so contracted, rose the bell towers of its 21 churches, of every date, of every form, of every size, from the low and worm-eaten belfry of St. Denis du Pas, Carcer, Glaucini, to the slender needles of St. Pierre, Aubofs, and St. Landry. Behind Notre Dame, the cloister and its Gothic galleries spread out towards the north. On the south, the half-Roman palace of the bishop; on the east, the desert point of the terrain. In this throng of houses the eye also distinguished, by the lofty open-work mitres of stone which then crowned the roof itself, even the most elevated windows of the palace, the hotel given by the city under Charles VI to Juvenal de Ursins. A little farther on, the pitch-covered sheds of the Palace Market. In still another quarter, on the new apse of Saint Germain-les-Vaux, lengthened in 1458, with a bit of the Rue aux Febres, and then in places a square crowded with people, a pillory erected at the corner of a street, a fine fragment of the pavement of Philip Augustus, a magnificent flagging, roofed for the horses' feet in the middle of the road, and so badly replaced in the 16th century by the miserable cobblestones, called the pavement of the League. A deserted back courtyard with one of those diaphanous staircase turrets, such as were erected in the 15th century, one of which is still to be seen in the Rue des Bourdonnais. Lastly, at the right of the Sainte-Chapelle, towards the west, the Palais de Justice rested its group of towers at the edge of the water. The thickets of the King's Gardens, which covered the western point of the city, masked the island du Passeur. As for the water, from the summit of the towers of Notre Dame one hardly saw it. On either side of the city the Seine was hidden by bridges, the bridges by houses. And when the glance passed these bridges, whose roofs were visibly green, rendered mouldy before their time by the vapours from the water, if it was directed to the left, towards the university, the first edifice which struck it was a large, low sheaf of towers, the Petit Châtelet, whose yawning gate devoured the end of the Petit Pont. Then, if your view ran along the bank from east to west, from the Tournelle to the Tour de Nesle, there was a long cordon of houses with carved beams, stained glass windows, each story projecting over that beneath it an interminable zigzag of bourgeois gables, frequently interrupted by the mouth of a street, and from time to time also by the front or angle of a huge stone mansion, planted at its ease with courts and gardens, wings and detached buildings, amid this populace of crowded and narrow houses, like a grand gentleman among a throng of rustics. There were 5 or 6 of these mansions on the quay, from the house of Lorraine, which shared with the Bernardins the grand enclosure adjoining the Tournelle, to the Hotel de Nesle, whose principal tower ended Paris, and whose pointed roofs were in a position, during 3 months of the year, to encroach with their black triangles upon the scarlet disk of the setting sun. This side of the Seine was, however, the least mercantile of the two. Students furnished more of a crowd and more noise there than artisans, and there was not, properly speaking, any quay except from the Pont Saint-Michel to the Tour de Nesle. The rest of the bank of the Seine was now a naked strand, the same as beyond the Bernardins. Again, a throng of houses standing with their feet in the water as between the 2 bridges. There was a great uproar of laundresses. They screamed and talked and sang from morning till night along the beach, and beat a great deal of linen there, just as in our day. This is not the least of the gaieties of Paris. The university presented a dense mass to the eye. From one end to the other it was homogeneous and compact. The 1,000 roofs, dense, angular, clinging to each other, composed nearly all of the same geometrical element, offered, when viewed from above, the aspect of a crystallization of the same substance. The capricious ravine of streets did not cut this block of houses into 2 disproportionate slices. The 42 colleges were scattered about in a fairly equal manner, and there were some everywhere. The amusingly varied crest of these beautiful edifices were the product of the same art as the simple roofs which they overshot, and were actually only a multiplication of the square or the cube of the same geometrical figure. Hence they complicated the whole effect without disturbing it, completed without overloading it. Geometry is harmony. Some fine mansions here and there made magnificent outlines against the picturesque attics of the left bank. The house of Nevers, the house of Rome, the house of Reims, which have disappeared. The Hotel de Cluny, which still exists for the consolation of the artist, and whose tower was so stupidly deprived of its own crown a few years ago. Close to Cluny, that Roman palace with fine round arches, were once the hot baths of Julian. There were a great many abbeys of a beauty more devout, of a grandeur more solemn than the mansions, but not less beautiful, not less grand. Those which first caught the eye were the Bernardins, with their 3 bell towers. St. Genevieve, whose square tower, which still exists, makes us regret the rest. The Sorbonne, half college, half monastery, of which so admirable a nave survives, the fine quadrilateral cloister of the Mathurins. Its neighbor, the cloister of St. Benoit. Within those walls they have had time to cobble up a theatre. Between the 7th and 8th editions of this book, the Cordeliers, with their 3 enormous adjacent gables, the Augustins, whose graceful spire formed, after the Tour de Nesle, the second anticulation on this side of Paris, starting from the west, the colleges, which are in fact the intermediate ring between the cloister and the world, hold the middle position in the monumental series between the hotels and the abbeys, with a severity full of elegance, sculpture less giddy than the palaces, and architecture less severe than the convents. Unfortunately, hardly anything remains of these monuments, where Gothic art combined with so just a balance, richness, and economy. The churches, and they were numerous and splendid in the university, and they were graded there also in all the ages of architecture, from the round arches of St. Julian to the pointed arches of St. Severin. The churches dominated the whole, and like one harmony more in this mass of harmonies, they pierced in quick succession the multiple open-work of the gables, with slashed spires, with open-work bell towers, with slender pinnacles, whose line was also only a magnificent exaggeration of the acute angle of the roofs. The ground of the university was hilly. Mount St. Genevieve formed an enormous mound to the south, and it was a sight to see from the summit of Notre Dame how that throng of narrow and tortuous streets, today the Latin Quarter, those bunches of houses which, spread out in every direction from the top of this eminence, precipitated themselves in disorder, and almost perpendicularly down its flanks, nearly to the water's edge, having the air, some of falling, others of clambering up again, and all of holding to one another. A continual flux of 1,000 black points which passed each other on the pavement made everything move before the eyes. It was the populace seen thus from aloft and afar. Lastly, in the intervals of these roofs, of these spires, of these accidents of numberless edifices, which bent and writhed and jagged in so eccentric a manner the extreme line of the university, one caught a glimpse here and there of a great expanse of moss-grown wall, a thick round tower, a crenulated city gate, shadowing forth the fortress. It was the wall of Philip Augustus. Beyond, the fields gleamed green, beyond fled the roads, along which were scattered a few more suburban houses which became more infrequent as they became more distant. Some of these faubourgs were important. There were first, starting from La Tournelle, the Bourg Saint Victor, with its one-arch bridge over the Bièvre, its abbey where one could read the epitaph of Louise le Gros, Epitaphium Ludovici Grossi, in its church with an octagonal spire, flanked with 4 little bell towers of the 11th century. A similar one can be seen at Étampes. It is not yet destroyed. Next, the Bourg Saint-Marceau, which already had 3 churches and 1 convent. Then, leaving the mill of the Gobelins and its 4 white walls on the left, there was the Faubourg Saint-Jacques, with the beautiful carved cross in its square, the church of Saint Jacques du Haut-Pas, which was then Gothic, pointed, charming, Saint Magloire, a fine nave of the 14th century, which Napoleon turned into a hayloft, Notre Dame des Champs, where there were Byzantine mosaics. Lastly, after having left behind, full in the country, the Monastery des Chartreux, a rich edifice contemporary with the Palais de Justice, with its little garden divided into compartments, and the haunted ruins of Vauvert, the eye fell to the west upon the 3 Roman spires of Saint-Germain-des-Prés. The Bourg Saint-Germain, already a large community, formed 15 or 20 streets in the rear. The pointed bell tower of Saint-Sulpice marked one corner of the town. Close behind it one descried the quadrilateral enclosure of the Fair of Saint-Germain, where the market is situated today. Then the abbot's pillory, a pretty little round tower well capped with a leaden cone. The brickyard was further on, and the Rue des Fours, which led to the common bakehouse, the mill on its hillock, and the Lazare house, a tiny house isolated and half seen. But that which attracted the eye most of all, and fixed it for a long time on that point, was the abbey itself. It is certain that this monastery, which had a grand air, both as a church and as a signory, that abbatial palace, where the bishops of Paris counted themselves happy if they could pass the night, that refectory, upon which the architect had bestowed the air, the beauty, and the rose window of a cathedral, that elegant chapel of the Virgin, that monumental dormitory, those vast gardens, that portcullis, that drawbridge, that envelope of battlements which notched to the eye the verdure of the surrounding meadows, those courtyards where gleamed men-at-arms intermingled with golden copes, the whole grouped and clustered about 3 lofty spires with round arches, well planted upon a Gothic apse, made a magnificent figure against the horizon. When at last, after having contemplated the university for a long time, you turned toward the right bank, towards the town, the character of the spectacle was abruptly altered. The town, in fact much larger than the university, was also less of a unit. At the first glance, one saw that it was divided into many masses, singularly distinct. First, to the eastward, in that part of the town which still takes its name from the marsh, where Camulo Jean's entangled Caesar, was a pile of palaces. A block extended to the very water's edge. 4 almost contiguous hotels, Joy, Sens, Barbeau, the house of the Queen, mirrored their slate peaks, broken with slender turrets, in the sign. These 4 edifices filled the space from the Rue des Nonadiers to the Abbey of the Celestins, whose spire gracefully relieved their line of gables and battlements. A few miserable greenish hovels hanging over the water in front of these sumptuous hotels did not prevent one from seeing the fine angles of their facades, their large square windows with stone mullions, their pointed porches overloaded with statues, the vivid outline of their walls, always clear-cut, and all those charming accidents of architecture which cause Gothic art to have the air of beginning its combinations afresh with every monument. Beyond these palaces extended in all directions, now broken, fenced in, battlemented like a citadel, now veiled by great trees like a Carthusian convent, the immense and multiform enclosure of that miraculous Hôtel de Saint-Paul, where the King of France possessed the means of lodging superbly 22 princes of the rank of the Dauphin and the Duke of Burgundy, with their domestics and their suits, without counting the great lords, and the Emperor when he came to view Paris, and the Lions who had their separate hotel at the Royal Hotel. Let us say here that a prince's apartment was then composed of never less than 11 large rooms, from the chamber of state to the oratory, not to mention the galleries, baths, vapor baths, and other superfluous places, with which each apartment was provided. not to mention the private gardens for each of the king's guests, not to mention the kitchens, the cellars, the domestic offices, the general refectories of the house, the poultry yards, where there were 22 general laboratories, from the bakehouse to the wine cellars, games of 1,000 sorts, malls, tennis, and riding at the ring, aviaries, fish ponds, menageries, stables, barns, libraries, arsenals, and foundries. This was what a king's palace, a Louvre, a Hotel de St. Paul was then, a city within a city. From the tower where we are placed, the Hotel St. Paul, almost half hidden by the 4 great houses of which we have just spoken, was still very considerable and very marvelous to see. One could there distinguish very well, though cleverly united with the principal building by long galleries decked with painted glass and cinder columns, the 3 hotels which Charles V had amalgamated with his palace. The Hotel du Petit Mouse, with the airy balustrade which formed a graceful border to its roof. The Hotel of the Abbe de Saint-Mars, having the vanity of a stronghold. A great tower, machicolations, loopholes, iron gratings, and over the large Saxon door, the armorial bearings of the abbey. Between the 2 mortises of the drawbridge, the Hotel of the Comte d'Etampes, whose donjon keep, ruined at its summit, was rounded and notched like a cook's comb. Here and there 3 or 4 ancient oaks, forming a tuft together like enormous cauliflowers, gambols of swans, in the clear water of the fish ponds, all in folds of light and shade, many courtyards of which one beheld picturesque bits. The Hotel of the Lions, with its low pointed arches on short Saxon pillars, its iron gratings, and its perpetual roar, shooting up above the whole, the scale-ornamented spire of the Ave Maria. On the left, the house of the Provost of Paris, flanked by 4 small towers delicately grooved in the middle. At the extremity, the Hotel St. Paul, properly speaking, with its multiplied facades, its successive enrichments from the time of Charles V. The hybrid excrescences with which the fancy of the architects had loaded it during the last 2 centuries, with all the apses of its chapels, all the gables of its galleries, 1,000 weathercocks for the 4 winds, and its 2 lofty contiguous towers, whose conical roof, surrounded by battlements at its base, looked like those pointed caps which have their edges turned up. Continuing to mount the stories of this amphitheatre of palaces, spread out afar upon the ground, after crossing a deep ravine hollowed out of the roofs in the town, which marked the passage of the Rue Saint-Antoine, the eye reached the house of Angoulême, a vast construction of many epochs, where there were perfectly new and very white parts, which melted no better into the whole than a red patch on a blue doublet. Nevertheless, the remarkably pointed and lofty roof of the modern palace, bristling with carved eaves, covered with sheets of lead, where coiled 1,000 fantastic arabesques of sparkling incrustations of gilded bronze. That roof, so curiously demesne, darted upwards gracefully from the midst of the brown ruins of the ancient edifice, whose huge and ancient towers, rounded by age like casks, sinking together with old age and rending themselves from top to bottom, resembled great bellies unbuttoned. Behind rose the forest of spires of the Palais des Tournelles. Not a view in the world, either at Chambord or at the Alhambra, is more magic, more aerial, more enchanting than that thicket of spires. Tiny bell towers, chimneys, weather vanes, winding staircases, lanterns through which the daylight makes its way, which seem cut out at a blow. Pavilions, spindle-shaped turrets, or as they were called then, tournelles, all differing in form and height and attitude. One would have pronounced it a gigantic stone chessboard. To the right of the tournelles, that truss of enormous towers, black as ink, running into each other and tied, as it were, by a circular moat, that donjon keep much more pierced with loopholes than with windows, that drawbridge always raised, that portcullis always lowered, is the Bastille. those sorts of black beaks which project from between the battlements and which you can take from a distance to be cave spouts, are cannons. Beneath them, at the foot of the formidable edifice, behold the Porte Saint Antoine buried between its two towers. Beyond the tournelles, as far as the wall of Charles V, spread out with rich compartments of verdure and of flowers, a velvet carpet of cultivated land and royal parks, in the midst of which one recognized, by its labyrinth of trees and alleys, the famous Daedalus garden, which Louis XI had given to Coicetier. The doctor's observatory rose above the labyrinth like a great isolated column, with a tiny house for a capital. Terrible astrologies took place in that laboratory. There today is the Place Royal. As we have just said, the quarter of the palace, of which we have just endeavored to give the reader some idea by indicating only the chief points, filled the angle which Charles V's wall made with the sign on the east. The center of the town was occupied by a pile of houses for the populace. It was there, in fact, that the three bridges disgorged upon the right bank, and bridges lead to the building of houses rather than palaces. That congregation of bourgeois habitations, pressed together like the cells in a hive, had a beauty of its own. It is with the roofs of a capital as with the waves of the sea, they are grand. First to the streets, crossed and entangled, forming 100 amusing figures in the block. Around the marketplace it was like a star with 1,000 rays. The roofs St. Denis and St. Martin, with their innumerable ramifications, rose one after the other, like trees intertwining their branches. And then the tortuous lines, the rues de la Plâtrerie, de la Verrerie, de la Tixeranderie, etc., meandered over all. There are also fine edifices which pierce the petrified undulations of that sea of gables. At the head of the Pont de Changeurs, behind which one beheld the Seine foaming beneath the wheels of the Pont aux Meuniers, there was the Châtelet, no longer a Roman tower, as under Julian the Apostate, but a feudal tower of the 13th century, and of a stone so hard that the pickaxe could not break away so much as the thickness of the fist in a space of 3 hours. There was the rich square bell tower of the Saint Jacques de la Boucherie, with its angles all frothing with carvings, already admirable, although it was not finished in the 15th century. It lacked, in particular, the 4 monsters which, still perched today on the corners of its roof, have the air of so many sphinxes who are propounding to New Paris the riddle of the ancient Paris. Rault, the sculptor, only placed them in position in 1526, and received 20 francs for his pains. There was the Maison aux Piliers, the pillar house, opening upon that Place des Grèves, of which we have given the reader some idea. There was Saint Gervais, which a front in good taste has since spoiled. Saint Mary, whose ancient pointed arches were still almost round arches. Saint Jean, whose magnificent spire was proverbial. There were 20 other monuments which did not disdain to bury their wonders in that chaos of black, deep, narrow streets. At the cross of carved stone, more lavishly scattered through the squares and even the gibbets, the cemetery of the Innocents, whose architectural wall could be seen in the distance above the roofs. The pillory of the markets, whose top was visible between 2 chimneys of the Rue de la Cossonnerie, the latter of the Croix du Trahor, in its square always black with people, the circular buildings of the Wheat Mart, the fragments of Philip Augustus's ancient wall, which could be made out here and there, drowned among the houses, its tower gnawed by ivy, its gates in ruins, with crumbling and deformed stretches of wall, the quay with its 1,000 shops and its bloody knackers' yards, the Seine encumbered with boats, from the Port Dauphin to Fort-l'Evêque, and you will have a confused picture of what the central trapezium of the town was like in 1482. With these 2 quarters, one of hotels, the other of houses, the third feature of aspect presented by the city was a long zone of abbeys, which bordered it in nearly the whole of its circumference, from the rising to the setting sun, and behind the circle of fortifications which hemmed in Paris, formed a second interior enclosure of convents and chapels. Thus, immediately adjoining the Parc des Tournelles, between the Rue Saint-Antoine and the Vieille Rue del Temple, there stood Saint Catherine, with its immense cultivated lands, which were terminated only by the wall of Paris. Between the old and the new Rue du Temple there was the Temple, a sinister group of towers, lofty, erect, and isolated in the middle of a vast battlemented enclosure. Between the Rue Neuve du Temple and the Rue Saint-Martin there was the Abbey of Saint-Martin. In the midst of its gardens a superb fortified church, whose girdle of towers, whose diadem of bell towers yielded in force and splendor only to Saint-Germain des Prés. Between the Rue Saint-Martin and the Rue Saint-Denis spread the enclosure of the Trinity. Lastly, between the Rue Saint-Denis and the Rue Morte-Gale stood the Fille-Dieu. On one side, the rotting roofs and unpaved enclosure of the Cour des Miracles could be descried. It was the sole profane ring which was linked to that devout chain of convents. Finally, the fourth compartment, which stretched itself out in the agglomeration of the roofs on the right bank, and which occupied the western angle of the enclosure and the banks of the river downstream, was a fresh cluster of palaces and hotels pressed close about the base of the Louvre. The old Louvre of Philip Augustus, that immense edifice whose great towers rallied about it 23 chief towers, not to reckon the lesser towers, seemed from a distance to be enshrined in the Gothic roofs of the Hotel de l'Alencon and the Petit Bourbon. This hydra of towers, giant guardian of Paris, with its 24 heads always erect, with its monstrous haunches loaded or scaled with slates, and all streaming with metallic reflections, terminated with wonderful effect the configuration of the town towards the west. Thus, an immense block which the Romans called insula or island of bourgeois houses, flanked on the right and the left by 2 blocks of palaces, crowned, the one by the Louvre, the other by the Tournelles, bordered on the north by a long girdle of abbeys and cultivated enclosures, all amalgamated and melted together in one view. Upon these thousands of edifices, whose tiled and slated roofs outlined upon each other so many fantastic chains, the bell towers, tattooed, fluted, and ornamented with twisted bands, of the 44 churches on the right bank, myriad of cross streets, 4 boundary on one side, an enclosure of lofty walls with the square towers. That of the university had round towers. On the other the sign, cut by bridges and bearing on its bosom a multitude of boats, "Behold the town of Paris in the 15th century." Beyond the walls several suburban villages pressed close about the gates, but less numerous and more scattered than those of the university. Behind the Bastille there were 20 hovels clustered around the curious sculptures of the Croix Faubin and the flying buttresses of the Abbey of Saint-Antoine des Champs. Then Popincourt, lost amid wheat fields, then La Courtille, a merry village of wine shops, the hamlet of Saint Laurent, with its church whose bell tower from afar seemed to add itself to the pointed towers of the Porte Saint-Martin, the Faubourg Saint-Denis, with the vast enclosure of Saint Later, beyond the Montmartre gate, the Grange Batelier encircled with white walls, behind it, with its chalky slopes, Montmartre, which had then almost as many churches as windmills, and which has kept only the windmills, for society no longer demands anything but bread for the body. Lastly, beyond the Louvre, the Faubourg Saint-Honoré, already considerable at the time, could be seen stretching away into the fields, and Petit Bretagne gleaming green, and the Marche aux Pourceaux spreading abroad, in whose centre swelled the horrible apparatus used for boiling counterfeiters. Between La Courtille and Saint Laurent your eye had already noticed on the summit of an eminence crouching amid desert plains a sort of edifice which resembled from a distance a ruined colonnade, mounted upon a basement with its foundation laid bare. This was neither a Parthenon nor a temple of the Olympian Jupiter. It was Mount Faucon. Now, if the enumeration of so many edifices, summary as we have endeavored to make it, has not shattered in the reader's mind the general image of old Paris as we have constructed it, we will recapitulate in a few words. In the center, the island of the city, resembling as to form an enormous tortoise, and throwing out its bridges with tiles for scale, like lakes from beneath its gray shell of roofs. On the left, the monolithic trapezium, firm, dense, bristling, of the university. On the right, the vast semicircle of the town, much more intermixed with gardens and monuments. The 3 blocks, city, university, and town, marbled with innumerable streets. Across all, the sign, foster mother sign, as says Father Dubreuil, blocked with islands, bridges, and boats. All about an immense plain, patched with 1,000 sorts of cultivated plots, sown with fine villages. On the left, Issy, Valvred's, Valgrerard, Montrouge, Gentilly, with its round tower and its square tower, etc. On the right, 20 others, from Conflans to Ville-l'Evêque. On the horizon, a border of hills ranged in a circle like the rim of the basin. Finally, far away to the east, Vincennes and its 7 quadrangular towers to the south, Bicêtre and its pointed turrets to the north, St. Denis and its spire to the west, St. Cloud and its donjon keep. Such was the Paris which the ravens who lived in 1482 beheld from the summits of the towers of Notre Dame. Nevertheless, Voltaire said of this city, that before Louis XIV it possessed but 4 fine monuments, the dome of the Sorbonne, the Val de Grace, the modern Louvre, and I know not what the 4th was, the Luxembourg perhaps. Fortunately, Voltaire was the author of Candide. In spite of this, he is among all the men who have followed each other in the long series of humanity the one who has best possessed the diabolical laugh. Moreover, this proves that one can be a fine genius and yet understand nothing of an art to which one does not belong. Did not Molière imagine that he was doing Raphael and Michelangelo a very great honor by calling them those Mignards of their age? Let us return to Paris and to the 15th century. It was not then merely a handsome city, it was a homogeneous city, an architectural and historical product of the Middle Ages, a chronicle in stone. It was a city formed of 2 layers only, the Romanesque layer and the Gothic layer, for the Roman layer had disappeared long before, with the exception of the hot baths of Julian, where it still pierced through the thick crust of the Middle Ages. As for the Celtic layer, no specimens were any longer to be found, even when sinking wells. 50 years later, when the Renaissance began to mingle with this unity which was so severe and yet so varied, the dazzling luxuries of its fantasies and systems, its debasements of Roman round arches, Greek columns and Gothic bases, its sculpture which was so tender and so ideal, its peculiar taste for arabesques and acanthus leaves, its architectural paganism contemporary with Lucer, Paris was perhaps still more beautiful, although less harmonious to the eye and to the thought. But this splendid moment lasted only for a short time. The Renaissance was not impartial. It did not content itself with building, it wished to destroy. It is true that it required the room. Thus Gothic Paris was complete only for a moment. St. Jacques de la Boucherie had barely been completed when the demolition of the old Louvre was begun. After that the great city became more disfigured every day. Gothic Paris, beneath which Roman Paris was effaced in its turn. But can any one say what Paris has replaced it? There is the Paris of Catherine de Medicis at the Tuileries, the Paris of Henry II at the Hôtel de Ville, 2 edifices still in fine taste, the Paris of Henry IV at the Palace Royal, facades of brick with stone corners and slated roofs, tricolored houses, the Paris of Louis XIII at the Val de Grace, a crushed and squat architecture, with vaults like basket handles and something indescribably populate in the column and thickset in the dome. The Paris of Louis XIV and the Invalides, grand, rich, gilded, and cold. The Paris of Louis XV in St. Sulpice, volutes, knots of ribbons, cloud, vermicelli, and chicory leaves, all in stone. The Paris of Louis XVI in the Pantheon, St. Peter of Rome, badly copied. The edifice is awkwardly heaped together, which has not amended its lines. The Paris of the Republic and the School of Medicine, a poor Greek and Roman taste which resembles the Colosseum or the Parthenon as the constitution of the year I, resembles the laws of Minos. It is called in architecture the Messidor. Taste. The Paris of Napoleon and the Palace Vendôme. This one is sublime, a column of bronze made of cannons. The Paris of the Restoration, at the Bourse, a very white colonnade supporting a very smooth frieze. The whole is square and cost 20 millions. To each of these characteristic monuments there is attached by a similarity of taste, fashion, and attitude, a certain number of houses scattered about in different quarters in which the eyes of the connoisseur easily distinguishes and furnishes with a date. When one knows how to look, one finds the spirit of a century and the physiognomy of a king, even in the knocker on a door. The Paris of the present day has then no general physiognomy. It is a collection of specimens of many centuries, and the finest have disappeared. The capital grows only in houses, and what houses? At the rate at which Paris is now proceeding, it will renew itself every 50 years. Thus the historical significance of its architecture is being effaced every day. Monuments are become rarer and rarer, and one seems to see them gradually engulfed by the flood of houses. Our fathers had a Paris of stone, our sons will have one of plaster. So far as the modern monuments of New Paris are concerned, we would gladly be excused from mentioning them. It is not that we do not admire them as they deserve. The Saint Genevieve of M. Soufflot is certainly the finest Savoy cake that has ever been made in stone. The Palace of the Legion of Honor is also a very distinguished bit of pastry. The dome of the Wheat Market is an English jockey cap on a grand scale. The towers of St. Sulpice are 2 huge clarinets, and the form is as good as any other. The telegraph, contorted and grimacing, forms an admirable accident upon their roofs. St. Roch has a door which, for magnificence, is comparable only to that of St. Thomas de Aquin. It has also a crucifixion in high relief, in a cellar with a sun of gilded wood. These things are fairly marvelous. The lantern of the labyrinth of the Jardin des Plantes is also very ingenious. As for the Palace of the Bourse, which is Greek as to its colonnade, Roman in the round arches of its doors and windows, of the Renaissance by virtue of its flattened vault, it is indubitably a very correct and very pure monument. The proof is that it is crowned with an attic, such as was never seen in Athens, a beautiful straight line gracefully broken here and there by stovepipes. Let us add that if it is in according to rule that the architecture of a building should be adapted to its purpose in such a manner that this purpose shall be immediately apparent from the mere aspect of the building, one cannot be too much amazed at a structure which might be indifferently. The palace of a king, a chamber of communes, a town hall, a college, a riding school, an academy, a warehouse, a courthouse, a museum, a barracks, a sepulchre, a temple, or a theatre. However, it is an exchange. An edifice ought to be, moreover, suitable to the climate. This one is evidently constructed expressly for our cold and rainy skies. It has a roof almost as flat as roofs in the east, which involves sweeping the roof in winter when it snows. And of course roofs are made to be swept. As for its purpose of which we just spoke, it fulfills it to a marvel. It is a bourse in French as it would have been a temple in Greece. It is true that the architect was at a good deal of trouble to conceal the clock face, which would have destroyed the purity of the fine lines of the facades, but on the other hand we have that colonnade which circles round the edifice, and under which, on days of high religious ceremony, the theories of the stockbrokers and the courtiers of commerce can be developed so majestically. These are very superb structures. Let us add a quantity of fine, amusing, and varied streets, like the Rue de Rivoli, and I do not despair of Paris presenting to the eye, when viewed from a balloon, that richness of line, that opulence of detail, that diversity of aspect, that grandiose something in the simple and unexpected in the beautiful, which characterizes a checkerboard. However admirable as the Paris of today may seem to you, reconstruct the Paris of the 15th century, call it up before you in thought. Look at the sky athwart that surprising forest of spires, towers, and belfries, spread out in the center of the city. Tear away at the point of the islands, fold at the arches of the bridges the Seine, with its broad green and yellow expanses, more variable than the skin of a serpent. project clearly against an azure horizon the Gothic profile of this ancient Paris, make its contour float in a winter's mist which clings to its numerous chimneys, drown it in profound night, and watch the odd play of lights and shadows in that sombre labyrinth of edifices, cast upon it a ray of light which shall vaguely outline it and cause to emerge from the fog the great heads of the towers, or take that black silhouette again and liven with shadow the thousand acute angles of the spires and gables, and make it start out more toothed than a shark's jaw against a copper-colored western sky, and then compare. And if you wish to receive of the ancient city an impression with which the modern one can no longer furnish you, climb on the morning of some grand festival, beneath the rising sun of Easter or of Pentecost, climb upon some elevated point, whence you command the entire capital, and be present at the awakening of the chimes. Behold, at a signal given from heaven, for it is the sun which gives it, all those churches quiver simultaneously. First come scattered strokes, running from one church to another, as when musicians give warning that they are about to begin. Then all at once behold, for it seems at times as though the ear also possessed a sight of its own, behold, rising from each bell tower something like a column of sound, a cloud of harmony. First the vibration of each bell mounts straight upwards, pure and so to speak isolated from the others, into the splendid morning sky, then little by little as they swell, they melt together, mingle, are lost in each other, and amalgamate in a magnificent concert. It is no longer anything but a mass of sonorific vibrations incessantly sent forth from the numerous belfries. Floats, undulates, bounds, whirls over the city, and prolongs far beyond the horizon the deafening circle of its oscillations. Nevertheless, this sea of harmony is not a chaos, great and profound as it is. It has not lost its transparency. You behold the windings of each group of notes which escapes from the belfries. You can follow the dialogue, by turn grave and shrill, of the treble and the bass. You can see the octaves leap from one tower to another. You watch them spring forth, winged, light, and whistling, from the silver bell to fall broken and limping from the bell of wood. You admire in their midst the rich gamut which incessantly ascends and reascends the 7 bells of St. Eustache. You see light and rapid notes running across it, executing 3 or 4 luminous zigzags and vanishing like flashes of lightning. Yonder is the Abbey of St. Martin, a shrill, cracked singer. Here is the gruff and gloomy voice of the Bastille. At the other end, the great tower of the Louvre with its base. The royal chime of the palace scatters on all sides, and without relaxation, resplendent trills upon which fall at regular intervals the heavy strokes from the belfry of Notre Dame, which makes them sparkle like the anvil under the hammer. At intervals you behold the passage of sounds of all forms which come from the triple peal of Saint-Germain-des-Prés. Then again, from time to time, this mass of sublime noises opens and gives passage to the beats of the Ave Maria, which bursts forth and sparkles like an aigrette of stars. Below, in the very depths of the concert, you confusedly distinguish the interior chanting of the churches, which exhales through the vibrating pores on their vaulted roofs. Assuredly, this is an opera which it is worth the trouble of listening to. Ordinarily, the noise which escapes from Paris by day is the city speaking. By night it is the city breathing. In this case, it is the city singing. Lend an ear then to this concert of bell towers, spread over all the murmur of 500,000 men, the eternal plaint of the river, the infinite breathings of the wind, the grave and distant quartet of the 4 forested ranged upon the hills, on the horizon like immense stacks of organ pipes. Extinguish as in half shade all that is too hoarse and too shrill about the central chime, and say whether you know anything in the world more rich and joyful, more golden, more dazzling, than this tumult of bells and chimes, than this furnace of music, than these 10,000 brazen voices chanting simultaneously in the flutes of stone, 300 feet high, than this city which is no longer anything but an orchestra, than the symphony which produces the noise of a tempest. End of Book 3, Chapter 2 of The Hunchback of Notre Dame by Victor Hugo.
Chapter 5, Section 1 of The Notre Culturist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Biebel. The Nut Culturist, a treatise on the propagation, planting, and cultivation of nut-bearing trees and shrubs adapted to the climate of the United States, with the scientific and common names of the fruits known in commerce as edible or otherwise useful nuts, 1896, by Andrew S. Fuller. Chapter 5. The Chestnut. Figure 12. Chestnut flowers. Castanea tourneforte, the ancient classical name derived either from Castanus, a town in Thessaly, or one in Pontius, as historians disagree in regard to its derivation. The genus belongs to the order of Cupulifera. Male flowers irregularly clustered in long, naked, cylindrical catkins from the axils of the leaves and on the new shoots of the season. Calyx 5 or 6 parted, stamens on pollen-bearing organs 7 to 15, anther 2-celled. On old mature trees, the male catkins are usually crowded near the end of the short new twigs, as shown in Figure 12, the terminal one productive, but on young thrifty trees wide apart. Female flowers always on and near the base of a late-developed male catkin, sometimes 2 or 3 together, or even 6 or 8 on the chinquapins, oval or ovoid, scaly, prickly, 2 or 4 valved involucre or burr, calyx usually with 4 to 6 lobed border crowning the 3 to 7-celled ovary, stigmas bristle-shaped, and as many in number as there are cells in the ovary. Shell of the nut leathery, not brittle, ovoid, 2 or more together in the larger species, in others solitary, or only one in a burr. Kernel very thick, fleshy, and somewhat plated, sweet and edible. Both male and female flowers appear late in spring, the males usually exceedingly so, exhaling a slightly nauseating odor. The productive male catkins appear the latest, their base becoming the rachis or stalk supporting the burrs, this rather anomalous arrangement appearing to be a natural provision to secure fertilization in case the earlier catkins failed. The genus Castanea, now restricted, contains shrubs and large trees with simple alternate deciduous leaves, coarsely serrate, with pointed spiny teeth, indigenous and widely distributed over northern Africa, southern Europe, Asia, and the eastern half of the United States. The common English name of this nut is supposed to be derived from the Anglo-Saxon cystal, chestnut, and cystbeam or cistenbeam, chestnut tree. Old English, chastain or chestin. Old German, Chestina or Kestina. Modern German, Kesten or Castanie. French, Castaigne or Châtaigne. Provençal, Castanja. Spanish, Castana. Italian, Castagna. From the Latin, castaneae. History of the chestnut. The so-called European chestnut is supposed to be indigenous to Asia Minor, Armenia, Caucasus, and northern Africa, and from these countries it was introduced and became naturalized throughout the greater part of temperate Europe, where it has been cultivated from time immemorial. The Romans are supposed to have distributed it northward through France and Great Britain, and in the latter country there were trees centuries ago of such large size that many of the early English authors claimed this tree was indigenous. But in the absence of any natural forests of chestnut, the claim had to be abandoned. In parts of France, Italy, and Spain, the chestnut has become thoroughly naturalized, and as we may say, run wild. But as one of the early investigators says, in speaking of the abundance of old chestnut trees on the Apennines, they are generally scattered over the surface like trees on a well-arranged lawn, and not crowded and massed, as they would be in a state of nature or in a forest. On the south side of the Alps, the trees grow up to an altitude of 2,500 feet, and on the Pyrenees, some 200 or 300 feet higher. There are old trees of immense size almost everywhere in the milder regions of Europe, and the celebrated monarchs of Etna have been many times described by travelers. The largest measure 180 feet in circumference near the root. All the early Roman writers who have anything to say about rural affairs mention the chestnut as one of their valuable trees, producing nuts used for various purposes. Pliny enumerates 8 varieties, but Columella appears to place more value upon the timber, especially the sprouts, for steaks, than he does on the nuts. But long before the Romans began to cultivate the chestnut, the Greeks held it in high esteem under the name of Sardianos balanos, or Sardi's nut, and still later it was called Dios balanos lopimon. The European chestnut has been so frequently and extensively referred to by ancient and modern authors that it would not be at all difficult to fill in a large volume with brief extracts from their works. But my aim is not so much to show what has been done with this nut in other countries as what we may do with it here. All nations who have any experience with it admit its value as food for many wild and domesticated animals, as well as for the human race. And we know from our long experience with the native species that it is highly esteemed wherever known, although it must be admitted that our sparse population and the abundance of other kinds of food have tended to make us careless and neglectful of the indigenous chestnut. It may well be, before dismissing this brief history of the chestnut, to add that while nearly all the ancient authors, in referring to it, employed its present scientific name of Castanea, still, when botanists first attempted what has since been recognized as the scientific classification of plants, many of them placed the chestnut in the same genus as the beech, retaining the generic name of Fagus for both. Linnaeus, in his Systema Naturae, 1766, Volume 2, page 630, describes 2 species of the chestnut and one of beech in the genus Fagus, although Tournefort, in his History of Plants Growing About Paris, published 70 years before that of Linnaeus, had recognized the distinctive characteristics of these 2 groups of nut trees, and he adopted the present name of Castanea for the generic name of the chestnut, and Fagus for that of the beech. But nearly all of the English and early American botanists adopted and followed Linnaeus in his classification, ignoring the works of the earlier as well as contemporaneous continental botanists. I merely refer to this manner of botanical nomenclature because some of my readers may have occasion to consult the earlier authors who describe American plants as, for instance, such works as John Clayton's Flora of Virginia, 1739, Thomas Walter's Flora Caroliniana, 1787, or Humphrey Marshall's American Grove, 1785. In all of these and others, the chestnut is described as a species of beech, Fagus. Propagation of the chestnut. The usual mode of propagating the chestnut is from seed, when trees are wanted for general planting or for stocks upon which to graft improved and rare varieties. Under some conditions and circumstances, it is best to plant the nuts soon after they are ripe in autumn, and this appears to be the most natural method. In fact, it is the way in which forests have been produced and are constantly renewed and perpetuated, when man does not interfere to prevent it. But nature is in no hurry in such matters, while man always is, because his time is limited. Consequently, in our attempts at the multiplication and cultivation of plants, we aim to save both time and material, therefore cannot afford to adopt nature's slow and wasteful processes. The principal objection to planting chestnuts in the fall is the danger of having them destroyed by vermin, which abound almost everywhere. There is also danger of the nuts sprouting prematurely in the autumn, and of the young growth being killed by cold or by excessive moisture during the late fall rains. But these natural enemies and obstacles prevent an excess in number and the overcrowding of trees in our forests. It is no doubt possible and practicable to smear the nuts with poisonous substances, or those sufficiently offensive to prevent the depredations of vermin, but taking all things into consideration, I am decidedly in favor of preserving the nuts in bulk and in a dormant state until the season arrives for ensuring a rapid and continuous growth, and then planting them. To do this, in our cold northern climate, as well as in the south, requires more care and attention with chestnuts than with the harder-shelled kinds, like the walnut and hickory nut. As a rule, it may be said that all the hardy kinds of nuts sprout at a rather low temperature and a few degrees above the freezing point, and for this reason it is well to select as cool a spot in the open ground as possible for their winter quarters, and then examine them as early as can be done conveniently in the spring. In this matter of manipulating and preserving chestnuts for planting, as well as what follows in regard to transplanting, pruning, and grafting, I shall give my own practice with results, and while it may differ from that of other propagators, it is one evolved from long experience, many successes, and a few failures. Gathering and assorting nuts. When the nuts begin to ripen and fall, gather as soon as possible, and if the trees are on your own grounds and will admit of such an operation, thrash them and secure an entire crop at once. The object of this early gathering is to collect the false and weevil-infested specimens and destroy them. But in whatever way the nuts are collected, they should be stored in the shade and in shallow boxes or spread out on a tight floor, but the better way would be on screens over a floor, and then when the grubs worked their way downward through the nuts and screen, they would fall upon the floor, from which they could be taken up and burned or otherwise destroyed. The nuts, while on the screen or other receptacle, should be stirred over daily for 2 or 3 weeks, and by that time will be in good condition for either planting or packing away for the winter. But before finally disposing of the nuts in either way, they should be carefully looked over, and every shrunken specimen, as well as all with punctured shells from which the grubs have escaped, removed from among the sound stock, because these damaged nuts are not only useless, but are very likely to decay and affect all with which they come in contact. It is not to be expected that by such means or handling we can get rid of all the grubs enclosed in the nuts when gathered, for there will always be a few not more than half grown at the time, and these will remain hidden in the nuts until midwinter or later, but the greater part of the brood will reach maturity within 2 or 3 weeks after the nuts are ripe. Of course, what is said here about chestnut weevils is only applicable to chestnuts grown in this country, but all species and varieties, when planted here, are subject to the attacks of this pest, at least everywhere in the eastern and southern states. Having assorted the nuts carefully, the sound ones should be reserved for planting. These should be mixed with or stratified with moist, sharp sand and stored in boxes of convenient size for handling and examination whenever this is required. In preparing the boxes, bore a number of small holes through the bottom, and over each of these lay a piece of broken flower pot, brick, or stone, then cover the bottom 1 inch deep with moist sand, and on this place a single layer of nuts, then fill in all interstices with sand, and also use enough more to fairly cover the layer, and proceed in this way until all the nuts are disposed of or the box is full, covering the top layer 1 or 2 inches deep, because the sand will settle some after the work seems complete. The boxes may be covered with fine wire netting or with narrow strips of boards, fitting these so that mice cannot get in, but should not be airtight. They may then be buried in the open ground, selecting some knoll or dry spot for this purpose, for the nuts should not be placed where they may be submerged or even be water-soaked at any time during the fall, winter, or early spring. If no such spot is conveniently near, then set the boxes on top of the ground and on the north side of some building or in the shade of an evergreen tree, and bank over with soil, covering the boxes a foot deep. If the spot selected is under the eaves of a building, place boards over the heap of soil to carry off the water, for the object is to keep the nuts moderately moist, cool, and where they will not be subjected to frequent changes of temperature. In our northern states, the nuts, under such conditions, usually become frozen during the coldest weather, but this does not injure them if the sand is moist and they remain frozen, as there will be no danger of germination, while if kept too warm, they may start to grow before the seedbed is ready in spring for the reception. I have tried keeping the nuts mixed with sand in a cool cellar, also in outbuildings, but have not found any other place so certain as pits in the open ground. Seedbed and soil. It is well to have the seedbed prepared the previous autumn, but it is not absolutely necessary. The soil for the bed should be light, either sandy or loamy, and if not rich, made so by adding very old and fine stable manure or leaf mold from the forest. I prefer the latter, as it is the most natural for all kinds of seedling nut trees. Whatever fertilizing materials are used, they should be placed on or near the surface and never worked in deeply, for our aim should be the production of side or lateral fibers, and not coarse perpendicular roots. Furthermore, seedling nut trees grown on light, sandy soils or in pure leaf mold produce a far greater number of small fibrous roots than on heavy soils, and this is a decided advantage with those which are to be transplanted. Planting the nuts. When the time arrives for planting, take the nuts from their winter quarters, and after sifting out the sand, sow or drop them in drills, covering about 2 inches deep with fine soil. With the small native varieties, my practice has been to sow in wide drills, that is, those made with the blade of a common garden hoe, and of the same width, the nuts being scattered along the bottom 2 to 3 inches apart. The soil is then drawn in over them and pressed down with the back of the hoe, or by passing a light garden roller over the surface. If the size of the seedbed is not limited, or only a small quantity of nuts are to be sown, then the single row would be preferable, because less hand weeding will be needed to subdue the weeds, and for all the larger varieties, I should certainly recommend it, because they are of a more stocky growth. The distance allowed between the drills will depend somewhat upon the implements to be employed in cultivation, as well as how long the seedlings are to remain in the seedbed before transplanting, but from 2 to 3 feet will be found convenient for the ordinary modes of cultivation. If the seedlings make a fair advantage growth the first season, they will be from 1 to 3 feet high in the autumn, and as soon as the leaves have fallen, they may be taken up or allowed to remain until the following spring and then lifted. But if, from any cause, they have made a feeble growth, it is better to let them remain in the seedbed another year. Where large quantities of seedlings are raised, they are usually taken up with a tree digger drawn by a span of horses or mules, but with only a few hundred or thousand to dig, a common spade will answer every purpose. And if, when removed from the seedbed, they are found to have produced long perpendicular taproots, these should be shortened to about 1/2 their original length. For instance, if these taproots are taken up entire and are 18 to 20 inches long, cut away the lower half, whether it consists of one or more long perpendicular roots, as this pruning will force the plants to produce a greater number of lateral roots, and it is upon these we depend mainly for keeping our trees alive and vigorous, if transplanted when larger and older. All side branches should be pruned off close to the main stem, for we aim to favor the latter in its growth upward until it reaches the required height for either grafting or forming the future head of the tree. In taking up seedlings, it is not safe to leave them for any considerable time exposed to the sun and drying winds, and they should be carried either to a shed or other building while being pruned, and also covered with blankets in the field, except during moist, cloudy days. A very little drying off of the small fibers on such plants is always more or less injurious. Planting in nursery rows. After the seedlings have been taken from the seedbed and pruned, they should be set out in nursery rows, 4 feet apart, and the plants about 18 inches in the row. Trenches should be opened up for the reception of the plants, and wide enough to allow all the roots to be spread out in a natural position, and it is well to set a little deeper than the seedlings were in the seedbed, because newly plowed ground will settle some after the planting is finished, although the soil should always be packed firmly around the stems of newly set trees, whether large or small. The more frequent and thorough the cultivation during the ensuing summer, the more rapid will be the growth of the trees. If the transplanted seedlings have produced any considerable number of side branches, and especially low down, these may be pruned off at any time during the summer, for our object is usually to secure straight, upright stems for grafting the following spring, if they are large and tall enough. If not, we may delay this operation for another year. Of course, small chestnut stalks may be grafted close to the ground, but there is nothing really gained by this, for a good, strong stalk will push a scion forward more in one season than a weak stalk in 2 or 3 seasons. But when the stalks have reached a diameter of from 3/8 to 1/2 an inch, 3 or 4 feet from the ground, they may be grafted, but I would prefer to have them a little over than under these sizes. Stalks from the forests. It is not necessary for a man who may need a few chestnut stalks for experimental or other purposes to wait until they can be grown from the nut, because these can always be purchased at the nurseries, but if one does not wish to incur even this small outlay, it may be avoided by obtaining a supply from the forests, provided there are any in the neighborhood where chestnut seedlings are to be found, and the owner will permit their removal. The best wild stalks are usually to be found in recent clearings or where the larger trees have been cut off for timber, and the underbrush, composed of seedlings and sprouts, is left to grow up again in a forest. There are many thousands of acres in New Jersey, New York, and other eastern states from which the timber is cut every 20 or 30 years, and no further attention is paid to the land or what it produces. Wherever such clearings are found containing chestnut trees, good stocks can usually be procured by selecting those varying from 1 to 2 inches in diameter at the ground, and if the soil in which they are growing is rather poor and stony, they will usually have pretty good roots, if carefully taken up. They should be pruned to a single stem, and this cut off at a height from 5 to 6 feet or less, then planted where they are to remain permanently. Such stalks, if carefully taken up and planted, will throw out numerous sprouts from their stems during the summer, but all should be rubbed off while small and tender, except 3 or 4 at the top. In the following spring, if wanted for this purpose, they may be grafted in the same way as the young stalks growing in the nursery, thereby saving 3 or 4 years of time in securing bearing trees. Having often employed such wildings for stalks with just as good results as with those raised from the nuts in nursery rows, I am inclined to recommend them where obtainable, knowing that there are thousands of farmers and owners of small places in the country who can do likewise, but may have never thought it practicable to transplant nut trees from the forest, although well aware of the fact that elms, maples, and similar kinds were obtained there, and in immense numbers, for planting in the streets of villages and alongside country highways. The season for grafting. The proper time for grafting the chestnut is in early spring, just as the buds begin to swell, but not until all danger of freezing weather is past, although light frosts will not seriously injure newly set scions. The grafting may be continued while the leaves are unfolding, provided the scions were cut early and stored in a cool place, where they remain in a dormant state until used. I usually cut the shoots wanted for this purpose during the late fall or winter, and then pack them away in a cool cellar between layers of damp moss, sphagnum, to be obtained in almost any swamp. Scions may be taken from the tree on the same day that they are used, but there is some risk in this because we cannot control the weather, and a week of warm rain in spring may delay us in grafting, while it is pushing our stalk into leaf, and then our dormant scions are available, while those on the trees are not, owing to their expanded and tender buds. The shoots used for scions are those of the previous season's growth, or, as usually termed, 1-year-old wood, and in selecting these, endeavor to get such as are plump, well-ripened, and firm. If taken from young and very thrifty chestnut trees, there is likely to be a considerable portion of the upper end of the shoot that is rather soft, spongy, and immature, and this should be discarded, as it would be a waste of time to use it. Of course, I am supposed that the grafter is so fortunate as to be able to make his own selection of the wood desired. If not, then he may be compelled to do the best he can with that obtained elsewhere. Grafting materials. The really essential materials and implements required in grafting nut trees are few in number. Grafting wax must be provided, and while there are many different compositions used for this purpose, I much prefer, for ordinary work in the open air, a wax made after the old formula and as follows. Take 1 pound of common rosin, 1/2 pound of beeswax, and 1/4 pound of beef tallow. Melt together and stir enough to ensure the thorough intermingling of the ingredients, and then set away to cool, or pour into cold water and work up into cakes or rolls and wrap in paper until wanted for use. Larger quantities may be made if required, preserving the same proportions of the materials used. If to be used immediately in grafting chestnuts and similar trees, then procure some sheets of tough manila paper of only moderate thickness and cut this up into sheets about 6 inches wide and a foot long. While the fresh-made wax is melted, take an old and rather stiff paintbrush, dip it into the hot wax, and coat the papers thinly with it, and then spread them out on shelves or elsewhere to cool, and let them remain undisturbed until wanted for use. Any thin kind of cloth may be used instead of paper, but I prefer the latter because it will yield to the pressure of the enlarging stalk and scion when the growth begins, and it will not be necessary to examine the grafted stock so frequently during the summer to prevent girdling, as is usually the case when a tougher material is employed for wrappers. Before these waxed sheets are taken into the field for use, lay each one separately on a piece of board, with the waxed side up, and with the point of a sharp knife, cut them crossways into narrow strips of from 1/2 to 3/4 of an inch wide. But for convenience in handling, insert the point of the knife a 1/2 inch from the edge, but cut the other clean through, so that the whole sheet of strips can be lifted together. In early spring, there is usually more or less windy weather, and if waxed sheets of paper are taken out into the field unprotected, they are very likely to become tangled up and useless. To prevent this, procure a number of large but very shallow paper boxes, such as can usually be had at the stores and groceries of almost any village, and in these place a single layer of the cut waxed sheets, where they will be protected from the wind and dust until removed for immediate use. Other kinds of grafting wax can, of course, be used and are usually procurable at the seed stores or made at home, and I have given their composition and the formulas for their manufacture in my work, The Propagation of Plants. But, as I have already said, this old standard kind of wax is just as good as any other, although a little more troublesome to use on account of its sticky consistency. Raffia or bass may be employed as ligatures for holding the scions in place, then covered with laportes or other kinds of liquid grafting wax. But when these are employed, it will be necessary to examine the grafted trees frequently in order to cut the ligatures to prevent girdling. The best implement for grafting is a common broad-blade pocket knife, one with a blade 3 to 3.5 inches long and 3/4 of an inch wide is a handy size. It should be of the best material for grafting chestnuts, because the wood of this tree is coarse-grained and so filled with siliceous matter that it soon dulls the keenest blade, and the grafter will, of necessity, have to use his whetstone frequently. In grinding the knife blade, have the sides of a true level, from the back to the edge, especially the underside, when to be held in the right hand with the edge towards the body. The importance of having a blade of this form will soon become apparent when the grafter attempts to make a true sloping cut on either stalk or scion, and it would be well for the novice to practice for an hour or two in splicing some worthless twigs before commencing upon more valuable material, for even an expert workman is very likely to make some awkward dissections and joints when out of practice. The professional propagator of plants may think such details are unimportant, but I wish to impress upon the amateur that in grafting nut trees, we are dealing with kinds that will not respond satisfactorily to such free manipulations as the apple and pear. Consequently, better and more careful handling is required to ensure success. When ready to begin operations in the field, take out a quantity of the shoots to be used for scions and keep them wrapped in damp cloth or packed in a box, basket, or other receptacle with wet moss to prevent drying. If any considerable number of stocks are to be grafted, then an assistant or two will be required, for the grafter cannot be alternately handling the knife and scions and wax and do good work. But if he only inserts the scions and his assistant applies the waxed ligatures, the operation will proceed more rapidly and satisfactorily. Modes of grafting. Figure 13, Splice Graft. Figure 14, Splice Graft Inserted. Figure 15, Stock. Figure 16, Scion. The only two modes of grafting that I shall recommend for the chestnut are the splice or whip graft and the cleft or wedge graft. In the splice graft, the scion and stock should be of about the same diameter, but if there is any difference, let it be in favor of the stock, and this is the largest. In this mode of grafting, the stock is cut off with an upward slope exposing 2 or 3 inches of wood, and about midway on this slope a small cleft or incision is made, forming what is called a tongue. The scion is then cut in the same way from the upper end downward, with a corresponding incision as seen in Figure 13. Then the two are neatly fitted together, the tongue on one entering the cleft on the other, making a close joint, as shown in Figure 14. The bark of the scion and stock should be exactly even on one side at least, and if they are the same size, so much the better, for then they will be even on both sides. But we cannot expect to secure such perfect joins on every stock, or any considerable number, although we aim to do so as frequently as possible. When the scion is fitted, the waxed paper is applied by placing one end of the strip at or near the base of the splice, and then wind it spirally and firmly upward until the entire wound is covered. If one of the waxed strips is not enough, use another, for it will do no harm if they are double on a part or all over the joint. The scion should not be much over 4 inches long, and a less length is preferable, but not so convenient for handling. One good prominent bud on each scion is sufficient, and this left near the upper end, but on short-joined wood we may use scions with 2 or more buds without greatly increasing their length. After the scion is in place, and every part of the splice is carefully sealed with the waxed paper, place a small piece or a little wax on the upper end of the scion, just enough to cover the exposed wound and prevent evaporation of the natural moisture or sap of the wood. I have found in practice that this sealing the end of the scion is time well spent. In fact, to leave any of the wood cells exposed to the air endangers the success of the operation. Young shoots from 1/4 of an inch in diameter up to 5/8 may be used for scions in splice grafting, and with a little care in the selection of stocks, or by cutting them off a few inches higher or lower, we may readily manage to have them nearly of the same diameter to match our scions, whether they are large or small, and such unions will soon heal over, leaving no scar at the point where the two have been joined. If the new growth or shoot to be employed as a scion is slender and feeble, then the base of the scion may be of 2-year-old wood, leaving just a bud or two on the upper end of the 1-year shoot. But it will seldom be necessary to employ such scions in grafting the chestnut, although it may occur when seeking to secure wood for propagation from very old trees which have made only a feeble annual growth. Cleft grafting. This method is employed principally upon stalks or branches of trees too large for splicing. The stalk is first cut off at the point where it is desirable to insert the scion, then split with a knife, being careful to divide it, so that the edges will be kept smooth and not rough and ragged. Figure 15. When the knife blade is withdrawn, the cleft may be kept open with a hard wood wedge, if the stalk is too large to admit of opening it with the point of the knife when ready to insert the scion. The scion may be 3 or 4 inches long, containing 2 or more buds. The lower end is cut wedge shape as shown in Figure 16, and slightly the thickest on the side to be set against the bark of the stock. In stocks of an inch or more in diameter, 2 scions, one on each side, may be inserted, figure 17, and if both grow, one should be cut away, else the tree, in later years, will be very likely to divide or break apart at this point. In stocks of an inch or less in diameter, 1 scion is sufficient, the top of the stock to be cut off with an upward slope, as shown in figure 18. After the scions are inserted, the entire exposed surface of the wood must be covered with grafting wax or waxed paper, and usually both may be employed with benefit. All the various forms of grafting in the open air, as described in my work on the propagation of plants, may be employed on the chestnut, but the 2 here given will probably answer just as well as others for those who may have occasion to propagate this tree. Success in grafting. The question has been asked many times and will no doubt be frequently repeated. What percentage of scions should one accustomed to grafting make grow? As there are no statistics upon which to base an answer to the question, I can only give my own personal experience, and this leads me to say that 75% may be considered an excellent, if not a high, average. In some seasons, this has been exceeded by at least 10%, while in others it has fallen as much or more below, with no apparent reason for the difference. 95% of the scions may push their buds, or even make a growth of several inches, and then begin to die off. Consequently, the time to counter successfully grafted trees is in the autumn, and not in spring or midsummer, as it is to be feared some are in the habit of doing when making a report upon what they call success in grafting nut trees. Growth of scions. Scions set in strong stocks usually make a very rapid and vigorous growth, and if left unchecked, there is danger of loss by being broken or blown off by strong winds during the summer and autumn. To prevent this as much as possible, it has been my practice to pinch off the ends of the young shoots when they are about 2 feet long. Lateral shoots will then push out freely, and in some seasons it may be necessary to check their growth in the same way later. On feeble stocks, or those quite small, and with less vigorous growing varieties, no summer pinching or pruning will be required. My experimental grounds are well protected upon the north and west, not only by rising ground, but by Norway spruce and American arbor vitae hedges twice as high as the grafted chestnut trees in the nursery rows, and yet almost every season some of the stronger growing grafts are blown out or broken off by the wind. After the first season, there is little danger of injury, probably because the union between scion and stock has become stronger. Grafting chestnut sprouts. In grafting the vigorous sprouts that always spring up from the stumps of old trees that have been recently cut down, we may reasonably expect a prodigious growth of the scion the first season, as well as in succeeding ones, and if all goes well with them, we will secure large-bearing trees in a very few years. But such stocks are only available where old trees are sacrificed for their timber or other purposes. Having a few such sprouts on my place, they have been utilized from time to time in testing some of the newer varieties. In one instance, I allowed the scion, set on a sprout about 1 inch in diameter, 6 feet from the base, to grow unchecked throughout the season, as it was in a protected position, and in the fall the entire length of the main stem and lateral branches was 65 feet, and all from one bud and a scion set early in the spring. The 3rd year this tree bore about a peck of very large nuts, to which I shall have occasion to refer again under injurious insects. Grafting large trees. Grafting large chestnut trees with stems from 6 inches or more in diameter and with large spreading heads is possible, but far from being economical or practicable, especially if the trees stand out where they will get the full sweep of prevailing winds. By cutting off and grafting a few of the branches at a time for several seasons in succession, one may, in a very few years, succeed in getting the entire head grafted, but there is constant danger of some of the scions being broken out if they make a vigorous growth, leaving a distorted and ill-shapen tree. Having experimented somewhat in this line with variable success, I am not inclined to recommend it, because 10 trees can be raised to a bearing age on moderate-sized stocks with less labor, and the result will be more satisfactory. Budding chestnuts. I have frequently tried budding chestnut stalks as described for the almond, and extensively employed with other kinds of fruit trees. But the results of my experiments have been unsatisfactory, although buds were set from very early in summer until late in the fall, also on young and old wood, but so few have taken and remained alive over winter that my personal experience in this mode of propagation will not justify its recommendation to others. Perhaps there is some secret connected with the operation that I have not yet discovered, but which is known to other propagators. Of course, budding with semi-dormant wood and buds in spring, as soon as the bark will peel from the wood, is practicable, but there is really nothing to be gained by this mode of propagation over that of grafting. Transplanting and pruning. There is no tree that will bear or withstand more severe pruning than the chestnut. If trees of 100 or 500 years of age are cut down, the stumps are sure to throw up an immense number of sprouts from adventitious buds, as these are readily produced at almost any point on the sapwood or alburnum under the bark. And yet, with this inherent vitality and faculty of recuperation, the chestnut does not naturally, like many other deciduous kinds, throw up suckers from the roots. Keeping this peculiarity in mind, the cultivator has only to use his pruning knife freely upon the trees to secure almost any form desired. But after the trees have become well established, very little pruning will be required, except to occasionally thin out or remove a rambling branch to secure a well-balanced and shapely head to the tree. In transplanting from the nursery rows after grafting, and especially if the trees are of some considerable size and large enough to set, where they are to remain permanently, there is sure to be a loss of roots, and those that are preserved are likely to remain for a short time inactive and incapable of absorbing nutrients from the soil to which they are transferred, or until new rootlets are produced. Under these conditions, we aim to favor the roots by removing or cutting back the greater part of the branches. No matter how carefully such trees are lifted from their roots, protected during the operation of transplanting, it will check the growth, and the best and most practical restorative is severe pruning of the top, and every young shoot of the previous season's growth should be cut back to within 3 or 4 inches of its base. I am presuming that the trees have been grafted only 1 year, but if older and the scions were set high enough to begin the formation of the head of the tree, then the entire young growth may be cut away, and some of the older wood, but of course not below the graft. All broken roots must be cut off, and the ends of the larger ones, roughly severed with the spade or other implements employed in digging, should have their wounds smoothed with a sharp knife. Frequent transplanting and root pruning young nursery stock tends to keep up a proper root system, and an abundance of small fibrous roots near the main stem, and trees so treated are worth much more, if to be transplanted later, than those left undisturbed. But while the latter may be twice the size of the former when of the same age, they are not worth half as much to the purchaser or for transplanting in our own grounds. Staking transplanted trees. This is always necessary for recently planted trees. If they are of any considerable size, or from 6 feet high and upwards, if not supported by stakes, they are sure to be swayed about, if not thrown over, by strong winds in summer. A strong stake, 2 or 3 inches in diameter, would better be set at the time of planting the tree, thereby avoiding breaking off or crushing the roots, as frequently happens when stakes are driven down among them later in the season. Set the stakes or drive into the subsoil 6 inches from the stem, then use strips of cloth, sacks, carpet, or some similar material for tying, because hard cord or twine will be very likely to cut through the tender bark from the constant swaying about of the stems. Wind the strips around the stem, and then cross between it and the stake once or twice to prevent the tree from pressing against or coming in contact with the stake. Renew the stakes and tying materials if necessary until the trees become firmly established and provided with lateral roots large enough to keep them in an upright position. Mulching. Placing a few forkfuls of coarse stable manure, half-rotted straw, leaves, or any similar material on the surface about the stems of recently planted trees will prove very beneficial in not only keeping down the weeds, but aiding greatly in retaining moisture in the soil about the roots. The application of some such material as a mulch is all the more important with the chestnut because these trees are always to be planted in a naturally dry and well-drained soil. Distance between trees. How far apart chestnut trees should be planted will depend very much upon the species and varieties, some growing to immense trees, while others are only fair-sized shrubs at maturity. But for the larger growing varieties, 40 to 50 feet between the trees is none too much space when planted for their nuts and not for timber. If set in a single row along the public highways, farm lanes, or around the outbuildings, to serve as shade or ornament, and for their nuts, then about 40 feet will answer very well for the larger growing species. And I will add that, in my opinion, all the larger kinds of nut trees will give better returns if placed in such positions than when set in orchards or in compact masses. When set in single rows or widely scattered, they are less liable to be attacked by insects and diseases, while they will still serve the double purpose of being both ornamental and useful. I must admit, however, that in my experimental grounds the trees are planted only 20 feet apart, but with the expectation of soon cutting out every alternate specimen. Soil and climate. The chestnut thrives best in light, well-drained soils, and those containing a large proportion of sand or decomposed quartz, slate, or volcanic scoria. But it is rarely found, nor does it succeed in heavy clays, limestone soils, or on the rich western prairies, where we might think it would grow most luxuriantly. That limestone soils are inimical to the chestnut has often been disputed, but my own observations, which have been somewhat extensive in years and range of country, rather confirm the impression that this tree avoids land containing any considerable percentage of lime. It is true that chestnut groves, and sometimes extensive forests, are found on hills and ridges overlying limestone, but a careful examination of the soil among the trees will show that it is a drift deposit containing little or no lime. Such groves can be found in all the southern tier of counties of New York, also among the hills of northern and western parts of New Jersey, and thence west and south along the Blue Ridge and Allegheny Mountains to the Carolinas, and westward in Tennessee and Kentucky. The chestnut is sometimes found in New Jersey and other northern Atlantic states, growing in considerable abundance near streams only a few feet above sea level, but when found in such situations, the subsoil is invariably sand, gravel, or porous shale. The range of climate in which the native sweet chestnut thrives is quite extensive, as it is found sparingly in Maine in latitude 44 degrees extending westward, but not very abundant on this line, through New England and New York, crossing the Niagara River, skirting the north shore of Lake Erie in Canada, and thence into southern Michigan, but does not reach Illinois. From this line southward, it increases in abundance in Virginia, western North Carolina, and eastern Tennessee and Kentucky. But in following this tree southward, we meet another indigenous species, widely known as the chinquapin, Castanea pumila. This species is indigenous to southern New Jersey, and sparingly in parts of Pennsylvania, becoming more plentiful as we proceed southward, the two species named overlapping and in part occupying the same region. But the chinquapin extends further south and also westward near its northern limits, crossing the Mississippi into southern Missouri, then extends south again, becoming quite abundant in Arkansas. The European chestnut, in its many varieties, extends over about the same number of degrees of latitude in Europe as our species do here, although reaching a higher latitude in countries bordering on the Atlantic, as shown in the old chestnut trees of England. The Oriental chestnut has also a very wide range, but the limits are not so well known as those of European and American species. But a study of its geographical distribution is of considerable importance now that we are importing these nuts for cultivation. The same is also true of the European varieties, and the cultivator who neglects to take this matter into consideration will fail to secure whatever advantages may be accrued from acclimation, an agency which undoubtedly has been active and continuous in modifying and changing the primary characteristics of these plants during unknown ages. To more fully impress upon the reader the importance of care in the selection of materials to be employed in any pursuit with which he is not perfectly familiar, I am prompted to relate the story of my first personal experience in chestnut culture, as it may serve as a warning to others who may attempt to raise these nuts in a cold climate. At the time of purchasing the farm which has been my home for the past 30 years, nut trees of various kinds were on my list of things wanted, and the chestnut occupied a leading position, probably because there were already many old and large native trees on the place. My first planting consisted of a number of imported seedlings obtained from a well-known French nursery. The trees were 3 or 4 years old, very stocky and vigorous, and they made a good growth the first season. But the following winter the young shoots were all frozen down to old wood, with the exception of one tree, and thinking that this might prove hardy, scions were taken from it and set in thrifty sprouts, growing in a grove nearby. The scions made rapid growth, and from one of these I soon had a large tree, which remained in good health for 20 years, but during all that time it produced but one burr containing 2 half-developed nuts. Why it was unfruitful I do not pretend to know, but it was certainly not for want of company, for it had large native chestnut trees all about it, and those bearing heavy crops. The seedling trees, planted in the orchard, also failed to be fruitful, and were finally dug up and burned. Thus ended my first experiment in the cultivation of the European chestnut. Had my location been farther south, and in a milder climate, the experiment might have ended differently. But I am relating experience and not attempting to guess what might have been the results under more favorable conditions. In the meantime, however, I had seen a few trees of the Japan chestnut bearing on Long Island, and had received specimens of the Numbo and Paragon, 2 now well-known and superior varieties of the European species, although raised in this country. These varieties were secured and succeeded so well that I have continued to add others from time to time, or as soon as trees or scions were obtainable. The success which appears to have attended the propagation and dissemination of these 2 varieties of European parentage has awakened considerable interest in chestnut culture, besides attracting the attention of those interested in such matters to the fact that there are many old trees of the same or similar origins scattered about the country, awaiting the coming nut culturist to propagate them and make known their merits. It may well be, before leaving this subject, to remind the novice in chestnut culture that seedlings of these hardy and productive descendants of the European species will not come true from the nut or seed, and while it will be admitted that the chances are somewhat better for procuring a hardy variety from such nuts than from those imported, still there is no certainty of any considerable number being equal in hardiness or other respects to the parent tree. There is an inherent tendency in tree seedlings of all kinds to revert to the wild form or type, and the chestnut is no exception to this rule. End of Chapter 5, Section 1. Chapter 5, Section 2 of The Nut Culturist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Nut Culturist, a treatise on the propagation, planting, and cultivation of nut-bearing trees and shrubs adapted to the climate of the United States, with the scientific and common names of the fruits known in commerce as edible or otherwise useful nuts, 1896. By Andrew S. Fuller. Chapter 5, Section 2. The Chestnut. Species of Chestnut. What is called a species among plants is a particular form or type supposed to have descended from one original stock, whether this was composed of one or more individuals. But variations doubtless occurred at the first inception or multiplication of the original, but so long as the offsprings do not differ so widely as to be untraceable to the proemial types, they are held to be varieties of one species. Whether all the chestnuts found in the various countries of the world are descendants of one original tree or group of trees is now beyond our ability to determine. Consequently, what are now termed species rests very much upon the opinion of botanists, as may readily be demonstrated by consulting the works of hundreds of authors who have essayed to describe and classify the plants of any locality or country, and this, too, without reaching an absolute finality acceptable to their contemporaries, or at all likely to share a better fate with posterity. For many years after botany began to be recognized as a science, the common American sweet chestnut was considered a distinct species, but in recent years it has been relegated to the position of a widely distributed variety of the European chestnut, and it is so described and classified in most of the botanical works of the present time and under such names as Castanea vesca, variety Americana, Castanea sativia, variety Americana, Castanea vulgaris, variety Americana, etc. The Asiatic species or varieties, under whichever cognomen we may find them described in botanical works, have fared little better than our American kinds, for some botanists have described the Japan chestnut as a distinct species, while others only as a widely divergent variety of the common European chestnut. I regret that there should be any need of giving so much space to this matter of species and varieties, yet presuming that far the larger number of my readers will not be professional botanists, nor persons with a botanical library at hand to consult for unfamiliar terms, I have thought this explanation in regard to classification might assist them in making clear the apparent confusion of names which, in the main, are only synonyms. Further, I propose retaining some of the older specific names of the distinct group of varieties, whether it be strictly in accord with the ideas of eminent authorities or otherwise, because it will be more convenient to do so, and certain phases will thus be made clearer to the practical cultivation of nut trees, for whom this work is written. My wish is to assist those who do not know but want to learn how to obtain, plant, and make nut trees grow and bear remunerative crops. Castanea americana, American sweet chestnut. Leaves oblong lanceolate, serrate, with rather coarse teeth, each terminated with a feeble prickle or spine, smooth on both sides, figure 19. Burrs thickly covered with sharp branching spines, a half-inch long or less, from a fleshy green envelope, becoming hard and somewhat woody, opening by 4 valves or divisions when mature. Usually 3 nuts in each burr, the center one flattened by compression, the 2 outer ones plano-convex. Shell tough and leathery, dark brown, smooth, or more or less inverted, with a silvery pubescence from the point downward. Variable in size, from 5/8 to an inch in diameter. Kernel sweet and fine-grained. A very large and common tree in the middle and northern states, living to a great age. Figure 19, American chestnut leaf. Figure 20, spike of burrs of bush chinquapin. See nana. Castanea nana, bush chinquapin. Leaves oval lanceolate, serrate, with feeble prickles on teeth and often wanting. Pale green above and white tomentose underneath. Burrs in racemes small, husk thin, opening by 2 divisions or lobes instead of 4, as in the last species. Spines short, somewhat scattering. Sessile or very short-stalked. Nuts small, pointed, brown, smooth, thin-shelled, solitary, or only 1 in a burr. Kernel fine-grained, sweet and delicious. Common from North Carolina southward to Florida, in dry soils and barrens. A medium-sized shrub or low-spreading bush, rarely reaching a height of 10 feet, the slender twigs usually tomentose. A spike of burrs and leaves of this species are seen in Figure 20. Figure 21, spike of chinquapin chestnut burr, C. pumila. Figure 22, single burr, nut and leaf of chinquapin chestnut, C. pumila. Castanea pumila, chinquapin chestnut. Leaves oblong, lanceolate, short or acutely pointed, coarsely serrate, with incurved pointed teeth, green above, tomentose underneath. Burrs and racemes, Figure 21, two-valved. Sometimes the burrs are single, as shown in Figure 22. Spines branching from a short stalk, nuts solitary, ovoid, pointed, with dark brown polished shell. Kernel fine-grained, sweet and excellent. A medium-sized tree, 20 to 40 feet high, in rich soils from New Jersey, southern Pennsylvania, and southward to Georgia, and sparingly westward to Arkansas. Castanea sativia or vesca, European chestnut. Leaves oblong lanceolate, pointed, coarsely serrate, with rather long incurved spines on the teeth, smooth on both sides, but glossy and dark green above, thicker and of more substance than in any other species. Burrs very large, with thick husk and long, stout, branching spines from a woody stem at the base. Shell of nut thick, tough and leathery, of a dark mahogany brown. Kernel enclosed in a rather tough but thin skin that is usually intensely bitter, a characteristic that readily distinguishes this from any of our species. Trees of large size, rather stocky, young shoots coarse, with smooth bark, buds prominent, glossy, and of a light yellowish-brown color. Figure 23, Japan chestnut leaf. Castanea japonica, Japan chestnut. Leaves lanceolate oblong, Figure 23, finely serrate, indentations shallow, and the teeth slender, pointed, pale green above, and silvery or rusty white underneath. Burrs with a very thin husk, spines short, widely branching from a short stem. Nuts large to very large, usually 3 in a burr, shell thin, and of a light brown color, the inner skin thin, fibrous, but not as bitter as in the European varieties, and the kernel somewhat finer grained and sweeter. Trees of moderate growth, and are said to rarely exceed 50 feet high in Japan. The growth is slender in comparison with the European or American chestnut, and the habit is decidedly bushy, the new growth of the season usually producing a number of lateral twigs late in summer. The leaves here seem to be more persistent, probably because the season is not long enough to ensure thorough ripening. The reader will please bear in mind that this description of the Japan chestnut is drawn from the introduced species of those raised from the imported nuts, and not from the trees growing in their native habitats. All the varieties that I have seen appear to belong to one type of species, and they come from the warmer parts of that country. But Professor Sargent, in his Forest Flora of Japan, says that while the largest nuts appear in the markets of Kobe and Osaka, from whence they come to this country, there are varieties offered for sale in the markets of Aomori, which is much further north, and these, he thinks, would produce a more hardy race of varieties than those we have already received from that country. As a race, all the Japan chestnuts are very precocious, the trees coming into bearing early whether raised from the nut or propagated by grafting. Native varieties. Group 1. While it is well known that our American sweet chestnut varies widely in the size, flavor, form, color, and general appearance of the nuts, no special effort has been made to select and perpetuate the most distinct and valuable varieties. This is to be regretted, inasmuch as the opportunities for making such selections and preserving and propagating those most worthy of it are rapidly passing away with the destruction of our chestnut forests. But there is still time to do something in this direction, and perhaps save a few varieties as valuable as those already destroyed. It is to be hoped that every man who knows of a large variety will either propagate it himself or point it out to someone who is sufficiently interested to do so. If proper attention was given to the raising of seedlings, we might soon secure very improved native varieties, and I would urge this mode of propagation upon all whose circumstances and surroundings will admit of it, and especially upon the young men who possess the talent and inclination to make such experiments. For there is a wide and fertile field open to them, and they can scarcely fail to reap a rich reward for their labors, if applied with earnestness and a moderate amount of intelligence. Burless Chestnut. This is a peculiar variety or freak, in which the burrs are merely shallow cups upon which the nuts rest, and at no stage of their growth are they enclosed in a husk or burr. The nuts are small and usually perfect, but being unprotected, they are preyed upon by birds and squirrels as soon as the kernels are well formed, few escaping to reach maturity. This chestnut is of no economic value, but is worth preserving as an illustration of extremes in variation. The original tree was found in the forest near Freehold Green County, New York, by Mr. Harry Bagley, to whom I am indebted for scions sent to me in the spring of 1885. Another and very familiar variety was found about the same time on Staten Island, New York, and this also has been propagated to a limited extent as a curiosity. Hathaway, a very large and handsome native variety and one of the very best, a strong and vigorous grower and productive, raised by Mr. B. Hathaway, the veteran and widely known pomologist of Little Prairie Round, Michigan. Some 30 years ago, Mr. Hathaway purchased a half bushel of native chestnuts of a dealer in Ohio, and from these raised a large number of trees for sale, but a few were reserved for planting out on his own grounds, and when these came into bearing, the one named here was selected for propagation because of its large size and productiveness. Phillips, a large and handsome variety of excellent flavor, with a very smooth dark brown shell. Grafted trees, exceedingly vigorous, upright growth, as well as precocious and productive. The original tree is growing in the grounds of the late Whitman Phillips at Ridgewood, New Jersey. Several years ago, my attention was called to a number of large varieties of the chestnut growing in and near the village, and from these I obtained scions for propagation, but I name only one at this time, reserving the others until more fully tested. Figure 24, burrs of Fuller's chinquapin, 1/2 natural size. This is rather an insignificant number of varieties to be named among the many hundreds that are to be found in almost every town or neighborhood where the chestnut is a native, and yet I have been able to find only one named in nurserymen's catalogues as being propagated by grafting. It is true that nearly all dealers in trees offer seedling American chestnuts, which may mean good, bad, or indifferent varieties when the trees come into bearing. Among all the many thousands that have been raised and planted in the East and West, beyond the natural range of the chestnut as, for instance, in Missouri, Kansas, and Iowa, there must be some distinct and valuable varieties worthy of names and propagation. There are not only distinct varieties to be found in every forest, but in some instances the entire product of an extended area of country are distinct in their color, size, and general appearance of the nuts produced, as, for instance, in the woolly chestnuts of the Piedmont district of Virginia, these being so nearly covered with a white down that they remind one of popcorn. Hundreds of bushels of these woolly chestnuts come to our markets, and among them I have found very large specimens, but so far as known, no effort has been made to perpetuate them. So far as can now be determined, the wild or original European chestnut was much inferior in its flavor and little, if any, larger than our American sweet chestnut, but by continued selections of the largest for planting, and propagation by grafting, it has attained to its present size and excellence. But this system of improving our native varieties has scarcely as yet been attempted, a fact which does not in the least redound to our credit. Bush chinquapin, C. nana, Muhlenberg. Of this I do not know of any named varieties in cultivation. Plants are occasionally seen in cultivated grounds, and I have one in my garden growing in a sheltered position, where it has fruited for several years. It is a pretty, round-headed, silver-leafed bush, about 6 feet high, ornamental, if not specially valuable for other purposes, although the little sweet nuts are always acceptable. As a rule, the seedlings of this species are not hardy in the northern states, but an occasional one will survive if planted in a light, porous soil and a protected situation. Common chinquapin, C. pumila Miller. This is a small tree, sometimes 30 to 40 feet high, found sparingly as far north as central New Jersey and on Long Island. It is more common in cultivation than the bush chinquapin, probably because more hardy and better known, but I do not know of any improved varieties that have been disseminated under distinct names except the one hereinafter described. Among many seedlings raised of this species, I have selected one which good judges of such things have thought worthy of propagation, as I do not raise plants for sale. No one will be likely to accuse me of having any selfish motives, further than a pardonable pride in producing something worthy of perpetuation. Furthermore, as an earnest of my confidence in its merits, I have distributed it under my own name. Figure 25, Fuller's Chinquapin, 5 years old, from Nut. Fuller's Chinquapin. Leaves large, broadly oval, pointed, coarse, serrate, pale green above, clear silvery white below. Bark on main stem, branches and twigs smooth, light gray, with numerous white dots. The young twigs thick and stocky, cylindrical, with moderately prominent grayish buds. Burrs and long racemes, figure 24. Very large for this species. Spines long, strong, branching and sharp. Nuts only one in each burr, rather short, broad, top-shaped, with blunt point, shell very smooth, glossy, almost black, kernel fine-grained and sweet, ripens early, or with the earliest of the native sweet chestnuts. The original tree is only 6 years old, twice transplanted, and is now 10 feet high, with a head fully as broad, and as shown in figure 25. Although growing in a rather exposed position, it has never been injured by low temperature in winter or a high one in summer. It has thus far been the most rapid-growing chestnut tree in my grounds, although given no special care. Whether it will eventually become a large tree or soon cease to extend is, of course, a question to be answered at some future time, but from present indications, this tree will be well worthy of cultivation as an ornamental shade tree, even if we leave out of the account its rapid growth, productiveness, and delicious little nuts, which will be very acceptable for home use, if not possessing any great commercial value. European varieties. In the use of this term, I wish it understood that the varieties named and described in this group are all of American origin, that is, raised in this country from seed. At the same time, they are descendants of the European species. They are, in other words, survivals of the fittests, a few that have survived the many being raised from imported nuts, perhaps 1 out of 1,000, that tests and time have shown were adapted to our climate. There may be many other varieties scattered about the country which are worthy of a name and of propagation, but I can speak only of those I have been able to procure or that have been brought to my notice. In describing the following varieties, and in seeking to get at the facts relating to their origin, name, and history, the reader will please bear in mind that there has been no previous attempt to arrange or classify these semi-American varieties. Furthermore, there is much confusion in regard to the true names of a number of them, and the most I can say is that I have endeavored, under the circumstances, to get as near the truth as possible. Could I defer writing this chapter 10 years, some moot points might be cleared up, but as this is out of the question, I must follow the light already in my possession. To Mr. John R. Perry of Perry, New Jersey, I am greatly indebted, not only for specimens of new and rare varieties, but also notes relating to the history of several of the older ones. Comfort. Burrs very large, broad, somewhat flattened, spines very strong and long, branching, nuts very broad, with short point, and shell covered from base to point with scattering silky hairs, thicker at upper end. In quality, about the same as in the ordinary varieties of the species, but to some persons' taste is better, having less astringency in the skin surrounding the kernel. Origin uncertain, but said to have been grown for many years at Germantown, a suburb of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where the Paragon chestnut was discovered. The comfort certainly closely resembles the Paragon, but I have not had an opportunity of fruiting trees under the two names side by side, as would be necessary to determine their identity or difference, if they are really distinct. Figure 26, Burr of Numbo Chestnut. Cooper, a very large variety, has been in cultivation for several years in Camden County, New Jersey, but up to the present time the trees have not been propagated for sale, although I am informed by Mr. John R. Perry that there are a large number under cultivation. The tree is described as of a broad spreading habit, with enormously large leaves and immensely productive, nuts very large, smooth and glossy, with little fuzz near the top. In quality, they may be considered excellent for a variety of this class. The burrs are very large, and this is its greatest or only fault, for when nearly mature, they absorb and retain such a quantity of water during heavy rains, in addition to the original weight and the enclosed nuts, that the trees are liable to be broken down by strong winds. Corson. Burrs of immense size, spines an inch or more in length from a stout, woody, irregularly branching stem, resting on the moderately thin husk. Nuts extra large, usually 3 in a burr, shell dark brown, somewhat ridged, the upper end or point of the shell densely covered with a white, almost woolly pubescence, or fuzz as is usually termed. This is a remarkably large and fine variety of good quality. Originated with Mr. Walter H. Corson, Plymouth Meeting, Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. Dagger. A large variety originating near Wyoming, Delaware, from seed of the Ridgely. My specimen trees are good vigorous growers and hardy, but have not as yet produced fruit. It is said that the nuts are of fair quality, but not as good as the best of its class. Moncur. Another seedling of the Ridgely, raised on the farm of Mr. Frank Moncur near Dover, Delaware. The original tree is about 30 years old, described as smaller than its parent, but of better quality. Figure 27, Spines of Numbo Chestnut. Figure 28, Numbo Chestnut. Numbo. Burrs medium and distinctly long, pointed before opening as shown in Figure 26, the 4 divisions of the burrs extending an inch or more beyond the nut as they open. This is an exceptional form of the burr and will enable almost any person to recognize the variety with bearing trees. Spines only medium in length, Figure 27, and not as strong as in most other varieties of this species. Nuts very large, Figure 28. Smooth, decidedly pointed, light brown when first mature and of good flavor. Tree hardy and a vigorous free grower, and is very productive even when young. The original tree is now some 40 years old, and is one of a large number raised from imported nuts by the late Mahlon Moon of Morrisville, Pennsylvania. Miller's DuPont. Burrs large, spines long and strong, but not as stout as in some of the closely related varieties. Nut medium, and kernel of fair quality. A promising variety. Origin unknown. Received from Joseph Evans, Delaware County, Pennsylvania. Figure 29, Paragon Chestnut Burr, 1/2 natural size. Figure 30, Spines of Paragon Chestnut Burr. Figure 31, Paragon Chestnut. Paragon. Burrs of immense size, often 5 inches and more in lateral diameter, distinctly flattened on the top, or cushion-shaped, Figure 29. Spines an inch in length, widely and irregularly branching from a stout stem springing from a thick, fleshy husk, as shown in Figure 30, the whole making an involucre or burr out of proportion to the nuts within. Nuts of large size, slightly depressed at the top, Figure 31, and they are usually broader than long, shell very dark brown, slightly ridged, and covered with a fine but not very conspicuous pubescence, kernel sweet, fine-grained, and of superior flavor for one of this species. Tree hardy, exceedingly precocious, and productive when grafted on strong, healthy stock. A 4-year-old tree on my grounds is shown in Figure 32. It was loaded with nuts in the fall of 1894. This is one of the best of its class. Origin somewhat in doubt, but it is claimed that the late W.L. Schaffer of Philadelphia raised it from a foreign nut planted in his garden, and who, some 18 years or more ago, gave scions to W.H. Engel of Marietta, Pennsylvania. Mr. Engel has since propagated and disseminated this variety quite extensively under its present name, but should further investigation prove it to be distinct, and that it was raised by Mr. Schaffer, then it should certainly bear his name, and Paragon become a synonym. No more appropriate monument could possibly be erected in honor of a distinguished horticulturalist like the late Mr. Schaffer than a chestnut tree, nor could his memory be perpetuated under more pleasant and agreeable surroundings than to have his name linked inseparably with such an excellent and valuable variety. Figure 32, 4-year-old Paragon chestnut tree. Ridgely. Burrs large, with dense spines, but not as long as those of the Paragon. Nuts large, pointed, shell dark brown, with very little pubescence, and this mainly at the point, Figure 33. In quality, this variety ranks very near, if not equal of, the best of its class, and it has been highly commended by those who have been acquainted with it for many years. The origin of the Ridgely, as recorded, leaves the question of name a debatable one. Some 60 years ago, Mr. DuPont, of Wilmington, Delaware, gave or sent to Mr. D. M. Ridgely of Dover, Delaware, a sprouted chestnut, and this was planted and became the original tree of the variety under consideration. It has been called DuPont because he raised the nut and kept it over winter and until it sprouted. Then it passed into the care of Mr. Ridgely, who thenceforth gave it his attention. The tree is now of immense size, in some seasons has produced more than 5 bushels of nuts, selling at $11 per bushel. It is quite probable that the DuPont family were the first to raise European chestnut trees to a bearing size in this country, for some of its members were settled in Delaware before the War of the Revolution. Pierre Samuel Dupont de Nemours, during the French ministry of Vergennes, was employed in forming the Treaty of 1783, in which the independence of the United States was formally recognized by England. In 1795, American Encyclopedia, he came to this country and joined his sons, who had become successful manufacturers of gunpowder at or near Wilmington, Delaware, where their descendants, or at least some of them, are still engaged in the same business. If any of the old and original chestnut trees have escaped the numerous powder mill explosions which have frequently occurred in that neighborhood, they are probably much older than the Ridgely. I am also inclined to believe that a very large majority of all the hardy chestnut trees of the European species scattered about the country are the direct descendants of the old DuPont stock. Figure 33, open burr of the Ridgely chestnut. Scott. Burrs large, with long branching spines. Nuts from the original tree, as received the past season, are only of medium size, but said to be much larger on young trees. Shell dark brown, smooth, with a little fuzz around the point. As my specimen tree has not, as yet, fruited, I am unable to say anything of its productiveness from personal experience, but in a note from Mr. William Perry, under date of October 15, 1894, he says, I send specimens of the Scott chestnuts, grown by Judge Scott of Burlington, New Jersey. The crop is about gone, and it is with difficulty I could get these, which are about the average size. Earlier in the season, many are larger. Judge Scott has grown those nuts for market several years. The original tree was bought by his father many years ago from the nursery of Thomas Hancock. He bought 3 trees for Spanish chestnuts, planted them in a row about 30 feet apart, and the one from which these nuts were obtained happened to be in the middle. It is now a large tree, the trunk about 5 feet in diameter. It is a regular and heavy bearer. Judge Scott has propagated and planted an orchard from this variety and claims among its important features large size and early bearing. 2-year grafts generally produce nuts, immense productiveness and good quality, beautiful, glossy mahogany color, freedom from fuzz, and an almost entire exemption from the attack of the chestnut weevil. While the crop of 2 trees standing on either side of the Scott is badly damaged by worms, it is the exception to find a wormy nut among the Scott. Quote, "The crop sells readily at $10 to $12 per bushel. This year, 1894, some sold as low as $8, the lowest ever known for this variety." End quote. Steyr. Burrs large, round, spines long, branching, but not as coarse as those of Comfort. Nuts medium to large, decidedly pointed, and the point fuzzy. Shell dark brown, with a few longitudinal stripes, but not ridged. A handsome nut of good quality. This variety has been distributed under the name of Hannum. The original tree, which is a mammoth in size, is still standing on a farm of a Mr. Hannum near Concordville, Delaware County, Pennsylvania. But Mr. T. Walter Steyr of the same place is propagating and introducing it as the Steyr. Some of the varieties in this group may not prove to be distinct, and later they will be relegated to their proper place as synonyms, but I have thought it best to record them by the names under which they have been received. In writing these descriptions, I have had the nuts and leaves before me, but there may be characters overlooked which will become more conspicuous as the grafted trees become older and more mature. The dagger chestnut from Delaware is a promising variety, disseminated through the Department of Agriculture, but as I have not seen the nuts at this writing, a description is necessarily omitted. Among the French varieties of this species, which are said to succeed admirably in California, a large proportion would probably do equally well in Delaware and further south. Among those worthy of trial I may name the Avant Châtaigne, Comal, Exhalade, Green of Limousin, Gros Précoce, Jaune Russe, Lyon, Merle, Nouzière, Quercy, etc. I have tried some of these, but with such indifferent results that they were abandoned. Cultivars of nut trees located in a milder climate should take advantage of whatever improvements there have been made in Europe by importing grafted trees or scions. There are a few ornamental varieties of the European chestnut, but none worthy of any special attention. Figure 34, Japan Giant Chestnut. Japan Chestnuts. The first authentic account I have been able to find of the introduction of the Japan chestnut into this country is of a number of trees received by S.B. Parsons and Company, Flushing, New York, 1876, from the late Thomas Hogg, who, as is well known to all horticulturalists, spent several years in Japan collecting many rare kinds of trees and shrubs, which were shipped direct to Parsons and Company. The chestnut trees received in 1876 fruited 2 years later, or in 1878, and soon attracted attention on account of the large size and excellent quality of the nuts and the precocious habits of the trees. The success of this typical variety of the Japanese species, as I have assumed to designate it, proved that there were Oriental chestnuts, heretofore untested in this country, that were certainly worthy of an attempt to obtain. This variety, introduced by the Messrs. Parsons and Company, does not appear to have been disseminated under any distinct varietal name, but merely bears the rather meaningless one of Japan chestnut, and for the purpose of giving it a position where it may be recognized, by name at least, from other varieties more recently introduced, I shall take the liberty of calling it Parsons Japan. Soon after it became known that the Oriental chestnuts would succeed in this country, the fruit growers and nurserymen of California began to import and plant these nuts, shipping an occasional lot to their customers in the eastern states, and from these hundreds of seedlings have been raised and distributed under the general name of Japan chestnut. Among the nuts imported, there are some of extraordinary size, even larger than anything of the kind obtained from Europe, as shown in Figure 34, natural size, and from a specimen received direct from Japan. Some of the nurserymen who have secured these very large nuts for planting offer the seedlings raised therefrom under such names as Mammoth and Giant Japan, but as there is no certainty and scarcely a probability that such seedlings will produce nuts as large as those planted, the names are rather misleading, although proper enough if given to grafted varieties of large size. When an extra fine variety is produced from the nut, it should of course be preserved and propagated in the usual way. Figure 35. Spines of Japan Chestnut. The late William Perry of Perry, New Jersey, was one of the first nurserymen to attempt to produce new varieties of the Japan chestnut in this country, and his sons have continued his experiments in this direction. Others may have been equally successful, but I have been unable to obtain any satisfactory reports from those to whom I have applied for information. Consequently, I can only say that the following, with few exceptions, originated at the William Perry nurseries. Advance, Perry. Burrs medium, slightly flattened on top. Spines medium, short, almost sessile, as shown in Figure 35. And this is a characteristic of all the Japan chestnuts, branching and widely separated on a very thin husk, nuts very large, shell a light yellowish brown, with a few slight darker streaks from base to apex, quality excellent for one of this species, ripens early and long before touched by frost. Alpha, Perry, very similar to the last but ripens earlier, which would be an advantage in some localities. Tree vigorous and productive. Beta, Perry. Burr medium, spines rather long and thin for one of this group, set on a thin husk. Nut large, shell light brown, smooth, with a slight trace of pubescence near the tip. The leaves are shallow and coarsely serrate, and on some the teeth or serratures are entirely wanting. Ripens a little later than the alpha, or about the 1st of October in northern New Jersey. Early Reliance, Perry. Burrs medium with short, almost deflexed spines on an exceedingly thin husk. Nuts large, more pointed than in the last, and of a lighter color than the past season, but this may not be constant, and may be due to the long and severe drought of the summer of 1894. Usually 3 nuts in a burr, and sometimes 4 or 5, but I do not consider this increase in number a merit in any variety, for where there are more than 3 they are likely to be of small size and very much deformed. The original tree of the Reliance is enormously productive and a regular bearer. Felton, a seedling of the common Japanese chestnut, raised by J. W. Killen of Felton, Delaware. Giant Japan, Perry. Burrs large to extra large for a variety of this species, with medium-low branching spines on a very thin parchment-like husk. Nuts extra large, usually only 2 in a burr, often only 1, and about 2 inches broad, much depressed at the top, with a short point set in an irregular depression or basin. Shell dark mahogany color, more or less ribbed. Kernel coarse-grained, as is usual in the extra-large varieties of nearly all species of the chestnut. This is probably the largest variety of the Japanese chestnut raised in this country, of which grafted trees are obtainable at this time. There may be others equally as large, but if so, they are unknown to the writer. Killen. Of the Japanese species, and described as very large, the nuts over 2 inches in diameter and of fair quality, raised by J. W. Killen of Felton, Delaware. Parsons, Japan. Burrs medium, with rather thick-set and long spines. Nuts large, 1 inch and a half broad, curving regularly to a point. Shell smooth, almost glossy, brown, with faint stripes of a darker shade extending from base to apex. In quality, the kernel is far better than most of the European varieties, being finer grained and sweeter. When grafted on strong stocks, the trees come into bearing early, or in 2 or 3 years. This is the best known and probably the most widely distributed variety of the Japanese species in this country, having been introduced, as I have stated elsewhere, in 1876. Perry's Superb, Perry. Burrs broad, cushion-shaped, or much flattened on top, with extra long, widely branching spines from single or multiple stems, very much as in the European varieties, but the thin husk, the nuts, and the growth of tree, wood, and leaves stamp it as a pure Japanese variety. Nuts large, broader than long, with a decidedly sharp woody point, almost entirely destitute of even a single pubescence, a very promising and distinct variety. Success, Perry. Burrs very large, broad, with only a few short scattering branching spines on the top, thicker toward the base, on a thin parchment-like husk, and this is so thin that it sometimes cracks open and exposes the nut within before they are fully ripe. Nuts extra large, nearly equal to the giant, but of a more regular and symmetrical form, being nearly as long as broad, tapering to a point. Shell smooth, dark brown, with a slight pubescence about the point. Usually 3 nuts in a burr, an ideal variety in every respect. There is a variety of the Japan chestnut recently much lauded under the name of Mammoth or Burbank, which is said to be of immense size and as sweet as the common American chestnut. Injurious insects. The chestnut tree is rarely attacked by insects. It is true that grubs may occasionally be found boring into the wood or cutting sinuous burrows under the bark, but this is mainly in trees weakened by exposure, in removing protecting companions, as when removing forests, or by plowing up and destroying the roots, in cultivating the land about them, but the attacks of insects upon such specimens is nature's way of getting rid of the feeble and least valuable, making room for the healthy and strong. But my 30 years' residence in a chestnut grove leads me to think that this nut tree is exceedingly free from wood borers of any kind. Entomologists, however, have noted several instances of insect depredations upon individual trees by a few species of the long-horned beetles, 3 or 4 in all, but these occur so rarely that they are scarcely worthy of notice as pests of the chestnut. There are also several species of caterpillars occasionally found feeding on the leaves of this tree, also some sucking bugs or tree hoppers, and 2 or 3 kinds of plant lice, but none of these have as yet become at all formidable enemies, or likely to become so later. But the chestnut has one enemy which is so abundant and destructive to the nuts as to call for an extended notice. I refer to the common native chestnut weevil, Balaninus caratripes, Boheman. The little fat, white, round, legless grubs, nearly or quite a half-inch long, must be familiar to nearly every person who has handled or eaten chestnuts raised in this country, whether of the exotic or native varieties. The parents of this grub are oval-shaped beetles, about 1/2 inch long or less, wing covers, body and legs densely covered with a short yellow down, and from the front or thorax there extends a long, slightly curved, slender snout. Figure 36, sometimes nearly an inch in length in the females, but usually less in the males. The mouth parts are at the extreme end of the snout, or proboscis, and the female, with her mandibles, it is claimed, reaches down among the chestnut spines and gnaws a hole in the husk, into which she drops an egg, and when this hatches, the minute grub cuts its way through the green husk and into the nut, the hole made in its progress closing up behind, leaving no mark or scar. Although I have taken hundreds of these weevils on chestnut trees, I never have been so fortunate as to take one in the act of ovipositing, but have come so near it as to find the ovipositor still extended as the insect crawled out from among the spines. Figure 36, Chestnut Weevil. The chestnut weevil usually appears in great numbers soon after the trees bloom in spring, but they continue to come out all through the summer. I have occasionally found them late in September, which probably accounts for finding small and half-grown grubs in the nuts as they ripen and fall from the trees. These late grubs often remain in the nuts all winter, but the greater part escape earlier or very soon after the crop is ripe. The grubs crawl out of the nuts and work their way into the ground to a depth of from a few inches to 2 feet, much depending upon the nature of the soil. Having very powerful jaws, they readily cut through a layer of leaves or soft wood, and I have known them to cut holes in sheets of dry cork. These grubs remain in the ground until the following season, then come forth in their winged or weevil stage, except the belated broods, or those that have not reached full size in the autumn. These remain in the ground the entire summer, coming out late in the fall, or pass over until the second year, as I have proved by burying the grubs in a barrel sunk in the ground, covering the top with fine wire netting to prevent the escape of the weevils as they emerge from time to time during the season. As a rule, we find only one grub in a nut of the American sweet chestnut, but in the larger varieties of the European and Japanese, 2 or more is not unusual, which rather favors the idea that the female weevil does possess something akin to reason, which guides her in locating stores of food available for her progeny. I have never observed that the weevils had any choice among varieties, all being subject to their attacks alike, provided all were growing in equally favorable positions. But if the trees are of different sizes, some tall and others short, some exposed to the winds and others protected, then the ravages of this pest will, no doubt, be as variable as the surrounding conditions. As the weevils emerge from the ground in spring or early summer, they will naturally seek the nuts most convenient and on the small trees than those on the lower branches of the larger ones, while those on the upper part of the tree, where they are fully exposed to the winds, may wholly escape the attacks of these pests. This leads me to think that whoever attempts to cut off native chestnut forests, with the exception of renewal with the larger varieties by grafting the sprouts, will find the chestnut weevil a rather formidable enemy. I have found it so on a limited number of trees in my own grounds that are grown from grafted sprouts near large native specimens, the weevils destroying nearly every nut. But out in the field, away from the woods, and where the young trees are scattered and exposed to the full sweep of the winds, the nuts are sound and free from insect enemies. The only remedy is to collect and destroy the weevils, which is not a serious matter where only the large varieties are cultivated. Diseases of the chestnut. I have never noticed any special disease among chestnuts, neither do I find any mentioned in European works on forestry. The nearest approach to any such malady being recorded as having appeared in this country is found in a paragraph in Hugh's Report on Forestry, 1877, page 470, where the author copies from Professor W.C. Kerr, state geologist, North Carolina, as follows, quote, "The chestnut was formerly abundant in the Piedmont region down to the country between the Catawba and Yadkin rivers, but within the last 30 years they have mostly perished. They are now found east of the Blue Ridge only, on higher ridges and spurs of the mountains. They have suffered injury here, and are dying out both here and beyond the Blue Ridge. They are much less fruitful than they were a generation ago, and the crop is much more uncertain." End quote. While there is nothing said about any chestnut disease in the paragraph quoted, we only infer that the author intended to convey the idea that the trees were suffering from some endemic malady, although it may have been due to long droughts, insect depredators, or other causes. A few years later, Mr. Howe, in his Elements of Forestry, refers to the subject again and admits that, quote, "the cause of the malady is unknown," end quote. But as chestnuts continue to come to our markets in vast quantities from the Piedmont regions, there must be a goodly number of healthy trees remaining. Uses. The economic value of the chestnut as food for mankind and the lower animals has been and is still so well known that no extended dissertation or compilation of historic instances of its usefulness are required here. For almost 2,000 years, it has been an important article of food throughout southern Europe, and in some of the mountainous districts, it is almost the staff of life among the poorer people, who not only use these nuts in their raw state, but roasted, boiled, stewed, and even dried and ground into flour, from which a coarse but nutritious kind of cake or bread is made. These nuts are also used in the same way by the poorer classes of China and Japan, and probably in other Oriental countries. In France, Italy, Spain, and Portugal, the chestnut crop is of immense importance, not only for domestic use, but commercially, because all surplus is wanted by other nations who are ever ready to take a share and pay a good round price for the same. In this country, chestnuts are mainly used as a luxury. or a kind of pocket lunch for the children, as they are rarely brought to the table, and it is very doubtful if the American housewife or our cooks, unless foreign-born and bred, know anything about preparing these delicious nuts for comestible purposes. Cereals, meats, fruits, and vegetables have always been so abundant and cheap in this country that the poorest of the poor could indulge in them without stint or limit, but all this will change sooner or later, and when our population has doubled or trebled, the edible nuts must become of much more importance than now, and a roast turkey stuffed with chestnuts may figure as the ideal of gastronomic art. As our native chestnuts are now annually consumed by the thousands of bushels, and the imported varieties by millions of pounds, and all as a mere luxury, not a necessity, nor an article which we could not dispense with without any serious inconvenience, we may well consider what the future demand must be, and make haste to meet it with an abundant supply. End of Chapter 5, Section 2.
Part 1 of Scammell's Cyclopedia of Valuable Receipts, a treasure house of useful knowledge for the everyday wants of life, by Henry B. Scammell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scammell's Cyclopedia of Valuable Receipts, by Henry B. Scammell. Part 1. Chemist and Druggist. Popular Medicines. Albadamine, a process of removing tan and the milder variety of freckles, solution A. Potassium iodide, 2 grams. Iodine, pure, 6 grams. Glycerine, 3 drachms. Infusion of rosé, 4 ounces. Dissolve the iodide of potassium in a small quantity of the infusion and a drachm of the glycerine. With this fluid, moisten the iodine in a glass mortar and rub it down, gradually adding more liquid until complete solution has been obtained. Then stir in the remainder of the ingredients and bottle the mixture. Solution B. Sodium hisulfate, thiosulfate, 1 ounce. Aqua rosé extract, 1 pint. Dissolve and filter. With a small camel's hair pencil or piece of fine sponge, apply a little of albadamine A to the tanned or freckled surface, until a slight but uniform brownish-yellow skin has been produced. At the expiration of 15 or 20 minutes, moisten a piece of cambric, lint, or soft rag with B, and lay it upon the affected part, removing, squeezing away the liquid, soaking it afresh, and again applying until the iodine stain has disappeared. Repeat the entire process thrice daily, but diminish the frequency of the application if tenderness be produced. In the course of 3 to 4 days, to as many weeks, the freckles will either have disappeared entirely, or their intensity will be greatly diminished. Summer freckles yield very speedily to this treatment. Alum gargle. Powdered oak bark, 1 ounce. Water, 1½ pints. Boil to a part. Filter, cool, and add of alum, 1/2 drachm, and of brandy, 2 fluid ounces. In inflammation of the mouth and throat, 2 alum, 3 drachms of water, 6 fluid ounces, dissolve, used in offensive breath. 3. Alum and nitre, of each 3 ounces, cream of tartar, 4 ounces, dilute acetic acid, 4 pounds. Dissolve, evaporate to dryness, and powder the residuum. For use, half an ounce of the powder is dissolved in water. 8 fluid ounces. Recommended in inflammation of the fauces and tonsils. Amandine for the skin. 1. Opaque. White soft soap, 3 ounces. Gum mucilage, thick, clear, 4 ounces. Pale honey, finest, 6 ounces. Mix in a marble mortar. Add the yolks of 5 large eggs previously beaten and strained through gauze, and again thoroughly mix. Next, add very gradually oil of almonds, 2 1/4 pounds, scented with half of the preceding oils, etc., or at will. When the whole is perfectly blended, further add pistachio milk, thick, rich, 1/4 part, and triturate until the union is complete. 2. Glycerinated, as the preceding, but adding, with the soap, 3/4 to 1 ounce of glycerin for every pound of oil intended to be added. In use, a portion of amandine, about half the size of a small filbert, is rubbed with a few drops of warm water, and the resulting rich white lather applied to the hands, arm, face, and neck. In a short time, and while the water on it is still milky, the skin is gently wiped with a soft napkin. 3. Almond oil, 3 1/2 pounds. Simple syrup, 2 ounces, made by dissolving 1 3/4 pounds of sugar in 1 pint of water. Boil and strain. Soft soap, use the very best, 1 1/2 ounces. Otto of almonds and bergamot, 1/2 ounce each. Otto of cloves, 1/4 ounce. Mix the soap and syrup, and mix in the oil gradually. Put the perfumes into the almond oil. Great care should be taken in mixing in the oil. For use, make a lather with hot water. Balsam, pectoral. Tincture of tolu and compound tincture of benzoin, of each 2 ounces. Rectified spirit, 4 ounces. Mix. Use as a pectoral in coughs and colds. Dose, a teaspoonful. Beef, iron, and wine. Liebig's extract of beef, 1/2 ounce, average. Ammoniocitrate of iron, 256 grams. Spirit of orange, 1/2 fluid ounce. Distilled water, 1 1/2 fluid ounces. Sherry wine sufficient to make 16 fluid ounces. Dissolve the ammoniocitrate of iron in the water. Dissolve the extract of beef in the sherry wine. Add the spirit of orange and mix the solutions. Beef tea, bouillon for dispensing. Concentrated extract of beef, 12 ounces. Table salt, 3 ounces. Essence or tincture of celery, 1 1/2 ounces, or 3 ounces respectively. Powdered arrowroot, 1 1/2 ounces. Essence of orange or lemon, 1 1/2 ounces. Hot water, 3 quarts. If desired, about 1 1/2 drachms of tincture of capsicum may be added. Dissolve the extract of beef, arrowroot, and salt in hot water. The other ingredients may then be added. Only a small quantity should be prepared at a time. Brandreth's Pills. 1. Aloes, 2 pound. Gamboge, 1 pound. Extract of colocynth, 4 ounces. Castile soap, half a pound. Oil of peppermint, 2 fluid drams, and cinnamon, 1 fluid dram. Mix and form into pills. 2. Gamboge, podophyllin, dissipated juice of phytolacca, saffron adulterated with yellow root, pulverized cloves, and oil of peppermint. Brown's bronchial troches. Take half a pound of pulverized extract of licorice, 3/4 of a pound of pulverized sugar, 2 ounces each pulverized cubebs and gum arabic. Add half an ounce of pulverized extract of comium. Camphorated oil. Get the common cottonseed table oil, which is sold for sweet oil. Half fill a 6-ounce bottle with gum camphor, then fill with oil and let it stand in a very warm place overnight. The oil will take up only so much of camphor, and when it is used off, fill with oil again, repeating the process until the camphor is dissolved. This is cheap and clean and will not soil clothing. It will often entirely dissipate symptoms of an influenza cold, to which persons who have had grippe seem peculiarly liable. Rub across the forehead, over and between the eyes. It is a relief, too, for the pains in the legs which remain long after the attack is over. Rub with it around the muscles and knee joints, over and under. Calisaya cordial. 1. Elixir of Calisaya, 1 ounce. Orange syrup, 3 ounces. 2. Quinine sulfate, 72 grams. Cinchonine sulfate, 24 grams. Quinidine sulfate, 20 grams. Cinchonidine sulfate, 12 grams. Elixir orange, 128 fluid ounces. Caramel, sufficient to cover. Triturate the mixed sulfates with 1 part of the elixir of orange. Pour the mixture into a glass flask and heat on a water bath till solution is effected. When still hot, add remainder of elixir and caramel. Filter when cold. Catarrh remedies. 1. Dr. Sage's. Carbolic acid, 0.5 grams. Camphor, 0.5 grams. Common salt, 10 grams, which are to be dissolved in 4 to 7 liters of water and injected into the nostrils. It appears very probable that the wide reputation of this remedy is a deserved one, and the publication of its constituents will rather increase than retard its sale. 2. Halls. Take of potassium iodide, 1 dram, comp tincture of cardamom, 4 fluid ounces, comp tincture of gentian, 12 fluid ounces, caramel enough. Cheltenham salts. 1. Glauber salts, Epsom salts, common salts, equal parts. Powder, mix. Dose, 1/4 ounce. 2. Effervescing Cheltenham salts. Tartaric acid, dried, 25 parts. Tartrate of iron, 1 part. Seidlitz salt, 120 parts. Mix. Dose, a teaspoonful in a glass of water. Cholera mixture. 1. The following is published as the cholera mixture of the British Army. Oil of anise seed, 3 drams. Oil of cajeput, 3 drams. Oil of juniper, 3 drams. Ether, 8 drams. Liquor acid of hola, 1 dram. Tincture of cinnamon, 4 ounces. Mix. Dose, 10 drops every 1/4 hour in a tablespoonful of water. 2. A mixture which has accomplished wonders in the writer's hands is this. Acid tannial, 1 dram. Ether chloride, 1 in 10, 2 drams. Sulphur dilated, 1½ drams. Tincture of zingib, 3 drams. Aqua menthol pip, add 8 ounces. Mix. 1/6 every 2 or 3 hours. See also diarrhea. Clove lozenges. Cloves, powdered along with sugar, 2 ounces, or essential oil, 1 fluid dram, to each pound of sugar. Carminative and stomachic, also used as a restorative after fatigue, added to chocolate to improve its flavour, and sucked to sweeten the breath. Coca and Calisaya. Coca wine, 1 ounce. Calisaya elixir, 1 ounce. Orange syrup, 6 ounces. Cod liver oil mixture. It makes a really delicious emulsion. Yolks of 2 eggs, powdered sugar, 4 ounces. Essence oil of almonds, 2 drops. Orange flower water, 2 ounces. Mix carefully and add an equal bulk of cod liver oil. Cook's pills. Powdered aloes, 100 grams. Powdered rhubarb, 100 grams. Calomel, 75 grams. Powdered castile soap, 25 grams. Make into 100 pills. Dose, 1 to 4 pills. Corn plasters. 1. Anodyne. Galbanum plaster or resin plaster, or the product of either numbers 6 or 7, to each ounce of which 1 drop of opium in fine powder has been added. Recommended for painful corns and bunions. 2. Argentine. Resin powder, 7 parts. Fused nitrate of silver in fine powder, 1 part. cut into pieces of appropriate size, and put up in small flat boxes, intended as a substitute for the direct application of lunar caustic, and to be applied to the corn only. 3. Beamishes, said to consist of about equal parts of resin plaster and galbanum plaster, melted together by a gentle heat. 4. De gros, resin plaster, recent, 5 drams. Melt it with a gentle heat, stir in of sal ammoniac in fine powder, 1 dram, and at once spread it on linen or soft leather. The next day lightly brush over the surface with strong tincture of benzoin. 5. Duprets, resin plaster, recent, 2 ounces beeswax genuine, half an ounce. Olive oil, half an ounce. Melt, stir in of croton oil, 1/4 of an ounce, and spread before it cools. Cucumber ointment, oil of sweet almonds, 7 fluid ounces. Spermaceti, 18 drams. White wax, 5 drams. Glycerin, 1 fluid ounce. Green cucumbers, 4 pounds. Cut the cucumbers in small pieces. Mash them in a Wedgwood mortar. Let them macerate in their own liquor for 12 hours. Express and strain. Melt the almond oil, spermaceti, and wax together by means of a water bath. Add it to the strained liquor, stirring constantly so as to incorporate the whole together. Set aside in a cool place till it becomes hard. Then beat with a wooden spoon so as to separate the watery portion of the cucumbers from the ointment. Pour off the liquor thus obtained, and mix the glycerin with the ointment without the aid of heat, by working it with the hands until it becomes thoroughly incorporated. Put up in 4-ounce jars, cover with a layer of rose water, and set aside in a cool place. The ointment prepared in this way will keep sweet for 12 months. Dandelion, infusion of. Bruised root of dandelion, 2 ounces. Boiling water, 1 part. Steep 2 hours and strain. Dose, a wineglassful 3 times a day. It is a stimulant, resolvent, and tonic. Diarrhea mixture, 1. Loomis's. Tincture of opium, half a fluid ounce. Tincture of rhubarb, half a fluid ounce. Compound tincture of catechu, USP, 1 fluid ounce. Oil of sassafras, 20 min. Compound tincture of lavender, enough to make 4 fluid ounces. 2. Squibs. Tincture of opium, 1 fluid ounce. Tincture of capsicum, 1 fluid ounce. Spirit of camphor, 1 fluid ounce. Purified chloroform, 180 min. Alcohol enough to make 5 fluid ounces. 3. Thielmann's. Wine of opium, 1 fluid ounce. Tincture of valerian, 1½ fluid ounces. Ether, half a fluid ounce. Oil of peppermint, 60 min. Fluid extract of ipecac, 15 min. Alcohol, enough to make 4 fluid ounces. This preparation is practically identical with the Mixtura Thielemani of the Swedish farmer. 4. Velpose. Tincture of opium, compound tincture of catechu, USP, spirit of camphor, each equal volumes. Digestive pastilles. Borivens. Bismuth subnitrate, 20 parts. Calcium phosphate, 30 parts. Sodium bicarbonate, 10 parts. Magnesium carbonate, 200 parts. Iron carbonate, 50 parts. Sugar, 1000 parts. Flavor with essence of peppermint, anise, or orange flowers. Make into pastilles of 1 gram each, of which 3 to 12 may be taken daily. Dr. Pierce's Golden Medical Discovery. A $1 bottle holds 220 grams of a brownish-colored clear liquid, consisting of 15 grams of pure honey, 1 gram extract of poisonous or acrid lettuce, 2 grams laudanum, 100 grams dilute alcohol, 64%, tasting like fusel oil and wood spirit, with 105 grams of water. Effervescing draught. Sesquicarbonate of soda, 30 grams. Water or peppermint water, 1½ fluid ounces. Syrup of orange peel, 2 fluid drams. Tincture of columba, half a fluid dram. Tartaric or citric acid, 25 grams. Add the acid last and drink while effervescing. This is stomachic, tonic, and antiemetic. In acidity, dyspepsia, etc. Fruit salt. Carbonate of soda, citric acid, fine white sugar, and powdered ginger. It makes a pleasant drink, and is an excellent antagonist to indigestion. Ginger is a carminative, and the carbonate of soda destroys the acidity which occasions flatulency. Lamplow's pyretic saline is a mixture of carbonate of soda and tartaric acid, with 2% potassium chlorate. Horehound syrup. 1. Dried horehound, 1 ounce. Horehound water, 2 pounds. Digest in a water bath for 2 hours. Strain and add of white sugar, 4 pounds. 2. White horehound, 1 pound. Boiling water, 1 gallon. Infuse for 2 hours. Press out the liquor, filter, and add of sugar, QS. This is a good remedy in coughs and diseases of the lungs. Dose, a tablespoonful at pleasure. Holloway's pills. Albes, 4 parts. Jalapeno, ginger, and myrrh, of each 2 parts. Made into a mass with mucilage and divided into 2-gram pills. Hooper's female pills. 1. Sulphate of iron, 8 ounces. Water, 8 ounces. Dissolve and add Barbados aloes, 40 ounces. Canela, 6 ounces. Myrrh, 2 ounces. Oponax, 1/3 of an ounce. Make a mess. 2. Sulphate of iron, 2 ounces. Powder of aloes, with canela, 16 ounces. Mucilage of tragacanth and tincture of aloes, QS, to form a mass. Divide 60 grams into 18 pills. According to recent analysis, the iron is in a peroxidized state. Probably the sulfate is partially calcined. 3. Barbados aloes, 8 ounces. Dried sulfate of iron, 2 ounces. And 1½ drams. Extract of black hellebore, 2 ounces. Myrrh and soap, of each 2 ounces. Cancella, 1 ounce. Ginger, 1 ounce. Water, QS, to form a mass. Divide into pills of 2½ grams each. Hydroquinone, wash for the skin. Hydroquinone, 48 grams. Acid phosphoric, glach, 30 grams. Glycerin, 2 drams. Aqua d'Est, 6 ounces. Musk. This lotion is stated to give excellent results. It has to be applied to the skin of the face, etc., in the usual way, at least twice in the course of 24 hours after it has been washed and dried carefully. If the skin be of the nature known as greasy, a preliminary wash with tepid water containing a few drops sal volatile or liquid ammonia fortid is advisable. Itch lotion. Sulphuret of potassium, 1 dram. Soft soap, 2 drams. Water, 8 fluid ounces. Dissolve. This is an excellent remedy for the itch. It leaves little smell behind and does not soil the linen. Itch ointment. 1. Unsalted butter, 1 pound. Burgundy pitch, 2 ounces. Spirits turpentine, 2 ounces. Red precipitate, pulverized, 1¼ ounces. Melt the pitch and add the butter, stirring well together. Then remove from the fire, and when a little cool, add the spirits of turpentine, and lastly the precipitate, and stir until cold. 2. Aluminium nitrate and sulphate of zinc, of each in very fine powder, 1¼ ounce. Vermilion, 1/2 ounce. Mix. Add gradually of sweet oil, 1/4 pint. Triturate together until perfectly mixed. Then further add of lard, 1 pound, with oils of aniseed, lavender, and organum, QS, to perfume. 3. Carbonate of potassa, 1/2 ounce. Rose water, 1 fluid ounce. Red sulphuret of mercury, 1 dram. Oil of bergamot, 1/2 fluid dram. Sublimed sulphur and hog's lard of each 11 ounces. Mix them. 4. Chloride of lime, 1 dram. Rectified spirit, 2 fluid drams. Sweet oil, half a fluid ounce. Common salt and sulphur, of each 1 ounce. Soft soap, 2 ounces. Oil of lemon, 20 drops. Cheap, effectual, and inoffensive. Linseed meal poultice. Linseed meal, 4 ounces. Olive oil, half a fluid ounce. Mix and add, gradually and constantly stirring, of boiling water, half a pint. This is the formula of the new British pH emollient, soothing and caleficent, used to promote the suppuration and ripening of tumours, to allay pain, inflammation, irritation, etc. Applied warm. This is the common emollient and suppurative poultice of both private and hospital surgeons. Lip salves. 1. Crème de Psyche. White wax, 1 ounce. Spermaceti, 1 ounce. Oil of sweet almonds, 5 ounces. Mecca balsam, 1 dram. Pulverized acetate of lead, half a dram. Prepare and add, while the mixture is warm, the balsam, and when it is cooled, the sugar of lead. 2. Cerat d'amour. Spermaceti, 2 ounces. Oil of sweet almonds, 4 ounces. Milk of roses, 1 dram. Powdered roses, 3 drams. Manipulate after the usual method. Magnolia balm. Florida water, 1 ounce. Alcohol, 1 ounce. Rose water, 2 ounces. Glycerin, 1/4 ounce. Preparation of chalk, 2 ounces. Zinc oxide, 1 ounce. Soft water, 2 ounces. Tint with carmine, if desired. Monobromated camphor, elixir of. Monobromated camphor, 3 parts. Alcohol, 90%, 120 parts. Orange flower water, 80 parts. Glycerin, 100 parts. Mix alcohol and glycerin. Dissolve the monobromated camphor by use of heat. Add the orange flower water. This solution contains 1% of monobromated camphor. Mustard poultices. Dry mustard, cold water. Mix enough cold water with the mustard to make it into a thick paste. When quite smooth, spread it upon a piece of thin old linen or cotton. Sew it round so as to form a bag. Be careful not to make the poultice larger than required. Hold it to the fire for a few minutes, so as not to chill your patient. Time from 15 to 30 minutes. Have ready a piece of clean soft cotton or a piece of clean wadding, and when you take off the mustard poultice, put on the wadding or the cotton. Oxide of zinc ointment. 1. Oxide of zinc, 1 ounce. Lard, 6 ounces. Mix them together. 2. A very mild oxide of zinc ointment is prepared with the following articles: olive oil, 2 pounds, spermaceti, 12 ounces, white wax, 9 ounces, white oxide of zinc, 4 ounces, acid benzoic, 2 drachms, sulfate of morphia, 2 drachms, otto of roses, 20 drops. 3. Oxide of zinc, 1 ounce, simple liniment, 6 ounces. These are astringent, desiccative, and stimulant, and are useful in excoriations, burns, various skin diseases attended by profuse discharges, in chronic inflammation of the eyes depending on relaxation of the vessels, in sore nipples, indolent sores, ringworm of the scalp, etc. Painkiller. Spirit of camphor, 2 ounces. Tincture of capsicum, 1 ounce. Tincture of guaiac, half an ounce. Tincture of myrrh, half an ounce. Alcohol, 4 ounces. Peppermint, infusion of. Peppermint, 3 drachms. Boiling water, half a pint. Steep 15 minutes and strain. In flatulence, colic, griping, etc., and as a vehicle for other medicines. Peruvian bark, decoction of. 1. Yellow cinchona of Cilicia bark, bruised, 1 1/4 ounces. Distilled water, 1 pint. Boil for 10 minutes in a lightly covered vessel, and when cold, strain and pour on the bark sufficient water to make up 1 pint. 2. Brown, grey, yellow, or red cinchona, bruised, 1 ounce. Water, 24 fluid ounces. Boil for 10 minutes. When cold, filter the liquor and evaporate it to 16 fluid ounces. Dose, 1 to 2 fluid ounces, 3 or 4 times daily, as a tonic, stomachic, and febrifuge, when the stomach will not bear the administration of bark in powder, in fevers, dyspepsia, convalescence, etc. Peruvian bark, infusion of. Yellow cinchona bark in coarse powder, 1 ounce. Boiling distilled water, 1 pint. Infuse for 2 hours in a covered vessel and strain. It is a tonic and stomachic, and in very large doses febrifuge. It is a useful medicine in dyspepsia, debility, and during convalescences, and is often a valuable adjunct to more active remedies. Dose, 1 to 3 fluid ounces. Phenol sodique. This preparation of carbolic acid is deservedly quite popular with the medical and dental professions, but its composition has not been made public. The following formula is the result of numerous experiments, and will give an article that will compare favourably with the best French phenol sodique. Carbolic acid in crystals, 188 grams. Caustic soda, 31 grams. Pure water, 4 fluid ounces. Mix. The carbolic acid should be free from offensive odour, such as is prepared for medicinal purposes. When first mixed, it is nearly colourless, but in time assumes a wine colour. Does not deposit any tarry residue, as is too often found in the commercial article. Carbolic acid has a feeble action as an acid, combining definitely with a very small portion of alkali. When the quantity of soda used was just sufficient to neutralize the carbolic acid, the compound did not appear to be as efficient as the one resulting from the above formula. Phylocomb, friend to the hair. White wax, 10 ounces. Fresh rose oil, 1 pound. Acacia oil, half a pound. Jasmine oil, half a pound. Fleur d'orange oil, 1 pound. Tuberose oil, 1 pound. Melt the wax in the oils by a water bath at the lowest possible temperature. Stir the mixture as it cools. Do not pour out until it is nearly cool enough to set. Let the jars be slightly warmed. 2. Second quality. White wax, 5 ounces. Almond oil, 2 pounds. Otto bergamot, 1 ounce. Otto of lemon, half an ounce. Otto of lavender, 2 drachms. Otto of cloves, 1 drachm. Pick-me-up. There is no general formula for this. A pick-me-up is simply a tonic draught, somewhat like a liquor. 1. The following is good. Essence of ginger, 10 drops. Aromatic spirit of ammonia, half a drachm. Tincture of gentian, 1½ grams. Compound tincture of cardamoms, 3 drachms. Syrup, half an ounce. Chloroform water to 2 ounces. Mix and take as a draught. 2. For dispensing. To half a gallon of syrup, add 1/4 ounce soluble extract of ginger, 1 ounce curacoa essence, 1 drachm sulphate of quinine dissolved in the essence, half an ounce fruit acid solution. Color as desired. Pile ointment. 1. Burnt alum and oxide of zinc, of each half a drachm. Lard, 7 drachms. 2. Morphia, 8 grams. Melted spermaceti ointment, 1 ounce. Triturate together until solution is complete. Then add of finely powdered galls, 1½ drachms. Essential oil of almonds, 12 to 15 drops, and stir until the mass concretes. This is useful in painful piles, prolapsus, etc. It does not soil the linen, as most other ointments. Pomades. 1. Pomade divine. Refined beef marrow, 1 pound. Cypress wood, rasped, 1 ounce. Orris root, in coarse powder, 1 ounce. Liquid styrax, 1 ounce. Cinnamon, powdered but not dusty, ½ ounce. Cloves, well bruised, 1/4 ounce. Nutmegs, well bruised or grated, 1/4 ounce. Digest by the heat of a water bath in a covered vessel for 5 or 6 hours, and then strain through flannel. Very fine and much esteemed for the hair, and also as an occasional skin cosmetic. 2. Plain pomade or soft beef fat. 1 pound. Melt by a very gentle heat and stir in essence of violets, 2 fluid drachms, huile à jasmine, 1 1/2 fluid drachms, oil of bergamot, 1 fluid drachm, oil of lemon, 1 fluid drachm, oil of lavender, 1/2 a fluid drachm, oil of organium, 1/2 a fluid drachm, neroli, oil of cassia, oil of cloves, oil of verbena, 6 or 8 drops of each. Delightfully and powerfully fragrant, but apparently unnecessarily complicated. The product of the first is, however, the genuine pomade divine. In second and ordinary quantities, double the above proportion of fat is usually employed. Radway's Ready Relief Liniment. Soap liniment, 1 1/2 fluid ounces. Tincture of capsicum, 1 fluid ounce. Water of ammonia, 1/2 a fluid ounce. Alcohol, 1/2 a fluid ounce. Mix thoroughly. Sage's Catarrh Remedy. Powdered yellow root, 5 drachms. Indigo, 1/2 dram. Powdered camphor, 2 drachms. Carbolic acid, 2 drachms. Common salt, 50 drachms. Powder the camphor by means of alcohol and mix with the salt, previously reduced to a fine powder. Rub the indigo and carbolic acid together, mix with the salt and camphor, and add the powdered yellow root. Mix intimately, without pressure, in a mortar. Salve for piles. Cocaine hydrochloride, 20 grams. Morphine sulfate, 5 grams. Atropine sulfate, 4 grams. Tannin, 20 grams. Vaseline, 1 ounce. Rose water, sufficient. Apply after each evacuation of the bowels, contents of which should of course be kept in soluble condition. Sarsaparilla. 1. Sassafras bark bruised, 1 pound. Licorice root bruised, 7 ounce. Water, 2 1/2 gallons. Oil of sassafras, 1 1/2 drachms. Oil of wintergreen, 2 drachms. Alcohol, 95%, 2 ounces. Boil the sassafras and licorice in the water 1/2 an hour. Strain through flannel, then add the syrup. Dissolve the oils in the alcohol and add them to the syrup. Agitate the mixture freely. 2. Airs. Fluid extract of sarsaparilla, 3 ounces. Fluid extract Stillingia, 3 ounces. Fluid extract yellow dock, 2 ounces. Fluid extract May apple, 2 ounces. Sugar, 1 ounce. Potassium iodide, 90 grams. Iron iodide, 10 grams. Mix them. Sea foam for barbers. Dissolve in 8 ounces of alcohol, 2 ounces of castor oil, 1 ounce of ammonia. Add this mixture to 1 quart of water. Seedlets powders. Rochelle salts, 2 drachms. Bicarbonate of soda, 2 score. Put these into a blue paper and 35 grams of tartaric acid into a white paper. To use, put each into different tumblers. Fill half with water, adding a little loaf sugar to the acid. Then pour together and drink quickly. 2. In 1 bottle, potassio tartarate of soda, 12 ounces. Bicarbonate of soda, 4 ounces. Tartaric acid, 3½ ounces. White sugar, 1 pound, all in fine powder. Dry separately by a gentle heat. Add essence of lemon, 1/2 drachm. Mix well. Pass the mixture through a sieve and put it at once in clean, dry bottles. A dessertspoonful or more to a tumblerful of water. 3. Cut blue and white paper to form powders. Into the blue papers put 1 drachm bicarbonate of soda and 2 drachm Rochelle salts, intimately mixed. The white powder contains 1/2 drachm of tartaric acid. For use, dissolve a powder each in 1/2 tumbler of water, mix, and drink while it effervesces. Simmons liver regulator. Liverwort, 1 ounce. Culver's physic, 1 ounce. Virginia snakeroot, 1 ounce. Senna, 1½ ounces. Water, 2½ pints. Whisky, 1/2 pint. Bring the water to a boil and pour over the drugs. Let stand 1 day. Strain and add the whisky. St. Jacob's oil. Oil of sassafras, 1/2 ounce. Oil of organum, 1 ounce. Chloroform, 1 ounce. Sulph ether, 1 ounce. Chloral hydrate, 1 ounce. Tincture of opium, 1/2 ounce. Gum camphor, 1 ounce. Alcohol, 1/2 gallon. Dissolve the camphor in a portion of the alcohol and rub thoroughly in a mortar. Add other ingredients and mix. Used externally and internally. Dose 1/2 teaspoonful when needed. Strengthening plaster. Litharge plaster 24 parts. White resin 6 parts. Yellow wax and olive oil of each 3 parts, and red oxide of iron 8 parts. Let the oxide be rubbed with the oil and the other ingredients added melted, and mix the whole well together. The plaster, after being spread over leather, should be cut into strips 2 inches wide and strapped firmly around the joint. Sun cholera mixture. This medicine has stood the test of experience as a fine remedy for looseness of the bowels. It is claimed that no one who has this by him, and takes it in time, will ever have the cholera. Even when no cholera is anticipated, it is an excellent thing for the ordinary summer complaints, colic, diarrhea, dysentery, etc. Take equal parts of tincture of cayenne, tincture of rhubarb, essence of peppermint, and spirits of camphor. Mix well. Dose 15 to 80 drops in a wine glass of water. According to age and violence of the attack, repeat every 15 or 20 minutes until relief is obtained. Sulphur ointment. 1. Flour of sulphur, 8 ounces. White precipitate, ½ ounce. Red sulphuret of mercury, ½ ounce. Mix well and add olive oil, 4 ounces. Lard, 1 pound. Creosote, 20 drops. Used for the cure of itch, ringworm, and other obstinate skin diseases. 2. Flour of sulphur, 8 ounces. Oil of bergamot, 2 drachms. Lard, 1 pound. Rub freely 3 times a day for itch. Tar ointment. 1. Tar and suet, of each 1 pound. Melt them together and press the mixture through a linen cloth. 2. Tar, 5 ounces. Beeswax, 2 ounces. Melt together and stir the mixture briskly until it concretes. 3. Tar, ½ pint. Yellow wax, 4 ounces, as the last. A detergent application in ringworm, scald head, scabby eruptions, foul ulcers, etc., at first diluted with half its weight lard or oil. Thompson's eye water. Sulphate of copper, 10 grams. Sulphate of zinc, 40 grams. Rose water, 2 pints. Tincture of saffron, 4 drachms. Tincture of camphor, 4 drachms. Mix and filter. Toothache drops. Boerhave's odontalgic. Opium, ½ dram troy. Camphor, powdered, 4 or 5 dram. Avoirdupois. Oil of cloves, 2 fluid drams. Alcohol, 90%, 1½ fluid ounces. Agitate the mixture occasionally for a week, and, after repose, pour off the clear portion. Often serviceable and much esteemed by some persons as toothache drops. 2. Hydrochlorate of morphia, 30 grams. Concentrated tincture of pellitory, made with 90% alcohol, 2½ fluid ounces. Oil of cloves, ½ fluid ounce. Chloroform, ½ fluid ounce. Agitate them together until mixed. Used as toothache drops, observing to shake the bottle well before use, and to keep it closely corked or stopped in a cool place. An excellent remedy. Toothwash. Eau odontalique of Dr. O'Meara, Paris. Vetiver of India, 1 dram. Pyrethrum root, ½ ounce. Cloves, 6 grams. Orris root, 12 grams. Coriander, 12 grams. Alkanet, 12 grams. Essence of mint, English, 12 drops. Essence of bergamot, 6 drops. Alcohol, 36 degrees, 2 ounces. Bruise the solid materials in a mortar and place them together with the alcohol and essences in a tightly covered vessel. Macerate for 8 or 10 days, stirring frequently during the interval, and at the end of that time, decant and filter the liquor. 2. Odontine. Cuttlefish bone, 1 part. Castile soap, 1 part. Red coral, 1 part. Tincture of cochineal to colour. QS. Honey, to mix. QS. Essential oil, to aromatize. QS. 3. Sozodon. The reddish liquid consists of a solution of 5 grams oil soap in 6 grams glycerin, 30 grams spirits, 20 grams water, perfumed with a few drops of oil of peppermint, oil of cloves, oil of cinnamon, and oil of anise, and coloured with cochineal. The powder is a mixture of carbonate of lime, magnesia, and Florentine orris root. None of the ingredients can be considered objectionable. Turpentine liniment. Oil of turpentine, 16 parts. Camphor, 1 part. Soft soap, 2 parts. Dissolve the camphor in the turpentine, and then add the soap. Rub till thoroughly mixed. Uncle Sam's nerve and bone liniment. Oil of origanum, 4 ounces. Oil of rosemary, 4 ounces. Oil of amber, 4 ounces. Oil of hemlock, 4 ounces. Turpentine, 4 pints. Oil of linseed, 6 pints. Mix. For external use only. Vichy salts. Bicarbonate of soda, 2½ ounces. Muriate of soda, 22½ grams. Effloresced sulfate of soda, 1½ drams. Effloresced sulfate of magnesia, 1½ scra. Dry tartarized sulfate of iron, 1½ grams. Dry tartaric acid or dry bisulfate of soda, 1½ ounces. Mix the powders previously dried and keep in a well-corked bottle. Webster's Dinner Pills. Powdered scotrine aloes, 360 grams. Powdered mastic, 120 grams. Powdered red roe leaves, 120 grams. Make 200 pills. Dose 1 to 3. Wright's Pearl Ointment. Take of white precipitate, 8 ounces. Goulard's extract, 1 pint. Rub them to a cream, and add the mixture to white wax, 7 pounds, and olive oil, 10 pounds. Previously melted together by gentle heat. Lastly, stir the whole until it is nearly cold. Found of great value. Worm lozenges. Most of the advertised nostrums under this name have a basis of calomel, and requires to be followed by a purge a few hours afterwards. 1. Ethereal extract of wormseed, 1 dram. Jalapeno starch and sugar, of each 2 drams. Mucilage of gum tragacanth, QS. Divide into 60 lozenges. 2. Wormseed, 1 ounce. Ethiops mineral and jalapeno, of each 3 drams. Cinnamon, 2 drams. Sugar, 7 ounces. Rose water, QS. A very good remedy. End of Popular Medicines, from Part 1 of Scammell's Cyclopedia of Valuable Receipts, a treasure house of useful knowledge for the everyday wants of life, by Henry B. Scammell.
Introduction and Part 1 of Railway Accounts and Finance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Railway Accounts and Finance. An exposition of the principles and practice of railway accounting in all its branches. By J. Alfred Fisher, General Manager of the United Asbestos Company, Limited, London, and formerly for many years connected with one of the principal English railway companies. Introduction. The railway exchequer has two distinct branches of income, viz., 1. Capital, 2. Revenue, and three distinct branches of expenditures or outgoings, viz., 1. Capital, 2. Revenue, 3. Distribution of profits. As all railway accounts are divided into capital and revenue, it may here be explained what those terms signify when applied to railways. The words underlined are emphasized because capital, in its general or national sense, is not synonymous with money. In the national sense, capital is described by political economists as the agent of production and identified with a nation's manufactories, buildings, machinery, tools, shipping, railways, and other means adapted to and destined for the production and distribution of wealth. Money, on the other hand, is said to be a measure of value and a medium of exchange. In commercial transactions, the expression capital is more restricted in its significance and is generally applied to the money with which a person or number of persons intend to commence and carry on business. In railway phrase, the expression receipts on capital account is used in relation to money received on the shares, debentures, and debenture stock of the company. All companies formed for the purpose of making and working a railway for public traffic must be incorporated, the works sanctioned, and the amount of capital confirmed by Act of Parliament. Of the total capital sanctioned by the Act, 3/4 is usually authorized to be raised by the creation and issue of shares, and 1/4 by borrowing on mortgage, or by the creation and issue of debenture stock. The money so raised, or receipts on capital account, is applicable only to expenditure on capital account, that is, to the construction of the railways and works authorized by the Act, including the payment of preliminary expenses incurred in surveying, making plans, etc., in forming the company and obtaining the Act. Also, all expenditures for the completion, adaptation, and equipment with working stock of the railway, works, and buildings for the accommodation of the estimated traffic requirements. Subsequent expenditure may be capital, which is incurred in respect of extensions, enlargements, alterations, and substantial permanent improvement of works or buildings which add to the original value or durability of the property. Railway revenue is derived 1. From coaching traffic, which includes passengers, mails, parcels, horses, carriages, etc., conveyed by passenger trains. 2. From goods traffic, which includes general merchandise and cattle, conveyed by goods trains. 3. From mineral traffic, which includes coal, coke, and lime, conveyed by mineral trains. And 4. From miscellaneous sources, such as mileage and demurrage on working stock, cloakroom, and warehousing charges, sack hire, rents from other railway companies for the use of lines and stations, rents from tenants of houses, etc. The charges on revenue, or revenue expenditure, include expenses of management and operation, repairs and maintenance of the railway, works, buildings, and working stock, or, when worn out, their renewal or replacement so as to keep the property of the company up to its capital value. Revenue expenditure also includes the following: rents paid for the use of lines and stations of other companies, parliamentary expenses consisting of costs of opposition to bills promoted by other companies or individuals, whose objects may appear detrimental to the interests of the opposing company, and costs of unsuccessful applications for parliamentary powers to construct new lines or for other purposes. Miscellaneous law charges in connection with the working of the railway, mileage and demurrage on foreign companies' working stock. Rates and taxes. The profit on working is the balance remaining after all charges just enumerated have been deducted from gross revenue. Here then we have 1. Gross revenue, and 2. Working expenses to deduct therefrom, leaving the difference, net revenue. This net revenue, or profit on working, is applicable to the payment of interest on loans and debenture stock, guaranteed dividends, rents of leased lines, preferential dividends, and dividends to the ordinary, or original, shareholders, in proportion to the shares of stock standing in their respective names on the capital stock ledgers of the company. To keep a true account of these transactions, a large establishment and a comprehensive, efficient, yet simple system of bookkeeping is required. A system having numerous branches and each branch adapted to its own special purpose, all converging and brought with well-timed regularity into a complete and intelligible record of the company's financial condition. It is now proposed to describe and, where necessary, illustrate a system of accounts based on the practice of the principal railway companies, but applicable to all in the order given below. A railway of the most important dimensions is contemplated, the administration of which is divided into departments, with responsible heads, each department being subdivided so as to obtain the fullest possible benefit from division of labor. It is further assumed that in the Department of Accounts, the chief accountant is also, as a rule, secretary to the Finance Committee of the Board of Directors, that he is responsible to the Board for the examination, checking, and detection of irregularities in the accounts of income and expenditure of all departments of the railway, whether in connection with capital or revenue, and for the appropriation as between capital and revenue. It is also premised that the actual collection of cash rests with the general managers, traffic, and secretaries departments, the accountant comparing the amounts collected with the various debits or sums to collect, and seeing that outstandings are correctly recorded, and that, to enable him to discharge these and other important functions belonging to his office, which will be explained in their proper place, he is invested with very wide powers by his board. 1. Station accounts of traffic. A. Coaching department. B. Goods department. C. Minerals department. These sections, A, B, C, will include all returns furnished to the accountant of the company in connection with the earnings of each department, and will deal with the collection and remittance of traffic cash. 2. Stores department. 3. Way and Works department. 4. Locomotive and Carriage and Wagon department. 5. Traffic department. These sections, 2 to 5, will deal almost exclusively with expenditure, showing how it is controlled. The stores will embrace the accounts in connection with the purchase and issue of stationery, provender, general stores, raw and manufactured materials, and coke and coal to the consuming departments, and also with miscellaneous sales of old materials and stores, stock-taking, etc. 6. Secretary's Department. Under this head will be noticed various matters in connection with the creation, issue, registration, and transfer of debentures and capital stocks and shares, interest and dividends, and the nature of the accountant's checks thereon, also the rent, cash, and other accounts. The drawing of checks and payment of wages, salaries, tradesmen's, and other accounts properly belonging to the Secretary's Department will be more conveniently explained with the accounts of the Bookkeeper's Office, Section 7. 7. Accountant's Department. The work of this department is divided as follows. A. Coaching, Goods, and Mineral Audit Offices. B. Station Ledger Office, and C. Bookkeeper's Office. The first two deal with the checking, classifying, and summarizing of station traffic and cash accounts and returns, railway clearinghouse, and other traffic settlements. In reviewing the work of the Bookkeeper's Office, it will be shown how the accounts of all the departments and offices are drawn together into one set of books, from which the gross traffic receipts, expenses, profits, liabilities, and assets of the company are ascertained, and from which the accounts, as published half-yearly, are compiled. Each section commences with a brief outline of the duties of the department to which it relates. Traffic Department. It does not come within the scope of this work to describe the functions of the various departments, other than that of accounts, and no attempt will be made to give more than a brief outline of them by way of introduction to each section. Whatever opinions may be held on complex questions of railway policy, no one who is familiar with railway work will deny that the administrative abilities of the general manager of a great railway must be of a very high order, or that his responsibilities and duties are of an onerous nature. If evidence of this, other than that afforded by his daily official life, were desired, it might be found in the records of Parliament. For few things tax the resources of a railway manager more than a parliamentary fight for or against some proposed extension, amalgamation, or important working agreement. As the railways of this country now reach every place of consequence, we seldom have an opportunity of witnessing a good old-fashioned contest in the committee rooms at Westminster, when strong opposing forces are assembled and railway managers are called on to give evidence in support of, or in opposition to bills affecting the interests they represent. To undergo examinations, cross-examinations, and re-examinations at the hands of astute counsel, prompted by the ablest professional men of the time, day after day and even week after week, but, withal, successfully to defend the main points of their argument. This is an ordeal which few but those who have experienced it can fully understand. Still, even recently, we have had specimens of forensic skill in the witness box of the parliamentary committee rooms, and the railway rates inquiry has shown of what caliber managers must be made. Successful railway management is not simply a question of working the line with safety to the public and profit to the shareholders. It is also one of great social, commercial, and political importance. As an instance of this, we need only refer to the conveyance of third-class passengers by all trains, a policy, the conception and execution of which were characterized by boldness and sagacity unparalleled in the history of railways, and which has revolutionized society and benefited commerce to an extent impossible to calculate. It is of course necessary for the manager to be familiar with details of the working of the line under his control, and frequently of lines under the control of others. Traffic receiving, forwarding, exchange arrangements, and negotiation of agreements, the relief of congested districts or the development of traffic in poor localities, the adaptation of rates and charges to the necessities of various trades, the provision of suitable accommodation, block, interlocking, and other signaling arrangements, framing of rules for the guidance of the staff in every conceivable emergency in working the traffic, the most suitable kind of brake, wheel, axle, coupling, or even carriage door fastening. These and 1,000 other details require the constant and careful consideration of the general manager and heads of departments by whom he is assisted and advised. Many useful and desirable reforms in railway working have been carried out in recent years, and it is admitted that their adoption has in some cases been accelerated by parliamentary action and free expression of public opinion. But sufficient importance is not always attached by those who, however laudable their objective may be, are most urgent in their demands for supposed improvements in railway working, to the fact that changes suggested may raise problems of the most serious nature, a satisfactory solution of which frequently requires much time, care, and large experimental expenditure. The continuous brake question is an illustration of this, and it is worthy of more consideration as to whether public interests are best served by insisting on large outlays being undertaken, frequently running into hundreds of thousands of pounds, before it is really known if such outlays will effectually meet the requirements. For, after all, while safety in conducting the traffic of our railways is very properly the first care of managers, as evidenced by the remarkable immunity from accident enjoyed by railway travelers in this country, another object of almost vital importance to thousands of shareholders is that a dividend may be earned on the capital invested. The economic laws which regulate supply and demand as largely operate in relation to railways as they do in relation to other commercial undertakings. Therefore, when changes are urged, new lines or additional accommodations sought, while the first points the manager will probably consider are, a. whether such changes, if adopted, will in themselves prove safe and effectual, and b. whether they will facilitate or retard the working of the traffic, it should not be surprising if he also inquire whether outlays proposed will prove beneficial to shareholders. These are questions that will not admit of superficial investigation, but which on the other hand may take months and even years to decide and gradually carry out. Moreover, when the so-called large dividends paid by railway companies are alluded to, the fact should not be lost sight of that the increase in market prices of railway stocks, as the Board of Trade returns prove, has been due not so much to augmented dividends as to the existence of an increasingly large amount of capital seeking investment. Neither should it be overlooked that a large proportion of existing shareholders bought their stock at high prices on the basis of 3 or 4% return to the buyer. When, therefore, alterations seriously threatening the dividend earning power of railways are suggested, whether involving further outlays or reductions in rates, the position of shareholders whose income is largely dependent on investments made with full confidence in their stability is a matter which should not be lightly interfered with by the legislature. From a purely financial point of view, there are few, if any, better indices of the ability of a railway manager than 1. The average earnings per train mile run and per mile of line open for traffic, compared with the earnings of other lines similarly situated. 2. The relative proportions of expenses and earnings, and 3. Net results. From this standpoint, his objects are to increase income and, consistently with the provision of facilities for the traffic, to reduce outgoings. This is not an easy task. It demands research, tact, and skill, discernment of present and prospective wants of the public, and fertility of resource in satisfying them with profit to the company. The traffic department, then, is the revenue-earning department of the railway. We shall now point out how the earnings are recorded and what returns thereof are rendered to the accountant, dealing with expenditure in another section. Station accounts of traffic, coaching department. Tickets and booking of passengers. 1. Passenger tickets. It is well known that passengers by railway in this country must, before commencing their journey, procure tickets at the booking office of the company by whose line they desire to travel. Tickets so obtained are held by passengers as an acknowledgment that they have paid their fares, the amount of which all companies are now required to print or mark upon the tickets, and that, subject to the by-laws, they are entitled to be conveyed by the train and in the class of carriage for which they are booked. 2. Ordinary tickets. These are issued to passengers by ordinary trains at ordinary fares. Half tickets for a single journey and tickets with a triangular price cut out for a double journey, or in some cases specially printed tickets, are issued for children under 12 years of age. Ordinary tickets are used for local and, where fares have been arranged by the companies concerned, for through or foreign traffic, except where the bookings are few in number, when tickets of a special series are used, as follows. 3. Blank card tickets. These are for ordinary local traffic only and are printed like the ordinary, with the exception that the name of the destination station and route are written on the ticket by the booking clerk. They are used for traffic of a light character, that is, for such as does not amount to more than a few passengers per class per month between a pair of stations. For through or foreign traffic of a similar character, blank paper tickets are used. These are supplied to the stations in books with counterfoils attached, each issuing station having a separate series for each class. The chief advantage of these is that passenger fares may be arranged between numerous stations, local and foreign, and additional facilities thus given for through booking, with only one complete set of blank tickets for each issuing station. 4. Periodical or seasonal tickets are printed specially by order of the general manager. They are issued for various periods and are available for any number of journeys during the time and between stations specified upon them. Cheap tickets are issued to scholars, apprentices, and students under a certain age. The tickets have the names of the person entitled to use them printed or written upon them and are not transferable. As a check upon this, some companies require the holder to sign his name upon the ticket before using it, and on continental railways the photograph of the passenger is sometimes required and is secured to the ticket for the purpose of identification. 5. Tourist tickets are issued at reduced fares during the tourist season. 6. Tourist extension of time tickets. Should the holders of tourist tickets not return within the prescribed time, the return portions are presented at stations to which they were originally issued, and, with some exceptions, extension of time tickets available for the return journey are issued in exchange on payment of a percentage or the difference between the tourist fare and the sum of two single journey fares. The tickets with counterfoils attached are kept in books and type-numbered consecutively. 7. Member of family tickets are available for any number of journeys between the stations specified thereon, during the period for which they are issued, and are granted at special fares to any member of a family who are holders of not less than 2 tourist tickets. They can only be obtained on application to the general manager and may be extended beyond the stated time on making certain extra payments. 8. Excursion tickets are issued at specially advertised and reduced fares and, generally, are only available by excursion trains. They are printed specially for each excursion, and should the supply fall short of the demand, ordinary tickets are used. These latter are taken from the highest numbers in stock, the word return and the date of issue being stamped upon them. 9. Market and fishing tickets, available by ordinary trains and similar to the ordinary, are issued under special arrangements at reduced fares for the double journey. 10. Pleasure parties tickets, available by ordinary trains, are issued to small parties by special authority in each case, on presentation of an order at the booking office by a member of the party. These orders are obtained from the traffic superintendent. The tickets are kept in stock in those cases where there is a large issue. In other cases, blank card tickets are issued, and particulars of the tickets issued are shown by the booking clerk on the superintendent's order. 11. officers, soldiers, etc. tickets kept in books with counterfoils are issued at reduced fares under special arrangements with the government to officers, soldiers, police, etc. on production of orders signed by the proper authorities. The sum of the fares as shown on the tickets issued is taken to account as explained hereafter, and the orders are accepted as cash. Wives and children of officers and soldiers are charged as ordinary passengers unless included in a warrant. 12. Coupon orders in books with counterfoils are used for through bookings to the continent. Ordinary tickets are issued to London with the coupon orders, and the latter are there exchanged by the company to whom they are addressed for through coupons for the remainder of the journey without further payment. 13. All tickets are type numbered consecutively, ordinary, tourist, and blank card tickets at both ends, from 000 to 999 inclusive. 10,000 of each kind, class, and station make a series. When these are exhausted, a new series is commenced. Supplies to the stations of card excursion tickets and each book of paper tickets commence afresh with 000. Lock-up cases containing rows of tubes are provided for each booking office, and card tickets are arranged in these in the way which may appear to give the best facilities for the booking of passengers. Generally, those most frequently used are placed nearest the booking window, and the remainder in the order of the stations as they branch outwards, north, south, east, or west. At important stations, they are divided into 1 classes and 2 districts. Tourist tickets are kept in separate cases. The name of the destination station and the fare are written above each ticket tube, and the number of the next to issue is written on a slate fixed below the tube. The tickets are placed in the tubes with the highest numbers at the top, and in booking passengers are drawn from the bottom, so that after the departure of a train, by deducting the number shown on the slate from the number on the next to issue, it is ascertained how many have been issued by that train. For example, before booking is commenced, the number on the slate may be 4537, and after the train has gone, the number of the next in stock 4562, showing that 25 have been issued. Or the number on the slate may be 000, and on the ticket next to issue 25, giving the same result. The date is stamped or punched on all tickets as they are issued. 14. Supply of tickets. The accountant of the company is the only officer through whom passenger tickets may be obtained by the stations, excepting season and member of family tickets, which are supplied by the general manager. When a fresh stock is required, the booking clerk enters the following particulars in a ticket demand book: name of the station to which required, i.e. the destination station, route, color, class, description, ordinary, return, tourist, etc., fare, number of the ticket last issued, and the last progressive number of the ticket in stock. These particulars, also the number of the demand note, name of issuing station, and date, are copied on its perforated counterpart, which is signed by the clerk in charge and forwarded to the accountant's office to be checked and compared with the ticket stock registers, which are there made up from previous demands and supplies in the following way. An account is opened in the register for each issuing station, the name of each destination station, route, class, description, date of demand, last progressive number of tickets supplied, and quantities supplied being inserted in columns for that purpose as follows. 15. Ticket stock register. Grantham Station. A. Date of first supply. 15/1/90. King's Cross. Route. Listed in order. The class, description, last progressive number of tickets supplied. 1. Return 499. 2. Return 999. 1. Ordinary 999. 2. Ordinary 1999. 3. Ordinary 49.99. Petersboro, and so on. If the last progressive number of tickets previously supplied, as recorded in the stock register, agrees with the requisition, the audit clerk inserts in the latter the quantity to be printed and enters the particulars in the register, which, assuming a demand to have been made by the agent at Grantham for third-class ordinary King's Cross, would then read as follows: Ticket stock register, Grantham Station, 15/1/90, King's Cross. Route. 1. Return 499. 2. Return 999. 1. Ordinary 999. 2. Ordinary 1999. 3. Ordinary, 19,590. This is the date of demand. 49.99, 5,000. This is the quantity to be printed. 3. Ordinary, 99.99. The quantity ordered is determined by the time taken to exhaust the previous supply, but no more than 10,000 tickets or a series of one class between a pair of stations are never supplied at one time. Before a new station is opened for passenger traffic, the superintendent furnishes the accountant with a list of the proposed bookings and fares. In this case, a requisition giving a full description and the quantity to be printed is prepared by the audit clerk, who opens an account and enters them as a first supply in the stock register, as above. A memorandum of any special direction to be observed in ordering tickets to be printed is made in the registers. The requisitions are then numbered, recorded in a separate book in consecutive order, and sent to the company's ticket printing establishment, which is under the supervision of the accountant, who keeps a constant check on the supplies. The quantities supplied are noted by the foreman printer on the requisition and copied into a delivery book, the tickets being sent direct to the stations and the requisitions to the accountant, by whom they are examined, entered, and sent to the stations to be compared with the tickets received. If correct, the clerk in charge is required to sign and return the requisition to the accountant, by whom he is held responsible for compliance with the 4th and 5th paragraphs of the following instructions, printed in every demand book. Instructions. 1. Demands for tickets must be sent to the accountant on Fridays and not on any other days. 2. At least a fortnight's stock of each kind of class of tickets must be kept on hand, and special care must be taken to anticipate any increased demands from the holding of fairs or other circumstances of public interest, and the circumstances requiring such increased demand must be explained on the back of the demand note. 3. Care must be taken to give the exact route at present printed on the tickets when demanding a further supply. 4. All tickets as supplied and received must be examined and checked both as respects the correctness of the progressive numbers and the quantity of tickets, and the accountant must be immediately advised of any errors in them, either of wrong numbers, duplicates, or omitted numbers. 5. Within 4 days of the supply of tickets, if correct, the receipt for the same must be signed and returned to the accountant, and afterwards the clerk in charge will be held accountable for the production of each progressive number in due order, or for their value as issued tickets if at any time found missing. 6. The boxes in which tickets are sent must be returned to the ticket printer within 3 days of their receipt. 16. Ticket stock return. This is made up when a change of staff takes place at a station, or whenever required by the accountant to check the stock of tickets thereat. The blank forms are kept in the audit office and sent out with the following instructions. Accountant's Office, 189. Herewith you will receive a blank form of return to be filled up and sent to this office prompt, on or before the blank, duly signed by you in the following form. I hereby acknowledge that the above tickets are in my possession. In entering your stock, the numbers must commence at the end of the last month's issues, so as to make the number begin this month, and in taking stock you must bear in mind that if any numbers are found missing or your stock is in any wise wrong, you must report the same when the return is sent in, as you will afterwards be held accountable for the production of each progressive number in due order, or for their value as issued tickets, if at any time found to be missing. If you find any duplicate numbers or any tickets for stations which are not now booked to, they must be sent back with the return, and those only retained which are now in use and which you sign for. The quantity must be one more in all cases than the remainder given by deducting the commencing from the closing number. For example, closing number 1499, commencing number 1100, quantity 400. Strict attention must be paid to the instructions on the cover of the ticket demand book, as you will be held responsible for any consequence arising from the neglect of them. Signed, blank accountant, Mr. Blank, blank station. As the commencing numbers should agree with the station's previous month's classification and the closing numbers with those shown by the accountant's stock registers, it is an easy matter for the audit department to check these returns. 17. Train book. See next page. This contains an account of tickets issued and is made up immediately after the departure of each train, a separate entry being made for each station and class as shown in the example. The commencing number is copied from the slate and the closing number from the next ticket to issue. The cash taken by each train should agree with the total of the train book entries, but in case there is a difference it is noted in the margin. If the proper fares have been charged and correct change given, differences are generally discovered or right themselves afterwards. It sometimes happens that tickets get misplaced, in which case the amount of cash short or over by one train would be balanced by cash over or short by a following train. For instance, in the example given, ticket 7656 might be found between 7632 and 7654. Here it may be assumed 22.5 tickets were sold, but only 21.5 accounted for, apparently leaving 1 shilling over in cash. After booking the following train, doubtless a corresponding deficiency would be shown. Or a difference might arise through a miscalculation in the train book, or through a wrong commencing or closing number being copied therein, or by omitting to enter a ticket, or by entering an incorrect fare. Such errors ought to be discovered at the time. If this is not done, they are likely to be the cause of subsequent trouble in balancing the monthly returns. After the train book has been made up, the numbers on the slates are altered for the next account. At large stations, a daily classification book is kept. In this, the names of all stations to which tickets are issued and the fares are inserted, and the closing numbers of one day become the commencing numbers for the next. The daily bookings are worked out and the total balanced with the day's total of the train book. Columns for 31 days are provided, and at the end of the month the entries for each station are added across and balanced with the monthly classification entries described further on. Half single journey tickets not sold by one train are available for following trains, but all triangular pieces cut from return tickets are retained, the number of the parent ticket being marked upon each, and credit is taken for the value also for single journey half tickets not sold by the end of the month, and for canceled tickets in the monthly classification. Particulars of officers, soldiers, etc. tickets issued are also entered in the train book from the counterfoils with each train's bookings, but pleasure parties tickets, excursion tickets issued for special trains, also special bookings by ordinary trains, such as school children or others conveyed at special fairs, but not sufficiently numerous to warrant the running of a special train. These are entered separately in the train book in red ink to facilitate reference thereto in making up the monthly returns. The superintendent's orders for the issue of pleasure parties tickets are sent, with the number of passengers booked, fares, and amounts properly inserted by the first train after the one by which the party traveled to the accountant. 2 returns, Form No. 1, Appendix, of bookings by excursion trains are sent, 1 to the superintendent and 1 to the accountant, by first ordinary train after the departure of each excursion. Unsold excursion tickets are sent to the accountant with the return. When ordinary tickets are issued from the back numbers to excursion passengers, the accountant is advised so that they may be replaced by new ones. The amount received for extension of time tickets is added to the daily total of the train book as shown. 18. Blank card ticket issue book. When application is made for tickets to places for which ordinary tickets have not been supplied, reference is made to the list of stations furnished by the superintendent to which blank card or paper tickets may be issued. If fares have been arranged, the name of the station, route, fare, and date are inserted on the ticket. Before it is issued, however, a note should be made in the blank card issue book of the number and description of ticket issued, station, and route. The date and amounts may be inserted and correspondent entries made in the train book afterwards. Half tickets are issued for children, and the numbers are similarly distinguished in the book. 19. Season tickets. On application being made for these, the following particulars are entered on a printed form and sent to the general manager: class, date from and to, name of applicant, profession and address of applicant, stations between which required, price and amount of deposit, whether old or new application, and, if old, the previous number is stated for reference in the general manager's office. The tickets are then prepared, and the above particulars, also the numbers and stations to which they are sent, are entered in a register kept in the general manager's office. Form No. 2, Appendix. A numbered statement is sent to the stations with the tickets showing the amounts to be collected. These amounts are taken to debit in the station's monthly returns as hereafter shown. The general manager's register is checked by the accountant with the amounts taken to debit by the stations. A deposit is usually charged on season tickets issued for metropolitan lines, and sometimes in other cases as a guarantee for their surrender at the expiration of the prescribed period. Credit is taken for repayments of deposits by recharge on a miscellaneous traffic waybill, paid on and to pay, to the accountant, and the depositor's receipts being attached thereto. For all purposes of account, member of family tickets are dealt with as season tickets. It is a good plan to enter the names and amounts received for season and member of family tickets in the train book at the close of each day, as shown in the example. At important stations, however, a season ticket cash book is kept, and the daily totals of this book are carried direct to the station's coaching revenue book. In these cases, it is not necessary to pass the items through the train book. 20. Examination and collection of tickets and excess fares. Tickets should be examined prior to the departure of trains from terminal and participating stations and collected at the stations appointed. At junction stations, through tickets are examined as to class, date, and route, and a number or distinctive mark impressed upon them with a punch. This number is fixed by the Railway Clearinghouse, a record of the same being kept there, and a list given in the registrations showing the number and where used. As a different number is fixed for each junction or principal station, this plan acts not only as a check upon tickets being used twice, but also affords evidence of the right of companies to claim a proportion of the through fare when passengers have traveled by a route different from that for which tickets were issued. When such cases arise, an advice of wrong route ticket return is furnished to the accountant by the station master with the following particulars: name of issuing company, station from and station to, class, kind, date, and number, route issued for, and route traveled by. If the tickets are collected, they are sent to the accountant with the return. In the examination and collection of tickets, the following points should be watched. 1. At starting stations, that they are not from stations on the line of route nearer the destination station than the starting station. 2. That passengers are in the class of carriage for which they are booked, or that they pay the difference of fare. 3. That tickets are available for the day on which they are used. 4. At intermediate stations, that passengers do not change to a higher class of carriage than that for which they are booked without paying the difference of fare. 5. That passengers holding half tickets are really entitled to travel at half fares. 6. At junctions and terminal stations, that the route printed on the tickets corresponds with the route by which passengers are traveling. 7. At alighting stations, that the tickets are available there too. Passengers arriving at any station without tickets are liable to be charged from the place at which the train started. Money collected from passengers in respect to the foregoing is accounted for as excess fares. Collected tickets are sorted into 1 local and 2 foreign, single and double journey tickets being kept separate, and arranged according to classes and numbers. Local tickets are tied up in the order of the accountant's list of stations and the foreign alphabetically. All collected tickets are sent to the accountant daily. 21. The accountant's printed list of stations serves many useful purposes. It shows the name of every station on the main line and branches of the company in geographical order, and the name of the station master or agent at each place. Every station is furnished with a copy, which is revised from time to time as required, and collected tickets, parcel waybills, monthly accounts of passenger bookings, goods invoices, abstracts, and summaries of traffic are made up as a rule in the same geographical order. To the accountant's department, the list is invaluable as it secures uniformity, facilitates reference, and furnishes a reliable means of ascertaining whether all stations have sent in their returns. 22. Excess Fares Book, Form Number 3, Appendix. In this are entered particulars of excess fares collected. A daily total is made, and a copy thereof, or daily advice of excess fares, is sent to the accountant the day following. The tickets on which excess has been collected and those issued for one station are collected at another, with the name of the collecting station written across them, are folded inside the return. The cash collected daily is handed to the booking clerk, who adds it to the total of his train book or enters it in the coaching revenue book. 23. Postal telegraphs. All charges made by railway agents transacting telegraph message business on behalf of the post office, whether in connection with forwarded or received messages, are denoted by postage stamps affixed to the forms. A stock of stamps is supplied on credit to the general manager by the receiver and accountant general of the post office, and sent to the stations by the former as required. Money received at stations for stamps sold or affixed to messages for porterage, less items paid out to special messengers, not company's servants, is sent back daily with the coaching traffic cash and shown separately in the station's coaching revenue book. At the end of each month, a return, Form Number 4, Appendix, is furnished to the accountant showing the value of stamps used, and the amount, less portage paid out, is taken to debit in the summary of the monthly passenger classification. A monthly certified statement is also sent to the accountant by stations, showing the total value of stamps on hand at the end of the previous month, and also the number of each denomination of stamps of which the balance is made up, for comparison with his books. A separate return, Form Number 5, Appendix, giving details of porterages performed and the charges for such services, whether paid by the senders or receivers of messages, such charges being in all cases represented by stamps affixed to the messages by the station that receives the cash, is also furnished to the accountant to enable him to debit the post office therewith in his books. The messages are numbered consecutively, docketed, and sent to the Postmaster General. The General Manager keeps an account of stamps received by him from the post office and supplied to stations. This balance is reduced each month, the value of stamps sent to stations being deducted from the value of stamps received, the balance representing the actual stock in the manager's possession. The manager furnishes the accountant with a monthly list of the station debits for stamps supplied. The value of the stamps used, as shown by the station returns, constitutes the credit, the balance representing stamps on hand at stations being carried to the debit of the next month's account. End of Introduction and Part 1 of Railway Accounts and Finance by J. Alfred Fisher. Part 2 of Railway Accounts and Finance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Railway Accounts and Finance, an exposition of the principles and practice of railway accounting in all its branches, by J. Alfred Fisher. Part 2. Booking of parcels, etc. 24. Parcel Post. When the parcel post came into operation, it was agreed between the Postmaster General and the railway companies that the latter should receive 55% of the gross postal receipts from railway-borne parcels, and that this should be paid quarterly to the Railway Clearing-House. The amounts are apportioned by the Clearing-House to the companies entitled to participate, quarterly, this being an interim approximate division, and at the end of each half-year, in the same proportions as each company's gross receipts from parcel traffic are found to have borne to the gross receipts of all the companies from this source of revenue during the same half-year. In order to give effect to the latter part of this arrangement, it became necessary for each company to separate, in its accounts, those receipts for the conveyance of the heavier descriptions of traffic, other than passengers, conveyed by passenger trains, from those arising from the carriage of parcels, the articles, etc., being respectively classed as miscellaneous and parcels. Miscellaneous traffic includes articles charged by weight in quantities of 2 hundredweight and upwards, milk, returned empties, etc. Also carriages, vans, furniture, plants, flowers, bath chairs, cycles, or anything conveyed in carriage trucks and charged at carriage rates. It also includes horses, cattle, dogs, and other animals, except small animals conveyed in hampers, not exceeding 2 hundredweight, and charged as parcels. All other articles, including perambulators, cycles, bath chairs, booked at parcel rates or carried as excess luggage under 2 hundredweight, are dealt with as parcels. 25. Parcel, etc. Waybills. Every article sent by passenger train, except horses, carriages, etc., which are entered on special tickets, should be accompanied by a parcel or miscellaneous waybill or bill of charges for carriage, Form Numbers 6 and 7, Appendix. For the charges, 4 money columns are provided, viz. Paid on, paid to, paid, and through. If the consignee is to pay carriage, the amount is entered in the Pay To column. If the sender pays, the amount is entered in the Paid column. If the article is addressed to some place on another company's railway, and the sender desires to pay carriage for the whole distance, the foreign company's charge may, if the parcel is for some reason not booked through, be added to the local rate, and the sum total entered in the Paid column, the foreign company's charge being entered in the Through column. The latter amount is then paid to the foreign company out of the cash at the local company junction or terminal station. For instance, the sender of a parcel from A may desire to pay carriage through to C via B, but the parcel is only booked to the junction station B. The charge to B is 8 pence, and from B to C 4 pence. Therefore 1 shilling is entered in the Paid and 4 pence in the Through columns. The station master at B is authorized by the latter entry to pay 4 pence out of his coaching receipts to the forwarding company there for carriage from B to C, and of course the amount so paid should be entered by that company in the Paid column of their waybill to C, and the parcel delivered to the consignee without further charge, unless he happens to reside beyond the delivery boundary. Through booking arrangements are now so general that cases of this kind are becoming rare. The paid on column is for cash paid out at the forwarding station in respect of foreign companies, agents, or other charges. Amounts so paid are entered in the paid on column and added to the charges for carriage, the total sums being entered in the to pay column. Thus, if the L&N.W. Company deliver a parcel addressed to Gretna Green on the Glasgow and South Western Line to that company at Carlisle with 1 shilling charge upon it for carriage from Preston, this amount would be paid to the L&N.W. Company out of the G and SW parcel receipts at Carlisle, and the charges entered on the forward waybill thus: G and SW rate to Gretna Green 6d, paid on 1 shilling, to pay 1 shilling and 6d. The forwarding station then is responsible for the collection of and is debited with the amounts entered in the paid column less the paid ons, and the receiving station is responsible for the collection of and is debited with to pay less through items. 26. Forwarded or outward parcel, etc. traffic. In making up the charges for the carriage of parcels and other descriptions of coaching traffic carried at mileage rates, the distance is ascertained from the Railway Clearinghouse Distance Book, or the parliamentary fare may usually be taken as denoting it, 1 mile being assumed for each penny. Perishable articles, such as fish, game, milk, vegetables, etc., are carried at special rates and under special conditions. The weight of fish, etc., carried at special station-to-station or not carted rates from or to foreign stations is in all cases inserted in the waybill. Parcels for the continent are usually accompanied by a declaration signed by the sender as to the nature of the contents and value, and by an undertaking to pay carriage, custom house, and other lawful expenses for said consignment if the consignee refuses to defray the same. Waybills to foreign stations should have the route distinctly specified upon them. A ticket with the name of the booking or forwarding station printed upon it and stating whether the carriage is paid or to pay is gummed upon each parcel. This proves very useful when the waybills are lost. Adhesive stamps of the value of 1/2 penny and upwards, purchased from the general manager, are attached by the senders to newspaper parcels, newsletters, and samples carried at special station-to-station rates and at owner's risk. Through or foreign parcels, franked by label, are entered on a special newspaper waybill, Form No. 8, Appendix, so that the foreign company may be credited with its share of the receipts. The value of the label is shown in the column for this purpose, and the franks are defaced before the parcels are delivered to consignees. The same Form No. 8 is also used for traffic carried at newspaper rates but not franked by label. Waybills are kept in pads, and, in booking a parcel, lead pencil is used for the waybill, and a facsimile produced by the use of carbon paper. The original bill is filed in the parcel office, and the facsimile dispatched with the parcel to the destination station. 27. Received or inward parcels from other stations are compared with the waybills, and the charges checked, both as regards paid and to pay items, any undercharge or overcharge for carriage being noted on the bill, the proper charge collected, if a to-pay item, and sending station advised. All undercharges, both local and foreign, are rectified by supplementary waybills, no alteration or erasure of the figures entered on the waybills being allowed. Foreign overcharges are cleared by the receiving station by means of a paid-on only waybill, not to pay, sent to forwarding station if the overcharge is a to-pay item. If the overcharge is a paid item, the forwarding station takes credit by the same means and refunds the excess to the sender. It is necessary to obtain the superintendent's authority for such entries, and the vouchers sanctioning the same are attached to the waybills in all cases. The paid-ons are then credited to the company concerned in the clearinghouse settlement. Credit for local overcharges is allowed in the monthly returns as explained further on. 28. Parcel Delivery Book, Form No. 9, Appendix. In this book, or on sheets similarly ruled, are entered from the waybills particulars of inward parcels for delivery. The amounts for carriage are collected and signatures of consignees obtained on delivery. Extra charges for delivery should be inserted in the column for that purpose. A separate book like the above, termed a parcel warehouse book, is used for parcels addressed to be left until called for. Parcels so addressed and not claimed before the expiration of the day following that of receipt are chargeable with warehouse rent. Parcels received without bills are delivered in the ordinary course, either with an assumed charge or with a notification to consignees, if they are known, that the charges will be claimed on receipt of particulars. If waybills are received without parcels, or parcels received in a damaged condition, the sending and trans-shipping stations en route should be immediately advised, and inquiries made respecting the missing or damaged articles. This is especially important in the case of foreign traffic, for if the loss is not reported by the receiving company within 24 hours after it has been ascertained, the liability may be held to rest exclusively with the company failing to report. The waybills are in all cases taken into account, and, if necessary, the debits are cleared as previously explained. It frequently happens that the consignees cannot be found, or that they refuse to receive parcels addressed to them. In such cases, the senders are advised, the parcels being kept until their instructions are received. But if consignees desire parcels to be returned, they should be requested to pay the carriage and sign the delivery book. In the case of perishable articles, such as fish, fruit, etc., received under similar circumstances, the regulations direct that they should be sold. The same applies to live animals and birds refused, after due notice has been given to the consignee of the intended sale. Unpaid charges for carriage of such articles or animals sold are deducted from the proceeds of the sale, the balance being taken to debit in extras, and the superintendent and accountant advised. Should the proceeds of sale be insufficient to pay carriage, the deficiency is apportioned, in the case of foreign traffic, between the companies interested according to mileage. When parcels are addressed paid, but entered in the waybills to pay, and if the money cannot be collected, the sender's name and address should be obtained and the amount recharged to the sending station, which is bound to accept the debit provided the address card on which the word paid is marked is returned, and accompanies the waybill on which the recharge is entered. The above are some of the principal matters usually observed in connection with traffic of the foregoing descriptions, but the companies and clearinghouse regulations should in all cases be carefully acted upon. This remark applies also to goods and other kinds of traffic, preparation of monthly returns, etc., etc. 29. Extras Book. Form Number 10, Appendix. It is a rule that when charges are made and corresponding debits have not been received in the ordinary course, special debits shall be raised to meet the same. This is done by an entry in the Extras Book, which should therefore contain an account of all items collected in excess of the waybill debit, such as cash collected for parcels received without waybills and delivered with an assumed charge, warehouse fees, cartage, porterage, and extra charges for delivery, proceeds of sales of refused or unclaimed articles, items entered outwardly as paid on, not paid, for use of covering carriage trucks, etc. The Extras Book entries are numbered consecutively, and the monthly total is taken into account in the monthly parcel summary. If waybill debits are received in a subsequent month for amounts for which special debits have been raised through extras, they are cleared by sending a recharge waybill, paid on and to pay, to the accountant, and abstracting it to him in the same way as ordinary traffic is abstracted to a station. The debits being then cleared by the accountant by a special entry in his books, as will be seen in reviewing the work of his department. It is necessary, in recharging such items, to give reference to the date and number of the special debit entry in the Extras Book, and other particulars. 30. Horses, carriages, etc. For this and other descriptions of coaching traffic, conveyed in horse boxes or carriage trucks, and charged at horse or carriage rates, also for dogs, passengers' excess luggage, etc., special paper tickets or waybills are issued. Form Number 11, Appendix. These show date, train, name of forwarding and destination stations, description of consignment, name of owner, and the charges, paid on, to pay, or paid, and serve the same purpose and are accounted for in the same way as parcel and miscellaneous waybills. The guard's waybill, number 11 appendix, is delivered by him to the officer in charge at the receiving station. A counterpart on which the conditions of conveyance are printed is given to the sender or owner, whose signature, assenting to the conditions, is obtained on the office copy at the forwarding station. Horses and other livestock conveyed in cattle trucks by passenger trains are not, however, entered on these tickets, but are accounted for through the merchandise department. When covered carriage trucks are used for the conveyance of private carriages, or for plants, flowers, etc., a charge is made in addition to the ordinary rates, varying from 5 shillings per truck for distances not exceeding 50 miles to 10 shillings for distances exceeding 50 miles, and it is a rule in the case of foreign traffic that this extra charge shall be paid to the company owning the truck, and not divided in the same way as traffic is usually divided. In order, therefore, that the owners of the trucks may receive the credit allowed by regulations, the extra charge is entered on the waybill as paid on and to pay. It is also abstracted separately in accordance with instructions printed in the monthly abstract forms and summaries. As there is much misapprehension as to the nature of paid-ons, and to make the matter clear, an illustration of the entry is given in the foreign parcel and miscellaneous summary, Form number 15, Appendix, wherein it is assumed, 1. That 9 covered trucks were sent from Grantham to Newcastle, Northeastern Railway, during the month, and that the extra charge of 10 shillings was made in each case. 2. That the carriage was prepared in 2 instances and charged forward in 7 instances. And 3. That the extra charge made for the use of the covered trucks was not in any case actually paid out by the booking company, although such charge was entered in the paid-on column of the returns. Now, bearing in mind this last point, also that all paid-ons are entered as credits and deducted from the receipts at the booking station, it is clear that unless the amounts were also taken to debit, the cash in hand or remitted to bank would show a surplus in the case supposed of £4.10. Therefore, special debit is raised for the amount in extras, as before explained. If the point be further considered in connection with the division and settlement of foreign traffic by the Railway Clearing House, it will be found that when the covered truck belongs to the booking company, the object aimed at, that the owning company may receive the extra charge, is by these means attained. When covered trucks are borrowed from a neighboring company, and in order that the owners may receive the extra charge, in addition to the ordinary charges for the use of borrowed stock, the owners enter the amount, 5 or 10 shillings as the case may be, paid on and to pay on a waybill, which is sent, and abstracted, to the loading station of the borrowing company, by whom it is taken to debit, in the usual course, this debit being then added to the rate and collected from the sender, if the charges are paid. But if they be to pay, it is entered as a paid on, and added to the forward rate for the collection from the consignee. Thus, if the MS&L Company borrowed a covered truck from the L&N.W. Company at London Road Station, Manchester, it would rest with the L&N.W. Company to issue a waybill paid on and to pay 5 or 10 shillings to Manchester MS&L, and include the amount in their 4 monthly abstracts. The item would then be taken to debit by the MS&L Company at Manchester and added to their charge for carriage as stated above. The L&N.W. Company is by these means made creditor and the MS&L Company debtor for the item in the clearinghouse settlement. In the case of local traffic, the extra charge is shown separately as paid on and to pay, or paid in the same way as foreign. 31. Insurance. Premiums paid for insurance of parcels, horses, etc. are taken into account on the waybill or ticket issued. Special insurance consignment notes are used for parcels. Each note shows description of goods insured, station consigned to, consignee's name and address, amount for which the goods are insured, amount paid for insurance and for carriage, train and date, sender's signature and address. Attached thereto is a form of receipt to be given to the sender, an insured parcel ticket to be gummed on the parcel, and an advice note to be sent to the destination station. The signature of every person is taken into whose custody such parcels are delivered en route. The conditions of insurance are usually as follows. The insuring company reserves the right of inspecting, before effecting any insurance, all goods delivered to them for insurance, to ascertain that the articles are in accordance with the declaration and are in good condition and well packed. The insurance is to apply only to the point to which the carriage charges cover conveyance and delivery of the insured articles. The contract for insurance must be made by the forwarding company and with the sender only, and the charge for insurance must be prepaid. The insurance of articles exceeding £500 in value and of bullion is only undertaken by special arrangement. In the case of horses, etc., the declaration of value is made by the sender on the counterpart of the ticket issued. 32. Cloakroom. Railway companies provide luggage and cloakrooms for the accommodation of the public, and give notice that they will not be held responsible for loss of or injury to articles left elsewhere. For every article left in the cloakroom, a small registration fee is charged and a numbered ticket given to the depositor specifying the article or articles deposited and the amount paid. A duplicate number attached to each ticket is torn off and fastened to the luggage described on the ticket issued. This serves as a check upon wrong delivery. If luggage be not removed within the specified time, a further charge is incurred and is accounted for by entering the amount on a second ticket, this being attached to the original ticket when surrendered by the depositor on removal of the luggage and payment of the extra charge. When value is declared and insurance paid pursuant to company's notices respecting valuable articles, the amount is entered on the ticket issued and counterpart thereof. Luggage deposited in the cloakroom is not given up except in exchange for the ticket issued to the depositor. Should the ticket be lost, it is necessary to obtain the sanction of the superintendent before the luggage is surrendered. Charges made for passengers' luggage left in a train or at a station and subsequently claimed are accounted for in the return mentioned below, and when such articles are forwarded by train, the amount is entered on a waybill paid on to pay to clear the debit. A return of cloakroom receipts is sent to the accountant daily. This shows the number of the cloakroom ticket book, progressive number and amount of each ticket issued, and a daily total. Collected tickets are sent to the accountant with the return. Horse, carriage, excess luggage, etc., cloakroom, and insurance tickets are kept in books and type numbered consecutively. 33. Parcel, etc., cash book. In this book should be entered particulars of all cash received, whether for carriage or extras. It is not necessary in the case of inward parcels to enter the amounts in detail. When all the items are collected, as they should be, on delivery, it is sufficient to show the total of the delivery book in the cash book. It is a good plan to initial the delivery book and give a reference therein to the cash book entry on receiving the cash. This may prevent disputes with delivery porters and agents. Amounts received for parcels addressed to be left until called for, entered in the warehouse books. Also, outstanding items should in all cases be entered separately. Also, outward paid items, unless such a record is made as will give ready reference to the waybills on which the charges are entered. A daily total is made, and from this, outward paid-ons and inward throughs are deducted. Receipts for horses, carriages, and dogs, excess luggage, and cloakroom should be entered separately. 34. Station's Daily Coaching Revenue Book. This is made up from the train book and parcel cash book and contains the following particulars: amounts received for ordinary passengers, special DO, season tickets, excess fares, postal messages, subtotal total passengers, parcels, etc., horses, carriages, etc., cloakroom, subtotal total receipts, less, paid-ons and through parcels, DO, horses, carriages, etc., net receipts, by cash to bank, underpaid to bank, overpaid to bank. A money column is provided for every day in the month. At the end of the month, the amounts are added together horizontally, and the total should agree after allowances have been made for outstandings with the monthly classification debit. 35. Remittance of cash, coaching and goods. In order that cash received by station masters, agents, collectors, and others on account of traffic may be lodged with the company's bankers on the day after collection. Moreover, that the money may be banked so as to be readily available to meet the requirements of various localities for wages, tradesmen's accounts, and dividends, the railway is divided into districts, a banking account being opened and a cashier appointed to receive and pay cash to bank for each district. At the close of each day, the station's cash receipts are balanced and the bank parcel prepared for dispatch by train the following morning in a lock-up cash box to the cashier of the district. A remittance note or advice is sent to the district cashier showing how much for coaching and how much for goods, traffic, and etc. as follows. Blank station, blank 18.9 blank. Advice for coaching, pounds, shilling, pence, goods, pound, shilling, pence, sundries, pound, shilling, pence, totaling to day's receipts, coaching balance month ending, blank, in-bank parcel, total. This to be sent in the cash box, number blank, to the cashier, blank, 1890 blank. I have this day remitted for Coaching, pound shilling pence. Goods, pound shilling pence. Sundries, pound shilling pence, totaling to day's receipts. Coaching balance month ending blank. Total to bank, blank. Station, blank. Clerk in charge, blank. In the event of any cash being received at the stations for rents from tenants of company property, miscellaneous accounts for repairs, stores, old materials, unpaid wages, etc., it is remitted with the traffic cash, the amount and particulars being shown on the cash advice. This obviates the risk of loss involved in sending separate value parcels containing the money by train. The total of the remittance note should agree with the cash note enclosed in the parcel for use of the bankers, and on which is stated the amount of banknotes, checks, soldiers and other warrants, and coin making up the gross sum. The cash parcels are delivered by the cashier to the company's bankers unopened, together with a summary or bank sheet made up from the remittance notes, showing the amount of each station's remittance. After the bank sheet has been compared with the cash and signed by the bankers, it is returned to the cashier, the total amount received each day being passed to the credit of the company's current account. Any surplus or deficiency in the cash parcels is noted opposite the names of the stations, and the total of the summary adjusted by the bankers. Soldiers and other warrants remitted as cash, and checks which require endorsing, are deducted from the total of the summary and returned to the cashier. These will be again alluded to. The bank sheets with the corresponding remittance notes are then sent to the secretary, who issues receipts to the stations, full credit being given for warrants and checks returned to the cashier. Monthly coaching returns. The monthly returns of coaching traffic should be completed and dispatched in time to reach the accountant's office on the morning of the 4th day of the month following that for which they are dated. We shall deal first with the returns relating to parcels, horses, carriages, etc., and next with those of passenger traffic, referring in conclusion to the outstandings account and station's monthly coaching balance sheet. 36. Parcel and miscellaneous traffic abstracts. These are made up from the outward and inward parcel, miscellaneous, and newspaper waybills, and horse, carriage, etc. tickets. The waybills are sorted and abstracted in the following order, viz. 1. Local traffic. A. Traffic with each station. B. In the order given in the accountant's list of stations. C. In order of date. That is to say, in sorting a mixed batch of inward local waybills, all the bills received from each station during the month would first be placed together and then arranged in order of the station list, the bills from each station being placed in order of date. The outward bills are dealt with in the same way. 2. Foreign traffic, the receipts from which are subject to division with other railway companies. A. Traffic with each terminal company in the order given on Form No. 14 Appendix. B. Traffic with each station. C. Stations in alphabetical order. D. In order of date. Separate forms are used for 1. Local outward traffic. 2. Local inward traffic. 3. Foreign outward traffic. 4. Foreign inward traffic. 5. Foreign outward light traffic. 6. Foreign inward light traffic. The last two named are used only for foreign traffic, the total of which for the whole month, outward or inward, between a pair of stations by any one route does not exceed 5 shillings. This is designated light traffic. All other traffic is called heavy. To ascertain if the traffic be light or heavy, paid-ons and throughs are deducted from paid and to-pay amounts. Thus, paid 2 shillings plus to-pay 6 shillings equals 8 shillings, minus paid-on 3 shillings 6 equals 4 shillings 6, which would be entered as light. It will be seen on reference to the instructions printed on the form that it is necessary to furnish to the accountant a summary only of the totals of light traffic to or from each company, the forms on which the details are entered being in this case retained by the stations. All abstract forms are printed for forwarded traffic in black ink and received traffic in red, and a separate form is used for traffic with each station. The number of parcels, etc., and the daily totals to be entered in the money columns of the abstracts are ascertained by adding together the numbers and the amounts entered on the waybills for each day, care being taken to enter parcels and miscellaneous traffic separately, as indicated by the forms. In order to facilitate the work of the audit office, each local abstract is cast to show 3 totals, viz. 1st to 15th inclusive, 16th to last day of the month inclusive, and total for month. At large stations, abstracting is done daily, weekly, or fortnightly, as may be most convenient. but where the traffic is small and the returns can be completed by the proper time, it is done immediately after the close of the month. 37. Foreign traffic. In abstracting and summarizing foreign traffic, attention should be paid to the following. See also Note 2, marginal number 28. 1. It is essential that the route by which traffic has been conveyed and the names of the stations be accurately and clearly specified, also that the moneys are fully and correctly inserted in their proper columns. The latter remarks apply with equal force to local returns. 2. When traffic is exchanged with foreign stations from which there may be an alternative route, the traffic from or to those stations by each route is kept distinct. 3. In cases where there is an alternative route, and the inward waybill does not indicate the route by which the consignment has been conveyed, that route which will give the receiving company the larger mileage proportion is assumed and abstracted. 4. Recharges, such as paid-on waybills, to clear overcharges included with the ordinary entries in the foreign abstracts, are also entered, with a reference to the document authorizing the recharge in each case, in the columns of the abstracts provided for this purpose. These items are entered with the traffic, parcel, or miscellaneous to which they refer. Recharges for refunded passenger fares, claims on parcels, allowances, bill postings, etc. are treated throughout as miscellaneous. 5. The number of parcels, horses, carriages, and dogs sent to and received from each place should be carefully given. This applies also to local traffic. 6. The value of newspaper francs is entered in the column of the foreign, not local abstracts, and summaries provided for that purpose, but the number of these parcels is not shown. 7. The number of unfranked newspaper parcels and parcels open at both ends containing periodicals and consigned at special rates exclusive of collection and delivery should not be entered in the abstracts, terminals not being allowed in these cases by the railway clearinghouse. 8. In the case of miscellaneous traffic, excepting milk, the number of packages is not entered, but the weight in each case should be carefully given so that the proper terminal allowances may be made by the clearinghouse. The weight of fish, 200 weight and upwards, should be shown separately. The weight of excess luggage is not entered. 9. Foreign undercharges rectified by supplementary waybill. The abstract should only state the amount of the undercharge and not contain a supplementary entry of the number of parcels or of the weight of fish, etc., unless the weight were understated on the original bill, in which case the difference between the weight originally entered and the actual weight should be abstracted. 10. Supplementary abstracts. It is of the utmost importance that all returns of foreign traffic should be punctually rendered, and, therefore, in the event of all the waybills not having been received before the date on which the returns are due, the latter should be dispatched and supplementary returns sent daily, as the missing waybills come to hand. These supplementary returns should bear the date of the waybills to which they relate, and not of the day they are sent off. 9. If a station wrongly waybills parcel traffic as miscellaneous, or vice versa, it should be correctly abstracted and the forwarding station immediately advised. 38. Parcel, etc. Summaries. Forms number 15 and 16, Appendix. These are made up from the abstracts after the latter has been completed for the month. The local inward and outward abstracts, respectively, are fastened together in the order of the station list, the names of each station and monthly totals of each abstract being inserted in the local summary in the same order. The summary is then added up. The totals of the foreign abstracts are transferred to the foreign summary in like manner. Each company's traffic, however, is kept separate, and the stations are entered in alphabetical order as explained. The amount of the light summary is inserted at the foot, the total being then added to that of the local, to show on the latter a grand total for the month. A detailed account is given on the back of the local summary of each outward horse, carriage, etc. ticket issued during the month, with the charges, foreign as well as local. 39. Summary of totals. This is given in the form illustrated on the back page of the local parcel summary and includes both local and foreign traffic. It will be seen that those items only are included which affect the debit against the station to which the return relates. That is, only those amounts are entered for the collection and remittance of which the agent at such station is held responsible, after deductions have been made under the head of credits for paid-ons, throughs, and other allowances. The outward paid, outward excess luggage, and inward to pay, debits, Also the outward paid-ons and inward throughs, credits, are copied from the front page of the summary. The remaining items we may refer to separately. 40. Cloakroom receipts. These are summarized from the daily returns, the daily totals, and a total for the month only being given. 41. Cab rents. Rents paid by cab proprietors for use of companies' stands are collected by the clerks in charge who are advised by the superintendent of the amounts. They are entered in a return showing the following particulars: name of the proprietor, amount of deposit, number of cabs, rate per cab per week, total as per summary. 42. Timetables. These are distributed by the stores department in accordance with the superintendent's instructions, and a statement is sent to each station showing the number of books supplied. When out of date, books unsold are returned with the statement to the accountant, the number sold or retained for station use having been first entered therein. The cash for books sold is included with the daily remittances for parcels, and the monthly total is taken to debit in the summary as shown. 43. Extras. This is the month's total of the extras book, the nature of the entries in which has been explained. An exact copy of this book, called Extras Summary, is sent to the accountant with the monthly returns. 44. Refused parcels account. This is a special entry, and refers only to the accounts of the station to which parcels refused by addressees may be sent from all parts of the system. When there are charges upon such parcels for carriage, they are recharged, pay on to pay, per parcel waybill, to the station. A monthly list of the charges is prepared, and the debits cleared by a credit entry in the summary of totals as shown, such entry being certified by the traffic superintendent, who also issues instructions as to the disposal of the parcels. 45. Overcharges. Particulars of overcharges on local traffic are entered on special returns, Form Number 17, Appendix, but only those items are abstracted that affect the debit of the station, viz., overcharges on inward to pay and outward paid or paid on amounts. Reference to correspondence with the station from which the parcel was received, or to which forwarded, and the authority for the overcharge entry, is attached to the abstract in every case. A separate form is used for traffic with each station, a summary being then made, and the total thereof entered in the summary of totals as above. When the whole amount of the waybill debit requires clearing, it is necessary to apply to the superintendent for a local recharge voucher, and in this case the item is recharged to the debit of the accountant. Overcharges on foreign traffic are cleared by means of paid-ons, as previously explained. 46. Delivery bill. This is required only at places where agents are employed to deliver parcels, and an allowance per parcel is made by the company for such service. The number of parcels delivered each day is ascertained from the delivery book or sheets, and the account certified and paid by the clerk in charge at the end of each month, out of his general coaching receipts. The agent's receipt for the amount is taken on the delivery bill, which is sent with the parcel summary, on which credit is taken, as shown, to the accountant. When the agents undertake the collection of parcels for transit by railway and open town receiving offices, they usually receive a commission or small booking fee from the railway company for this service. We now come to the final operation in connection with the parcel, etc. summaries, viz., balancing the totals. The inward to pay of the summaries, plus amounts charged on parcels, etc., received without bills and taken to debit in extras and minus overcharges, should agree with the total for the month of the deliveries and warehouse books. The inward to pay minus overcharges and outstandings should agree with the total of the inward column of the parcel cash book. The outward paid minus overcharges and outstandings and outward excess luggage should agree with the total of the outward column of the parcel cash book. The outward paid-ons, inward throughs, and delivery bill should agree with the month's total of the corresponding deductions in the cash book. Cloakroom and timetable receipts, cab receipts, and extras should agree with the cash book. The totals of the cash book should agree with the corresponding totals in the station's coaching revenue book. If the work has been correctly done, there will be no trouble, but if there is a difference, no effort should be spared to discover the cause, notwithstanding that this may involve the checking of all the entries. A true balance will save much subsequent labor, both at the station and in the accountant's office and railway clearinghouse, to say nothing of the satisfaction derived and credit gained by a methodical and accurate rendering of the returns. It would be found that a daily comparison of the waybills with the entries in the delivery and other books would prove a valuable aid in balancing the monthly totals. After the returns have been balanced, copied in a tissue book, and dispatched to the accountant, the waybills are tied up in bundles, docketed, and put away at the station for future reference. End of Part 2 of Railway Accounts and Finance by J. Alfred Fisher.
Shifting Block Puzzles from Mathematical Puzzles and Other Brain Twisters by Anthony S. Filipiak, 1942. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shifting Block Puzzles. The shifting block puzzle is essentially a muscular puzzle because its solution is dependent upon movement. The solving process is not a very strenuous undertaking, but if one uses a finger to move the blocks within the container to the right, left, up, and down, doing this repeatedly, the finger used will develop a muscular strain. Solutions are furnished for each of the 10 puzzles in this unit, but it is advisable for the puzzler to disregard them. The entertaining feature about any puzzle is the competitive spirit that the puzzle creates, and the self-satisfaction one receives when the puzzle problem is solved. The shifting block is not a difficult puzzle to understand. Its problem and procedure of working is simple, but its solution is quite difficult. However, if one is determined to solve the puzzle, a solution will eventually be arrived at. That is the one point in favor of the shifting block puzzle. It may take hours of shifting, but eventually a solution will be attained. Materials and method of construction. The materials used to make this type of puzzle are varied. The container can be made out of apple, boxwood, or cardboard. Cardboard is satisfactory, but experience has proven that a solid object such as wood has more puzzle appeal and more permanency. Construct the container in the following manner. Cut a boxwood board according to the size of the base required, as indicated on diagram of puzzle. Sand paper both sides of the board. Nail or glue 1/2 inch strips along the edges of the board. With a lead pencil, mark the design of the puzzle and the problem with an arrow pointing towards solution point. When this has been completed, shellac or varnish the container. For ease in shifting blocks, rub the container with rubbing compound. Construct the shifting blocks, either out of apple boxwood or linoleum. Make the blocks according to size of container used. Do not work with fractional parts of an inch. When blocks have been made, sandpaper and round off the corners and edges. When complete, apply varnish or shellac. When puzzle is complete, proceed to solve it. It is advisable to use the rubber end of a pencil to shift the blocks around. 19 block puzzle. Puzzle. Move block number 1 to B corner, or lower right-hand corner of container. Blocks must be moved either to right, left, up, or down. Blocks may not be turned around. They must always be moved in a straight line. Construct the container so that the inside measurements are 3 1/8 times 3 1/8 inches. The outside measurement is dependent upon the thickness of the outer rim. Glue or nail this outer rim onto the outer edges of the baseboard. The additional 1/8 inch is for easier manipulation of the blocks. Construct the blocks so that one block measures 1 inch square. 10 blocks measure 1 inch by 1/2 inch. 7 blocks measure 1/2 inch square. 1 block measures 1/2 inch by 1 1/2 inches. Thickness of blocks is dependent upon the material used. Diagram of puzzle pieces placement. Cross-section view of container. Base board 3 1/8 inch by 3 1/8 inch. Solution for the 19-block puzzle. Move blocks numbered. Read down. 4-5 down. 2 right. 3 up. 8 up and right. 7 right and up. 6 right. 1 down. 3 left. 7-8 up. 6 up and right. 1 right. 10 up. 11 left and up. 12-13 left. 4-5 down. 6 right. 9 up and right. 1 right. 10 right and down. 3 down. 7-8 left. 2 left. 6 up and left. 5 up. 4 right. 9 down. 1 right. 10 right and up. 11 right. 3 down. 7-8 down. 2 left. 10 right. 11 up. 8 right and down. 7 right. 3 up. 8 left. 7 down and left. 11 down. 10 left and down. 6 left. 1 up. 8-7-11 right. 12 up. 13 left. 7-8 left. 11 left and down. 1 down. 6 right. 10 up and right. 7 up. 1 left. 6 down. 5 left. 4 up. 6 right and down. 9-6 up. 11-13 right. 8-12 down. 2-3 down. 7-10 left. 1 up. 9-6 left. 11 up. 13 left. 9-6 right. 16 up. 14-15 right. 12 down. 8 left and down. 2-3 down. 10 down and left. 1 left. 9 up. 6 left and up. 11 left. 4-5 down. 9 right. 6 up and right. 1 right. 10 right and up, 2-3 up, 8 up and right, 12 up, 16 down, 11 left and down, 1 down, 7-10 right, 2-3 up, 8-12 up, 11-13 left, 4-5 down, 6-9 down, 7-10 right, 1 up, 12-8 right, 11 up, 13 right, 12-8 left, 4-5 left, 9-10 down, 7-6 right, 4 up, 5 right, 17 up, 18-19 left, 9-10 down, 7-6 down, 4 right, 5 up, 7-6 left, 4 down, 5 right, 7-6 up, 17 right, 8 right and down, 1 down, 7 left, 6 up and left, 17 up, 8 right and up, 17-18 up, 9 left, 10 down and left, 4 down, 5 down, 17 right, 8 up, 1 right, 7 down, 6 left and down, 8 left, 1 up, 18 up, 19 up, 10 up and left, 4 left, 5 down, 17 down, 1 right, 6 right and up, 7 up and right, 12 right and up, 18 left, 19 up, 10 up and right, 9 up, 4-5 left, 17 down, 13-9-10 right, 11 down, 18-19 left, 1 down, 8-6 right, 7-12 up, 19 up, 18 right, 11 up, 13 left, 18 left, 9 left and up, 10 left, 1 down, 19 right, 7-12 down, 2 right, 3 up, 11 up, 18 left, 12 down, 11 right, 12-9 left, 11-7 down, 19 left, 6-8 down, 2 right, 19 up, 7 up and left, 10 up, 1 left, 6 down, 8 right and down, 10 right, 1 up, 6 left, 8 down and left, 17 up, 4-5 right, 6 down, 8 left and down, 1 down, 7 right, 19 down, 2 left, 10 up and left, 17 up, 5 up, 4 right, 8 right and down, 1 down, 7 down and left, 10 down, 17 left, 5 up, 4 up, 8 right and up, 6 right, 1 down, 10 down and left, 4 left, 8-6 up, 1 right, solved in 213 moves. 9-block puzzle. Diagram of puzzle pieces placement. Cross-section view of container. Base board 2 5/8 inch by 2 1/8 inch. Puzzle. Move block A to B corner. Blocks must be moved in a straight line. Construct the container so that its inside measurements are 2 5/8 inches by 2 1/8 inch. Construct the blocks so that 1 block measures 1 inch square. 2 blocks measure 1/2 inch square. 6 blocks measure 1/2 inch by 1 inch. Solution for the 9-block puzzle. Move blocks numbered, read down. 2 and 3 down, 1, 4, 5, 2 right, 1, 9, 8, 6 and 7, 2 and 3, 1, 9, 8, 6 and 7, 2 above 3, 6, 7, 2 and 3, 6, 7, 3 right of 2, 9, 8, 3 and 2, 9, 8, 2 under 3, 8 and 9, 6, 7, 1, 5, 4, 2 and 3, 3 left of 2, 4, 5, 9, 8, 1, 3 and 2, 4 and 5, 9, 8, 1, 3 above 2, 7, 6, 1. Solved in 59 moves. 5-block puzzle. Diagram of puzzle pieces placement. Baseboard 2 1/8 inch by 3 1/8 inch. Puzzle. By moving blocks, reverse the number 3 and the number 6 blocks. That is, move number 3 block to number 6 corner and number 6 block to number 3 corner. Construct the container so that its inside measurements are 2 1/8 inches by 3 1/8 inches. The additional 1/8 inch for easier manipulation of the blocks. Construct the blocks so that they measure 1 inch square. 5 blocks are used. To make this puzzle more interesting, paint number 3 green and number 6 red. Then the problem can be stated as follows. Reverse the colored blocks. If you follow the number scheme, paint or carve the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on base of container. If you follow the color scheme, paint the 5 and 6 squares red and green, respectively. Solution for the 5-block puzzle. Move blocks numbered 3, 6, 5, 3, 1, 4, 3, 5, 6, 1, 5, 3, 4, 5, 1, 6, 3. solved in 17 moves. 11 block puzzle. Diagram of puzzle pieces placement. Cross-section of container. Baseboard 2 1/8 inch by 3 1/8 inch. Puzzle. Move block A to B corner. Blocks must always be moved in a straight line. Construct container so that its inside measurements are 2 1/8 inches by 3 1/8 inches. Construct the 11 blocks so that one block measures 1 inch square, 2 blocks measure 1/2 inch square, 8 blocks measure 1 inch by 1/2 inch. Solution for the 11 block puzzle. Move blocks numbered, read down. 9 left and down. 7, 8, 10, 9, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 over 10, 6, 5, 9, 10, 6, 5, 10 left of 9, 3, 4, 10, 9, 3, 4, 10, 9, 3, 4, 2, 1, 7, 8, A, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 5, 7, 8, A, 2, 1, 10, 9, 2, 1, 9 right of 10, 4, 3, 9, 10, 4, 3, A, 8, 7, 5, 6, 9, 10, 4, 3, A, 8, 7, 5, 6, 9, 10, A, 8, 7, 5, 6, 10 under 9, A, 4, 3, 2, 1, 8, 7, 6, 5, 10, 9, A, 4, 3, 2, 1, 8, 7, 6, 5, 9 left of 10, A, 4, 3, 5, 6, 9, 10, A, solved in 119 moves. Bull's Eye Puzzle, 11 blocks. Diagram of puzzle pieces placement. Cross-section. Baseboard 3 1/8 inch by 4 1/8 inch. Puzzle, move block with bull's eye into center of the target. Construct the container so that its inside measurements are 3 1/8 inches by 4 1/8 inches. Construct the 11 blocks so that each one measures 1 inch square. Paint the circle on the 8 blocks as shown, and paint a round spot on one of the blocks. It is also advisable to paint a bull's eye on base of container. Solution for the bull's eye puzzle. Move blocks numbered, read down. 6 left, 10 up, 8 and 9 right, 1 and 5 down, 2 left, 6 and 8 up, 5 right, 2 and 1 down, 6 left, 8 and 5 up, 1 right, 6 and 2 down, 8 left, 5 up, 10 left, 9 up, 2 and 1 right, 8 and 6 down, 5 left, 10 and 2 up, 6 right, 5 and 8 down, 10 left, 2 up, 9 and 7 left, 11 up, 6 and 1 right, 9 down, 7 left, 6 up, 1 left. Solved in 43 moves. George Washington's Career Puzzle, 15 pieces. Diagram of puzzle pieces placement. Baseboard 3 1/8 by 2 5/8 inches. Puzzle. Retrace Washington's career by moving large block to the following corners or points in his career: A. Trenton, B. Valley Forge, C. Burgoyne's surrender, D. Presidency. Construct the container so that its inside measurements are 3 1/8 inches by 2 5/8 inches. The outside measurement is dependent upon the size of the rim used. The additional 1/8 inch is for easier manipulation of the blocks. Construct blocks so that 1 block measures 1 inch square. 10 blocks measure 1 inch by 1/2 inch. 4 blocks measure 1/2 inch square. Thickness of blocks is dependent upon material used. Paint the points of Washington's career on base of box. Solution for the George Washington's Career Puzzle, 15 pieces. Move blocks numbered, read down. 15 left, 13-14 down, 11-12 down, 6-7 right, 8 up, 12 left, 11 down, 6 down and right, 8 right, 1-2 right, 3 up, 4 left, 9 left and up, 10 left, 12 down, 11 left, 6 down and left, 7 down, 8 right, 1-2 right, 3 right, 4 up, 9-10 left, 11-12 left, 6 left and down, 7 left, 8 down, 1 right, 2 up, 7 up and left, 6 up, 10-11 right, 10 right and up, 5 up, 15 left, 11-12 down, 9-10 right, 5-15 up, 12 left, 11 down, 9-10 down, 5 right, 15-12 up, 11 left, 9-10-5-7-6-2 down, 1 left, 8 up, 13-14 up, 9-10 right, 5 down, 6 down and left, 13-14 left, 10 up, 9 right and up, 5-11 right, 12-15 down, 7 left, 6 up and left, 13-14 left, 10 left and down, 8 down, 1 right, 2 up, 13-14 up, 11 up, 5 left, 8-9-10 down, 1 down, 2 right, 13-14 up, 11-5 up, 9-10 left, 8 down, 11 right, 6-7 right, 15 up, 5 left, 7-9 down, 15 right, 5 up, 12 up, 9-10 left, 6-7 down, 15 down, 5 right, 12 up, 9-10 up, 6-7 left, 15 down, 5 down, 2 right, 9 up and left, 3 down, 4 right, 9-10-7 up, 6 left and up, 3-4 down, 9 right, 10-6-7 up, 3 left, 4 down, 6 right and up, 12 left, 13-14 down, 9-10 right, 6-7 up, 1-2-3-4 up, 15 left, 5 down, 13-14 down, 1 left, 2 down, 6-7-9-10 right, 12 up, 1 left, 2 left, 9-10 down, 6-7 right, 2 right, 1 up, 3-4 up, 15 up, 5 left, 13-14 down, 11 left, 6-7-9-10 down, 12 right, 2-11 up, 9-10 left, 6-7-12 down, 2 right, 11 up, 10 up and right, 13 up, 14 left, 8 left, 6 down, 7 right and down, 9 right, 10 down and right, 13 right, 14 up, 8 left, 10 down, 9 left and down, 2-12 down, 11 right, 13-14 up, 12 left, 12 right, 13-14 down, 11 left, 2-12 up, 7 up and right, 9 up, 8 right, 14 down, 13 left, 7 left and up, 6 left, 2-12 down, 11 right, 7 left and up, 9 up, 13 right, 7 down, 9 left and down, 1 right, 3-4 up, 7 left, 9 down and left, 14 up, 5-15 right, 7 down, 9 left and down, 5-15 left, 9 down, 3-4 down, 1-11 left, 2-12 up, 6-10 up, 8 right, 5-15 right, 7-9 down, 3-4 down, 1 down, 11 left, 13-14 up, 5-15 up, 7-9 right, 3-4 down, 15 left, 5 up, 7 up and left, 8 left, 1 down, 10 right and down, 5-15 right, 3-4 up, 7 left, 9 down and left, 8 left, 10 left and down, 5 down, 15 right, 13-14 down, 11 right, 1 up, 3-4 up, 7 up and left, 8 left, 10 left and up, 6 left, 2-12-15-5 down, 1-11 right, 3-4 up, 7 up and right, 9 up, 8 left, 6-10 left, 13 down, 14 right, 7 right and up, 4 right, 8 up, 6 left, 10 down and left, 13 left, 14 down, 9 right, 7 up, 13-14 up, 5 left, 15 down, 11-2-12 down, 1 right, 7-9-13-14 up, 5 up, 15 left, 1-11-2-12 down, 7-9 right, 13-14 up, 5-15 up, 6-10 right, 8 down, 5 left, 15 up, 6-10 up, 12 left, 11-2 down, 15 right, 11 left, 1-15 down, 6 down and right, 13-14 right, 6 up, 10 left and up, 5 right, 3-4 down, 6 left, 10 up and left, 13-14 left, 6 left and up, 1 up, 5 right, 13-14 down, 6-10 left, 1-5-2-15 up, 12 right, 11 down, 13-14 down, 7 down and left, 14 up, 13 right, 7 up, 3-4 left, 6 down, 10 left and down, 6 right, 10 down, 3 left, 7 left and down, 4 up, 6 right, 5 down, 4 left, 13 down, 14 right, 4 right, 3 right, 10 up, 7 left and up, 6 left, 9 up and left, 13 left, 14 down, 3 right, 7 up, 6-14 up, 8 up, 11 left, 13-14 down, 3-4 down, 10-9 right, 6-7 up, 11 up, 3-14 up, 4-13 up, 11 right, 8 down, 6-9 down, 6 left, 9 down, 3-14 left, 13 up, 4 right, 6-7 right, 7 down, 6 right, 11 left, 7 down and right, 6 down, 14 down, 3 right, 7 right and up, 8 up, 11 up, 6-7 left, 4-14 down, 7-10 right, 8 up. Solved in 465 moves. End of Shifting Block Puzzles from Mathematical Puzzles and Other Brain Twisters by Anthony S. Filipiak, 1942. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.